Assembly chamber. Signed. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound. Assembly chamber. Sound. Assembly chamber. Sound. Assembly chamber.
Please be seated. I have no speaker's business, so we'll move straight to member statements. And as usual, there will be no interventions. Dr. Steve Aiken.
Speaker, I rise as the chair of the All-Party Group on STEM, Science, Technology and Engineering and Maths, to congratulate Dr. Rosemary Coogan on being selected for our final stage of our astronaut programme and being awarded her astronaut wings yesterday. I think this is a remarkable achievement from somebody from Northern Ireland to join the European Space Agency's astronaut programme. But it also highlights, I think, Mr. Speaker, the importance of the space sector to Northern Ireland. It was not so long ago that here in Belfast we had the UK Space Conference, at which many companies from Northern Ireland demonstrated their ability to work in the space programme. And indeed, it might surprise somebody to be aware of the amount of work that's done towards the space programme from Northern Ireland. And I think not only does the work from our universities, but also sort of the Armagh Observatory, but also some of the great companies we have in Northern Ireland, like Thales, that are heavily involved in the Artemis programme. I think we are all proud of everything that Dr. Coogan has done. And now that she's joined the astronaut programme and is very likely to fly, I hope to have her here in the Northern Ireland Assembly at some stage to be able to talk about the importance of STEM, particularly to our young people, and especially to our young women who can see that engineering and science and technology is a great way ahead and a great way forward. And finally, Mr. Speaker, before I sit down, I would also like to talk about our new all-party group that I'm setting up on aerospace, defence and space, because I think that will be a great opportunity for all of us to encourage these developments here in Northern Ireland. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Cathy Mason.
I am very concerned that Downpatrick has been identified as an area under one of the greatest pressures in terms of special educational needs. This is extremely worrying. Too many young people and their parents are being failed by the current system. Each of us will have anxious and worried parents coming in through our office doors, literally at breaking point, after sitting on waiting lists for months, sometimes years, only to be told that there is no place for their child. This is not acceptable. Young people with special educational needs in South Down and right across the north and their families must have access to properly funded first-class services. We have consistently called for an overhaul of the SEND system to ensure it meets the needs of children and families. We ask the Education Minister to work alongside the Health Minister to transform special educational needs provisions so that it delivers for children in Downpatrick and right across the north.
Michelle McElveen.
On 6th of February, the Isle of Man Government launched a consultation on a proposal to close vast areas of their fishing grounds which the Northern Ireland trawl fleet have fished for generations. The consultation closed on the 18th of March and access was shut off on the 1st of April. The Manx Government's own evidence document admitted it cannot accurately measure the value of the fishing area to our trawl fleet. It also recognises that the closed area interfere with trawl patterns in ways that make even trawling adjacent to the closed areas unviable. The Isle of Man purports to have done this to protect blue carbon habitats, but the science doesn't support blanket trawling bans as an effective measure. It's suspected that the purpose of the closure is the Isle of Man's proposal to establish a pot fishery for prawns, where once our vessels trawled, and with Northern Ireland vessels out of the way, they've granted themselves a free run. However, there are flaws in the evidence document. In practice, only 1 in 4 of the animals in the pot fishery will be of marketable size to langoustine buyers, not the higher value fishery the document suggests. To achieve the economic benefit they hope to, instead of licensing 400 pots per boat, they will require more than 1,600. The environmental impact of each boat working 1,600 pots is potentially catastrophic. The UK Government gifts the Isle of Man additional fishing quota every year, and this includes prawn and herring quota. Surely that cannot be allowed to continue when the reward for that generosity is having our traditional fishing grounds snatched away from us. This ban will cause financial stress for almost every trawlerman in Northern Ireland. It will put pressure on the 1,850 full-time equivalents in our fishing industry and those that they support. It's imperative that DEFRA, in recognition of this devastating decision, needs to provide some means of compensating for this loss and to support diversification, perhaps an additional herring quota. It can in no way replace the economic value of what has been taken, but Northern Ireland's fishermen need our support and a principled stand must be taken. I would call upon the Minister to urgently meet with his Manx counterpart to request the position taken be reversed and to speak to the DEFRA Secretary of State and Fisheries Minister to discuss alternatives for our fleet.
Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to put on record my frustration at the ongoing delays of the interdepartmental working group between the Executive Office and the Department of Health to bring forward any meaningful work in relation to historical clerical childhood abuse. Members will be aware that this working group was established in 2017 to pick up on areas that fell outside the remit of the inquiry into historical institutional abuse. These areas include the mother and baby homes, Magdalen laundries and workhouses, and this issue of historical clerical childhood abuse. We know that work has been progressing on the mother and baby homes, and I look forward to chairing a session on this at the Executive Office Committee in May. However, Mr. Speaker, work on clerical abuse appears to be far, far behind after 7 years. On the Executive Office's website, it states a high-level investigation plan has been developed and it is hoped to procure delivery partners by autumn 2023. But this has not happened. There is no evidence of this. Further, from papers provided to the committee members, we have seen that they intend to, and I quote, commission research into historical clerical abuse to inform next steps. Mr Speaker, many years on, probably 6 now, from when I accompanied members of the birth mothers and their children for justice to a meeting with TO officials, I was advised that that was their plan then. At Health Committee, a meeting in November 2020, we were told that by representatives from the working group that we are about to embark on the commissioning of research that will ultimately determine the Executive's actions to address the needs of individuals affected by historical clerical childhood abuse. And we were advised that the timescales for commissioning this research was the coming weeks, and that the period covered by this research would be from 1968 due to the introduction of the Children and Young Persons Act. And I'm adding in that date, Mr Speaker, to my remarks as an indication that time is not on our sides as regards securing robust evidence. There is a recurring theme here, always just about to move forward with the research but never quite doing it. One of my main reasons for frustration, Mr Speaker, is that we know that when the procurement process begins, this can take months. Then the research is conducted, the report is written, and before we know it, 2 more years are lost. Then the officials have to take their time to review the findings, conclusions and recommendations, and then consider what to put to the ministers. Meanwhile, the victims and survivors of historical clerical abuse are left with the pain, shame and long life trauma of what happened to them. We can no longer continue to endure this, to tolerate this, and I would call on the First Deputy First Minister to sign off on the terms of reference for this research. Thank you.
Matthew Taylor.
Mr Speaker, I wanted to rise today to welcome very warmly the news that we're going to have a Test cricket match, it looks like, at Stormont. I think that's wonderful news. Now, cricket is a sport that has a proud and really fascinating history on this island. I myself am from Downpatrick, which has been a place where cricket has historically been played. Indeed, I used to work in the bar at Downpatrick Cricket Club. I used to pull pints there, and before I worked there, it hosted the famous West Indies team of the 1980s and indeed the South African team of the 1990s. But obviously, it's only in the last few years that Ireland has become a Test nation, Mr Speaker, and the first Test match was last summer at Lord's, and there's been a subsequent Test match in Ireland, in Dublin. But this will be the first, this will only be the second Test played in Ireland and the first played here in the North. That's wonderful news. It's something to celebrate, and I congratulate Cricket Ireland and up here the Northern Cricket Union and the North West Cricket Union on making it happen. I believe they've been engaging with the Communities Department. I would encourage that partnership to continue. Now, cricket is one of those sports that I wish I'd played. I'd have loved to learn how to spin bowl, Mr Speaker, but I didn't get round to it. Maybe there's still time for me. But of course it has many devotees in this place that you wouldn't automatically expect. Our former leader, John Hume, was an enthusiastic cricket player and supporter. Indeed, the former First Minister, the late Martin McGuinness, was also a big cricket fan, which of course surprises people sometimes. Cricket really is an example of pluralism and diversity on this island, in this part of the island, working itself out and being something to celebrate. And it's also an example of how sport can really exemplify plurality on this island, but also uniting us in our diversity. We've seen that in other arenas. We've seen it with the rugby team, obviously, which was triumphant, although not quite as triumphant as we would have liked in terms of a Grand Slam, but it won the Six Nations this year. We've obviously seen it in relation to both football teams, soccer teams on both sides of the border, albeit they haven't been as successful recently in terms of qualification. And we've seen it in the GAA reaching huge new communities and really becoming, reaching into new places, including East Belfast, which is where this match is going to be played in the summertime. Of course, some people prefer one-day cricket to Test cricket, Mr Speaker. They think that Test cricket can be grinding, attritional, difficult to watch. Some might say, what better place for it than Stormont? I wouldn't say that, Mr Speaker. I would say that this is going to be a wonderful feast of sport. It should be part of what can be part of building us in Belfast into a centre for sport. Obviously, we'll hopefully have the Euros at Casement Park in a few years' time. So I think this is wonderful news. I think it's something to celebrate, and let's all hope and keep our fingers crossed.
It's great to see you so enthused
that the weather stays good for us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Call Padraig Delargy.
I rise again today to speak on behalf of classroom assistants. Classroom assistants deserve fair pay and conditions. They've been waiting too long and they can't wait any longer. So it's time for the Education Minister to deliver fair pay and conditions now. We've had agreement across this Assembly on many issues, and one of those issues is on provision for children with special educational needs. Why then are we still waiting for the Education Minister to deliver fair pay for classroom assistants who provide support for children in our schools and who enhance the educational experience of children each and every day? For the many classroom assistants who I've worked with as a teacher, the many I've met and listened to as an MLA, staff are leaving in their droves because of inadequate pay and conditions. So at a time when we're talking about workforce planning, when we're talking about encouraging people to become classroom assistants, where is that recognition and where is that fair pay? So I want classroom assistants to know today that Sinn Féin have your back. I want them to know that we will continue to fight for their pay and to stand up for fair contracts and fair conditions.
Philip Brett.
Speaker and Mr. Speaker, I stand to celebrate the success of Rathcoole Primary and Nurture Unit at the Family's First Awards, which took place on Saturday evening. Rathcoole Primary School were awarded 3 separate awards in that event, including a highly commended award for Best Principal, Emma Quinn, the School of the Year, and the WO Award for a culture that tries to ensure that their pupils thrive. Mr. Speaker, Rathcoole Primary School has been transformed in recent years, and I want to pay particular tribute to our former Education Minister, Michelle McElveen, who is here today, who invested so much time and effort in ensuring that Rathcoole Primary School continues to grow and thrive. I want to put on record my thanks to the parents, pupils and leadership at Rathcoole Primary School, who, despite operating in some of the most economically challenged and socially deprived wards in Northern Ireland, continue to deliver educational excellence for our young people, to ensure the future generations of North Belfast have the education and the support that they need to truly fulfil their potential. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I rise today to draw attention to the deepening concern felt in my area at the lack of capacity in the Ward 6 Thompson House unit in the Mid-Ulster Hospital site, or as it's still commonly known at home in South Derry as the Old Maternity End. The rehab unit is a brilliant facility, but there is a massive issue with capacity there. And it's used predominantly by patients who are ready for discharge from the hospital but not quite ready to go home following a fall or some other incident. And it's both a cause and effect of our ever-enduring crisis in domiciliary care in South Derry, which means that people who should be at home but can't be there because of a lack of a care package end up in the rehab unit longer than they need to be, and then people who are in hospital can't get into the rehab unit when they're ready because there's no space for them. I recently dealt with 2 families in particular who brought this to my attention. One last week where both a husband and a wife have recently had falls at home. The wife, a dementia patient, has been in the rehab unit, made great progress, but can't return home because there's no domiciliary care package for her, and her husband is in Antrim area, ready to be discharged to Ward 6 and can't get there because there's no bed for her. A really desperate situation where their family are obviously in massive strife and stress and anxiety over the head of it, and there's very little that we can do in order to offer a solution. I've had another family contact me just over the weekend where their elderly mother at 80 years of age has fallen, broken her hip, has had her surgery eventually, and will soon be ready to be discharged to Ward 6 and can't because there's no capacity. So I want to raise this issue here in the hope that the Northern Trust and the Minister can do something to increase capacity for this vital service in our local area.
Well, Paul Fruit.
Speaker, NISRA have recorded for week 15 that we have breached over 500 access deaths, with 502. To put this in some context, Mr. Speaker, we have been experiencing access deaths for some 2 years now. But this time last year, week 15 of 2023, we had recorded 117 access deaths. 117 last year, 502 this year. It took us until week ending the 24th of November 2023 to reach 503 access deaths. Yet the Health Minister refuses to call for an investigation into access deaths. And the Chief Medical Officer and the Chief Scientific Advisor plays these figures down. And the media continue to ignore these deaths. I now take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to again call upon the Health Minister to make a statement to this House and to commence an investigation into access deaths in this country. Thank you.
Daniel McCross.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to the memories of 3 victims who died on the A5, 3 members of the one family. Their first year anniversary will be this week on the 27th of April, which is Saturday. On that day a year ago, they were travelling home from a funeral of a family member in England, and were travelling along the Achnacoy section of the A5. The McSorley and the McKean family members were in a minibus when, unfortunately, a very tragic and terrible accident occurred. All of those in the bus, 3 had lost their lives. Julia McSorley, and I'm thinking on her husband Patsy, her son Patsy, their daughter Maria, son Shane, Colin and Julia, and also Dan McKean, who lost his life, and I'm thinking on his daughter Cara and Ruth, and also the sister Christine McKean, and I'm thinking on Nicole, Gary and Danny. And I know this House will join with me today in keeping them in our prayers as they face what is going to be an extremely difficult week. That accident is one of the most horrific that occurred on this road. It has hit hard in the local community of Newton Stewart and also in Strabane, and impacted deeply and very harshly on the wider family as well. 3 members of the family survived that terrible crash, but I know have struggled all year to comprehend what had happened. There's young people and children at the heart of this, and a family that is suffering tremendous pain. This road continues on a daily basis to put people's lives at risk. And there's no day that I do not hear of a serious accident. Unfortunately, the McKean family faced the worst possible consequences of that on a very difficult section of that road. 50 people have now died, Mr. Speaker, on that road. Hundreds, if not thousands, have been injured. And unfortunately, unless the road is delivered, more will face some terrible consequences. We do need a decision, and we need one soon. But today and this week, given that a year has almost passed, I would like the McKean and McSorley family to know that they're in our prayers, that the members of this House are thinking on them, and all of those families affected by tremendous loss on the A5 road.
Deborah Erskine.
Mr. Speaker, today across the UK devolved regions there is a campaign by the Brain Tumor charity to ask all locally devolved health ministers to bring forward a national brain tumour strategy. In late February, the Brain Tumor charity launched an open letter addressed to the 4 UK ministers. In just 3 weeks of that letter going live online, the letter had exceeded its target of obtaining 40,000 signatures and had reached over 52,000 before it closed on the 15th of April. Today, members from this Assembly have jointly written to our Health Minister to ask him to work on and implement a national strategy. Brain tumours remain the biggest cancer killer of those under 40. That is a staggering reality. Yet there have been very few clinical breakthroughs compared to other diseases, with treatment options still mostly limited to surgery, chemotherapy and radiotherapy, all of which are very tough on patients. There are also difficulties in getting diagnosis. The Brain Tumour Charity carried out a survey which indicated that 41% of respondents said that they had visited their GP 3 times or more before getting a diagnosis. There needs to be an improvement within our health service for patients with a brain tumour in terms of diagnosis, care, treatment and research. That is why today political representatives across the political spectrum and parties are coming together across the UK jurisdictions to call on the health ministers to tackle the issues through systematic change and a comprehensive national brain tumour strategy that covers the whole patient pathway. Thank you.
Jim Allister.
Thank you. Last night, the Parliament of the United Kingdom completed the passage of the Rwanda bill. I don't myself think it will deliver the stopping of the boats, but the issue of primary concern to me is in respect of Northern Ireland. And the question is, will this bill even apply in terms of its full reach to this part of the United Kingdom? And I raise that question because of the fact that under the protocol, the European Charter of Fundamental Rights continues to apply to this part of the United Kingdom and this part alone. We have already seen how the legacy bill was struck down by our High Court because of incompatibility with the protocol, and the logic and legal pathway that gave rise to that would equally apply to the provisions of the Rwanda bill vis-à-vis Northern Ireland and the special arrangements which exist under the Fundamental Charter of Human Rights. Of course, the legacy bill provision case is under appeal, but subject to that, it does seem to me that by virtue of the fact that Article 18 of the Charter of Fundamental Rights has a special protection for asylum seekers, that we are on course for the distinctly unacceptable possibility that the Rwanda Bill's ability to remove asylum seekers will not apply with the same force and effect to Northern Ireland, creating a further border, this time an asylum immigration border, and underscoring the iniquity of the union dismantling nature of the protocol. So it is something which one will watch with great interest, noting that the bill itself, the Rwanda bill, purports to disapply portions of the European Convention on Human Rights, but does not disapply any portions of the Charter of Fundamental Rights, which of course applies here. Hence my conclusion that we are likely to see great disparity in the approach and great detriment to our supposed position as an integral part of the United Kingdom.
Tom Elliott.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to inform people of a service, an event that was at on Sunday, joined by other members of this House as well, in Killyman Church, and it was to remember 8 members of the Royal Black Institution in that small area who had been murdered by terrorists during the Troubles. Those members: Frederick Greaves, Cormac McCabe, Samuel Clark, David Graham, Robert Bloomer, George Gibson, Stanley Hazelton and David Wilson were all murdered by terrorists in cold blood. Cormac McCabe, for example, was a local school teacher, kidnapped and brutally murdered by terrorists. I am pleased that the organisation of the Royal Black Institution actually held that service to remember those people and put their names on a banneret that will always be close to them. And they will remember them, future generations will remember them, and it puts down the facts of what happened to these people, that they were brutally murdered. These people were part of the community. They worked in their civilian life, just as I said, the like of Cormac McCabe, who was a school teacher, doing things for the community and educating our people for the future. And this is how they were treated. Absolutely despicable. So I commend and congratulate Killyman Royal Black District for doing this and remembering those people who were close to their hearts and their families.
That brings to a conclusion member statements. Peter McReynolds has sought leave to present a public petition in accordance with Standing Order 22. The member will have up to 3 minutes to speak. I call Peter McReynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise on behalf of thousands of adults who are living or who are potentially living with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD, across Northern Ireland. All MLAs in this chamber will be aware of the fight parents face on an annual basis to obtain access to statements or support for children within an educational setting. However, it is rightly argued by some that we have already missed 2 generations of children who are now adults and who have to mask their symptoms or suffer internally with the overwhelming nature of everyday life. As one doctor I met recently explained, we're all walking on a treadmill in life, but those with ADHD are doing it on level 6 incline, meaning that they can do it, they can complete their walk, but it will be more fatiguing and easily lead to burnout. Mr. Speaker, my interest in this area peaked when I asked a written question to the current Health Minister about how many adults were on a waiting list for an ADHD diagnosis in Northern Ireland. I was stunned when I received the reply that because it wasn't a commissioned service for adults here, there was no need to keep such a list. Since then, I have received hundreds of emails, messages and phone calls with people telling me their daily lived experiences, how lack of these commissioned services is impacting upon them, the spiralling costs some are inflicting upon themselves each month, and the sheer postcode lottery that is now happening across our trusts. The petition I present to you today has received 3,586 signatures in the 3 short weeks since I launched it. We are calling for an adult ADHD service to be commissioned in Northern Ireland and for the Health Minister and his officials to get an urgent grip on this issue rather than the organic approach that has been allowed to happen. It simply isn't enough. People have been suffering for too long, Mr. Speaker, and being told it's unlikely you'll be seen by someone within the health service for 3 to 6 years. The private sector has all but shut its doors due to demand, or bills of hundreds of pounds for medication one person described to me as transformative on their life. It is a disgrace in 2024. I thank you and your officials for arranging to accept this petition so quickly, and can I also take this opportunity to thank Sarah Salters and Keith Anderson in ADDNI, a charity that has been operating for the last 27 years and has been a massive help and support to me and the adults who have been contacting me about their experiences. To Claire and Stephen Loftus for highlighting this injustice through their own experiences, and the long list of people who have communicated with me through social media and my office. While I don't expect this petition to immediately lead to the introduction of services here, I see it as an important first step towards their introduction, and anyone watching here today can rest assured I will not stop raising this issue until people living with ADHD receive the support and dignity they deserve. Thank you.
I invite the member to approach the table to present the petition. Thank you. I will forward the petition to the Minister of Health and send a copy to the committee. We now move to the consideration stage of the Hospital Parking Charges Bill. I call the Minister of Health, Mr Robin Swan, to move the bill.
Moved.
Members will have a copy of the marshalled list of amendments detailing the order for consideration. The amendments have been grouped for debate in the provisional grouping of amendments selected. There is a single group of 4 amendments which deal with the date for the ban on charges. I would remind members intending to speak that they should address all of the amendments on which they wish to comment. Once the debate on the group is completed, the other amendments in the group will be moved formally as we go through the bill, and the question on each will be put without further debate. The questions on stand part will be taken at the appropriate points in the bill. If that is clear, we shall proceed. We now come to the amendments for the debate. With Amendment 1, it will be convenient to debate Amendments 2 and 4. Within this group, Amendments 1 and 2 are mutually exclusive with each other. Amendments 3 and 4 are mutually exclusive with each other. Amendments 1 and 3 are linked to each other, and Amendments 2 and 4 are also linked to each other. I call Mr Jerry Carroll to move Amendment 1 and to address the other amendments in the group. Mr Carroll.
Move Amendment 1, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, every day at the side of this building I walk past a small fleet of gleaming, top-of-the-range cars with chauffeurs in the driver's seat. Those cars which park for free are paid for through the public purse belong to the very ministers who are imposing, or rather reimposing, hospital parking charges on health workers and patients. In hospitals across this city and beyond, there are our trust chief executives who opposed, many of them, free hospital parking for staff and patients from the outset, who are at this very moment park for free outside their place of work. And people in this Assembly, Mr Speaker, should think long and hard about the message that sends out to health workers and to the sick, who are set to face 2 more years of punitive taxation at the hands of this executive. As people for profit, Mr Speaker, have said time and time again, hospital parking charges are a tax on health workers and on the sick. Health workers are being told they must pay to work. Patients and their families are being told they must pay for their illness. What a rotten state of affairs. And this executive tells us that it took in 6.4 million last year in hospital parking charges at the last count, that was. And to repeat, as I said last week, this isn't a huge sum of money for the Department of Health, but it is an astronomical sum to be made up by health workers and patients who have struggled during the worst cost of living crisis in living memory. We're talking about health workers who've had their pay cut, their bills raised, and their overall living standards attacked by the Tories, but also successive Stormont administrations. And the last time I checked, Mr Speaker, health workers who have a permit are paying £200 a year to park at their place of work, which is high enough. But Unite, who represents some of the lowest paid health workers in our hospital, have told us some of them are paying £2,000 a year to park at their place of work. If you're a porter, that's almost 10% of your wage. Scandalous. But yet here we have the DUP, Sinn Féin, UUP and Alliance and others telling us that figure and the earlier figure, they'll have worked that out, how much that is per day, telling us that rates hike they voted through last month, it's only X amount of pounds and Y number of pennies. And some will tell us things like water charges, prescription charges and other forms of revenue-raising measures will only cost the public so much. I would say, Mr Speaker, add to that raising rents, raising bills, raising childcare costs, and then I would invite this executive to add it all up and tell us how much health workers, patients and others are meant to pay and how they're meant to cope with this situation. Parties across this chamber had no problem voting through free hospital parking charges in the mouth of an election. The Health Minister, the current Health Minister, then Health Minister Robin Swan, and his UUP colleagues couldn't wait to welcome them. The now Junior Minister, Aisling Riley, was seen posing for photos outside the Royal Victoria Hospital, telling voters how Sinn Féin had scrapped hospital parking charges. But lo and behold, when the time comes to pay the piper, they've gone sheepish all of a sudden. They now tell us that there is no alternative, that the big bad Tories are imposing another austerity budget. The ministers bemoan the devastating impact it will have on public services, yet have agreed once again to do the Tories' dirty work for them. So I want to challenge the executive here today, Mr Speaker, to put it up to the Tories, to say that our hospitals, workers' pay, our schools and so much else cannot be weighed against a rotten Tory ledger. I would challenge them to spend the money necessary to protect patient lives, to educate our children, to lift people out of poverty, and then tell the Tories that they need to find the money. This executive wants us to believe, Mr Speaker, that the state can't afford the 10 million or so it will cost to provide free parking, while at the same time handing some £400 million to private agencies for the provision of staff in our hospitals. So while the private sector milks our health system dry, health workers and patients are being asked to pick up the pieces. That's what it boils down to, Mr. Speaker. And I want to put on record that I and my party oppose the delay to hospital parking charges from the outset, and that most other parties here obviously voted to impose them for another 2 years. But we're prepared to offer an alternative here today. The Health Minister says that the necessary technology for free hospital parking should be ready by September. So we're prepared to take him at his word, and we want to speed up the process and scrap those charges by September when he says the necessary technology will or should or perhaps will be in place. If he is telling the truth, then there's no good reason why he and his party and other members should not accept our amendment. If the executive parties do not vote for our amendment, then it's fair to say, Mr. Speaker, we've called their bluff. A refusal to support our amendment will prove that this legislation was never about technological or logistical issues, but was always about squeezing more money from people, including health workers and the public. Our amendment will ensure that patients, health workers and trade unions will know where this government, where this executive really stands on the issue when all is said and done. We want hospital parking charges scrapped for good, like the Assembly voted on 2 years ago, not just for electoral gain, as the executive parties have done once again. And if the executive imposes this regressive tax on health workers and patients, I would call on the public to organise a campaign to oppose them and to hopefully see them scrapped once and for all. So I move Amendment 1.
Call Colin McGrath.
Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak on this stage of the bill today. And while I welcome the Minister's response at last week's stage of the bill and the certain level of clarity that was provided in his comments, it is a result of those comments that we felt that an amendment would be the best course of action. In the previous mandate, all executive parties supported the hospital parking charges bill throughout its entire legislative process. Today, all 4 of the executive parties, Sinn Féin, DUP, Alliance and UUP, support the use of accelerated passage to delay the introduction of the removal of hospital car parking charges sooner. Now, while it's admittedly for the other parties, executive parties, to justify or not justify their position, they have all had the opportunity to put forward an amendment to the Minister's bill and have not done so. Yet last week we had Sinn Féin expressing that they were extremely disappointed that the Hospital Car Parking Charges Act 2022 had not been implemented. And how can we justify hospital car parking charges? The DUP said that they hope that it will not take 2 years to get the 2022 Act into operation. Alliance Party said that they supported the Hospital Car Parking Charges Act and welcomed its passage through the Assembly in the previous mandate, yet also said that this bill does not alter the intentions of the 2022 Act. But it does. And the UUP have given their full support to today's bill. So let's not dance about it. While all parties endorsed the original bill to remove hospital car parking charges just before the election in 2022, today only the executive parties are endorsing delaying this by another 2 years. The SDLP and others, however, want to see earlier removal of hospital car parking charges. Yet, as the Department evidently cannot deliver this in the time frame set out in the original bill, the official opposition have tabled 2 amendments to today's bill. The 2 amendments which we are proposing are minor ones, and we also believe that our amendment would work for patients and their families. The need for patients to have ease of access to hospital services is obvious, and I think it would be remiss of me not to mention that Asthma and Lung UK are here today in this building launching their report about saving our breath as they advocate for the need of close and free access to hospital car parking services for those suffering from asthma. So I'll also give a plug that their event is on between 1 o'clock and 2 o'clock today. But our amendments will also work for hospital staff as well. And it will also work, we believe, for the Department. And that is the work of a constructive opposition. The Minister outlined for us last week that the reason for the delay and the need for the delay was a result of a lack of access to the NHS England Shared Business Services framework. HSE trusts here had to work up to set up a regional procurement plan of their own, and this resulted in a legal challenge. The legal challenge is now resolved. The Department still hopes to award the contract for the new system this month. The Minister has said that the system will not be ready until September, and then suggested that there will be a need for another few months to complete the process of ordering equipment, assessing ground conditions, and then installing the equipment. We believe that this takes us up to about February 2025. And while we certainly recognise the well intent behind Mr Carroll's 2 amendments, it is our view that the Department will not be able to deliver on them. Should they pass, charges will be abolished on the 1st of September 2024, at which stage the barriers will go up for everyone, yet the trusts will still be implementing the new system at that time. This will only cause the confusion and disarray for patients, their families and hospital staff. The SDLP amendments, on the other hand, we believe provide a proper lead-in time for the legislation. Yes, of course.
Would the member agree that what this is really about, and indeed what our amendment's about, is about honesty and competence in government? If executive parties regret the legislation that was brought in 22, they should have the honesty to say they don't want to implement it. But if there are logistical reasons why they think it can't be implemented in longer than a year, they should explain why our amendments are not acceptable. We think they're clearly designed to be to allow this to be implemented, but with a amended lead-in time.
Absolutely, and I thank the Minister throughout the previous debate and this debate. I think has always been upfront and honest about the impacts that there will be of this bill. But it really is galling to see people jump up and down and say that the delay is absolutely horrendous, and then vote at every stage to create the delay. There is something in there that doesn't match up, and I think it's important for the public, for the staff in hospitals and work on those sites, for the patients to realise that you can't have both. You can't say it's a disgrace and it needs to change immediately, and then turn out and say, oh, but we'll delay it, we'll delay it, we'll delay it. As I say, contrary to what Sinn Féin, DUP Alliance and the UUP are saying, there is no need to delay the removal of charges at hospital car parks for 2 years. Now, there are further questions that we require clarity on from the Health Minister. I've asked the Minister last week specifically about the expedited introduction of free car parking for staff. I asked that actually twice. The Minister said in one response, and I quote, "There is work on that is again dependent on this legislation going through," and then went on to say, "I have therefore directed that there be consistency across all trusts for those who apply for the parking permits that will be free of charge from the date of implementation." So again, can we give an assurance today on tightening up when that provision will be made available for staff? When will that be introduced? And I ask this because we know that should hospital car parking charges be removed, this would provide a welcome morale boost for our hospital staff who work in some of the most pressurised environments. However, I do add a note of caution which I'd like to get the Minister to reply to in his remarks as well, in regard to free car parking for staff and the criteria that will be set. Because we know that in some of the larger sites there are a significant number of staff who work on varying scales of pay. If the criteria for staff will include being based on income, does this mean that some staff will lose out on the ability to get a free pass? So, for example, could a nurse lose out on a pass because they earn more than, for example, a porter? On top of this, we heard in the committee from departmental staff that the criteria may also mean that a consultant would meet the criteria due to working across 3 sites in a day. They might have surgery to perform in one hospital, a clinic to do on another, as well as being on call. So potentially we could have a nurse not being able to avail of the pass because they earn more than a porter, but also because they don't meet the criteria that a consultant does. If that nurse, for example, lives in Carryduff, they may now have to take the bus into the city centre and the glider out to the hospital at the Royal, which will only incur more costs than it would have been if they were paying for the hospital car parking charges. and that could be above and beyond what they would have been paying there. In other words, this could cost them more. So can I ask the Minister if he thinks that this could be an unintended consequence of the bill, and did the initial bill sponsor ever discuss this with him? Because last week the Minister said, "I have had the conversations with Aisling Riley, the sponsor of the previous bill, and she knows my intended consequences of moving this legislation." Surely this is something that hasn't just transpired of late. Was this not discussed, that it would not be universal free car parking for staff, but that there would be a criteria set and that it will be free car parking for some staff and not all? Was this discussed with the bill sponsor throughout the legislative process? Was the executive aware that this will not be universal free facility as a result of the bill? Have all of the Minister's executive's colleagues been made aware that there will now be a tiered system for free car parking for staff, and that many staff will in fact lose out? In conclusion, Mr Speaker, as I have said, the SDLP amendments are minor ones. The amendments that we have proposed speeds up the removal of car parking charges for patients, their families and healthcare staff, some of whom are spending thousands of pounds every year on parking charges. We believe that the timescale that we offer is achievable. We have suggested removing it for, instead of 2 years down the line, to 1 year down the line. We have examined the Hansard recording of the committee engagement in the second stage of this bill and can see no reason for delaying this for a full 2 years. Yet appreciate that for whatever reason, or for whoever's fault, this bill has not progressed at the speed that was understood by everyone who voted for it in 2022. We feel a 2-year wait is unfair and ridiculous given the evidence that we have been presented with. And that is why we have proposed the reasonable compromise date of May 2025 for the removal of this unfair tax on patients, their families and hospital staff, and therefore I would urge other members here today to support the SDLP amendments. Thank you.
Liz Kimmins.
Rather than rehash the comments I made last week, I mean, it's very, very clear this is a Sinn Féin bill. This was legislation that we worked extremely hard on, particularly the primary sponsor, Aisling Riley, and we have consulted with the widest range of people on this. What I will say, I mean, I don't accept the comments that others have made that we are delaying this because we regret this bill. We are completely committed to delivering on this for people, and we've made that clear time and time again. But we have to be realistic with people. When the Minister and his officials are saying that this is not possible, it would be unfair to give people false hope to say that, yes, we must continue to pursue this when we know that that's not possible. I think that would be completely unfair of us to do that, to give people hope. We do not want to be in this situation, I think, and the Minister has said that he feels the same. We understand, we've heard at committee the reasons why it has to be delayed, and we have gone through that. But I do have some questions that I would like the Minister to be able to answer as part of this debate today. In a realistic way, do we feel that the timeline could be brought forward? We've been told in committee by officials and by the Minister that it will take till at least September for the infrastructure required to be implemented. What else is required then to ensure that the full removal of hospital parking charges can be implemented? And do we have a timeline around that? We have said at every stage that we didn't want to have to delay this. However, if we feel that could be brought forward, we're happy to consider the amendments that are in front of us today. But can the Minister give us some clarity around how long that will take for this to be fully implemented? Because I do acknowledge we have 2 years. We have 2 years to look at this. The trusts have 2 years to look at this. I've heard the challenges, but they're the same challenges that we heard in the first debate. So we've been engaging, and in committee last week we heard from the RCN, we've heard from the Junior Doctors Committee, we've heard from lots of different representatives from these recent developments on what their views are, and it is very clear that we need to make sure that this is delivered at the earliest possible stage. But we have to be honest with people. We have to be honest with how realistic that is. And we want to ensure that that is done at pace, but we want to make sure that it's done properly and done, that we are not coming back here in September or in 6 to 8 months' time where we're having to go through this all over again and people are sitting saying what is actually happening. So I'd ask the Minister if he could outline a realistic timeline as to what's involved. Does he foresee that that could be done? Because we've said that the 2-year date isn't a target. We want that done as quickly as possible. And I'm also conscious that we may be dealing with another minister during that period. So we want to ensure that this is a very streamlined process, so to avoid any disruption or any further delays that are absolutely unnecessary.
Dan Dodds.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I feel like the member before me that I must actually say, and I made this absolutely clear last week, we do not resile from the original bill. The bill was voted through with our support, and we do not resile from the original bill. And we cannot state that clearly enough. We supported the aims and objectives of the bill. However, we are in politics to be practical, and we are in politics to be reasonable. And therefore, it is important that if the Minister says, I cannot deliver in this particular time, that we actually look at what is reasonable and practical. And therefore, we won't be supporting Mr. Carroll's amendment for that particular reason, because we want to be clear with people, and we don't want to raise expectations that we simply cannot deliver, and we cannot ask the Health Minister to deliver. However, on that reasonable and practical issue, we do want to know, is there a way that the Minister can truncate his desire to withhold it for 2 years and actually give us the opportunity to implement the bill earlier? I'm hoping that by the time a year has passed, that we will be able, the Finance Minister will be able to have a multi-year budget, and therefore the Minister will have some clarity on the budget in that respect. And I'm hoping that, and I hope that the Minister can clarify these issues for us, that we would be able to implement it much, much sooner. Can I again ask the Minister, and I asked him this in the last debate on this issue, to clarify whether he will look again. He answered my question with the range of options that are already there, but when I met with the Children's Health Coalition, they are absolutely clear that what is available is not adequate to address the needs of families with children who have long-term conditions such as cancer, whose children who may be in hospital for weeks on end, and that they need better supports. And and that would be also, parking is a significant issue in that respect. And I want the Minister to come back and tell us clearly, not just to repeat what he said last week in relation to the matter. So, in the interests of being reasonable and being practical, I'd like the Minister to answer the questions and tell us whether he can shorten that time frame. Can I just also ask the Minister to tell us whether or not, I know that the procurement has gone ahead in terms of operators and so on for the car parks. Is there a capital expenditure in buying further land at some hospitals in relation to car parks? I've heard that mentioned on a couple of times. I just want to be clear in relation to that as well. Thank you.
Danny Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm making these comments as an Alliance Health spokesperson. I welcome the opportunity to speak in this debate, one of the first consideration stages of this mandate, and hopefully it will not be too long before this becomes a more regular occurrence. On behalf of the Alliance Party, we will not be supporting Amendments 1 to 4, and we will be voting to retain the initial date for the 12th of May 2026 as proposed in the bill. It is of course disappointing that the Hospital Parking Charges Act 2022 is not yet ready to be implemented by the intended date of the 12th of May 2024, and I and other members have highlighted this in both the second stage debate last week and in Health Committee during briefings with departmental officials on this bill.
During a previous Health Committee meeting on the 11th of April, departmental officials told us the rationale for the deferral of the 2-year period, specifically as opposed to 6 months or 1 year. While the awarding of a contract for traffic management, followed by its implementation, is envisaged to be rolled out by September 2024, but as we have heard, there is no guarantee that this will be the case. We will be interested to hear whether or not the Minister will answer the queries as to whether or not he will be able to provide a truncated period. In previous correspondence to the committees, the Minister has indicated he intends to bring forward a paper setting out his plans for the implementation of this legislation. I would encourage him to do so as soon as possible. The Minister should also take this opportunity to develop a funding plan for the implementation of free car parking after the deferral period has ended. The Minister's proposition of making car parking permits free for some HSE staff subject to criteria is welcome, and this should not be subject to delay. I would echo the calls for clarity in this regard. One of the reasons we cannot support these amendments is because of the pressures facing the Department of Health, and in particular their staff. There are so many issues the Department needs to work on and to prioritise, just a few of which include waiting lists, domiciliary care packages, general practice and community pharmacy. If we reduce this deferral period, as we are told, from the proposed 2 years down to 1 year or just a few months, the Department will have to focus more of its already strained resources on this single policy issue, possibly to the detriment of others. Yes.
The member giving way. I'm just intrigued by the idea that delaying for 1 year as opposed to 2 years will put an undue and unnecessary burden on the Department and make it unable, for example, to deal with waiting lists. Why not, in that case, simply delay it indefinitely? It just seems to be implausible that a delay of 1 year versus 2 years is the difference between the Department being able to deal with waiting lists and all the rest of it. Just intrigued by his views on that.
Certainly this was something that was raised in committee, that there would be certain departmental resources would have to be put onto this, and I'm sure the Minister can clarify that in his brief. It is important that all members consider the bigger picture on issues such as this. I understand that one of the members who proposed these amendments is a member of the official opposition, and holding the executive to account is therefore a key part of their role. But any proposals brought forward by them needs to be workable and needs to take into account the numerous and fundamental challenges facing the Department of Health and indeed all the departments.
Did the member give way?
Yep.
Thank you for giving way. I suppose my concern and our party's concern is that we haven't seen the reconfiguration of the hospitals yet, and I think that what the Minister does need to do in this intervening period is bring forward the proposals for this, because this is not just about better services, but this is about better use of public money, and I think that would give the Minister time then to look at this issue in greater depth.
Thank you, and certainly we are looking forward to seeing the configuration plans. The pressures in the health service are immense and are resulting in unacceptably long waiting lists for treatments and poor health outcomes for many people across Northern Ireland. In this context, we have a responsibility to prioritise addressing multiple ongoing crises, workforce stabilisation and to progress long overdue reform. This is a basis that the Health Minister was requesting a deferral period for 2 years for. He has stated that it is his intention that the plans will be progressed to meet the September 2026 date, supported by members at the second stage. Thank you.
I'll call Alan Robinson. Mr. Speaker, my contribution today will be very short, as I feel, like others, that the points that I wished to raise last week during the second stage and the queries that I wanted to pose were, on the whole, very much answered. However, there was one matter last week during my earlier contribution, Minister, that I feel wasn't addressed, and that is the issue of permits for those dedicated staff and those working shifts, and especially those that are low paid within our health service. Indeed, we received information this week that our Northern Ireland Junior Doctors report costs of up to $1,150 per year to park at the Royal Victoria Hospital. And parking for a single shift at Belfast City Hospital can be £11 per day. So therefore, can the Minister, again, following my query last week during the second stage, can the Minister inform the House how advanced is the issuing of the permits? Who will benefit and when he expects staff to be in a position to avail of these? And can I also ask the Minister, has he had any conversations to date with the Infrastructure Minister on creating better transport links between public transport routes and health and social care sites. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I call the Minister of Health, Mr. Robin Swan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and again thank you for this opportunity to respond to the table amendments to the Hospital Parking Charges Bill. I will say, Speaker, amendments tabled by Mr McGrath will result in a postponement to the introduction of free parking for 1 year instead of the 2 years as outlined in the bill. Amendments tabled by Mr Carroll will result in a postponement to the introduction of free parking for 3.5 months instead of the 2 years as again outlined in the bill. As members will recall, it is my hope that the traffic management system contract should be awarded within the next couple of weeks. So in the period, it is envisaged that site surveys will be completed by the contractor to look at those appropriate locations for equipment, assess ground conditions, assess signage requirements and order equipment. It is also expected that installation of priority items and equipment will take place by that date. However, I have asked for a further period, approximately 12 weeks, that will actually be required for the installation of all other ANPR items in areas such as the set-down locations, smaller parking areas, bus routes and delivery yards to facilitate free movement of on-site traffic and mitigate potential congestion. Over the following 8 weeks, there will be checks to assess whether the system is working as planned, finalise management reports and adding data in relation to permitted staff, registration details, contractor vehicles and any known recurrent patient registration numbers, so to enable access to car parks, and training for frontline staff and back office staff would take place during that period. So the 3.5-month timeline proposed by Mr Carroll will mean that once parking is made free from the 1st of September 2024, there's still a significant risk that trusts will not be able to control parking, preserve blue light routes and protect designated spaces as required through traffic management systems, and those systems will not be fully operational. And I think that has been recognised by Mr McGrath. Advice from Health and Social Care is that once parking is made free with the desired traffic management system, they will be able to control parking, preserve those blue light routes and protect designated spaces. Trusts are at present fully committed to the implementation of Compass, which also continues to 2025. Speaker, I've been informed that the Compass project impacts on availability of trust resources and ICT and estate services, and this will be need to be taken into consideration in the rollout of the traffic management system. So a time frame of 12 months as proposed by Mr Grath is not without risk. I have proposed a 2-year deferral period to provide my department with more time to stabilise its finances and allow Trust time and space to fully commit to the rollout of Encompass without placing additional pressure on IT and estate times. So I propose to use the deferral period to fully implement the infrastructure required to manage free car parking. This period will also allow Trust time to fully review the impact of the new traffic management system, its impact on demand and car park usage, and to overcome any teething issues. So this will place Trust in the best possible position to ensure successful rollout of free car parking after the deferral period. Speaker, I'll make comment in regards to other comments. I'll make comment in regards to other comments that were made, and then I'll give way to members as well if I don't answer them during the contribution as well. So Mr Carroll talked about the introduction of removing permits to be free, and Speaker, that is something that I said at the last time, it's something Mr McGrath raised as well and others have spoken about. In regards to the current system and the criteria around permits, if permits become free, a criteria-based allocation system will be rolled out regionally to ensure a fair and consistent award process. Regionally, we've currently 5,032 designated staff permit holder car parking spaces, with over 11,600 staff who have been allocated a staff parking permit, as spaces can be shared by part-time staff, hybrid and shift workers. So I will commit, and I have committed, and I will commit to questions asked today. All 11,606 permits will be made free of charge if a deferral period is achieved, so they will become free of charge on the 12th of May. Access to a parking permit is awarded in a non-criteria based system, and currently in the Southern and Northern Trusts. So in those trusts, staff permits have been awarded to those on a waiting list based solely on a first come, first served basis. The Western Trust does not currently operate a staff permit system, as the vast majority of their car parking spaces are currently already free of charge. So criteria-based permit allocation is preferable as it provides a mechanism upon which those staff in most need of car parking permits are actually prioritised in a fair and equitable manner. So due to capacity, not all staff who meet the criteria for a parking permit will have access to one initially, with many staff placed currently on a waiting list. The criteria-based permit allocation is preferable as it provides actually a mechanism on which those staff in most need of car parking permits are prioritised. So I have asked, I've directed as the member identified, that all trusts roll out criteria-based permit allocations. The Belfast Trust eligibility criteria includes required to use private vehicle on a daily basis to deliver patient or client care, provide regular clinics, services on more than one site, required to participate on a scheduled rota for on-call, manage service staffs on more than one site, hold a blue badge through disability and cross-site working. So the additional criteria will actually look to carry out shift working as a requirement to the post, scheduled to regularly start either before 7:30 a.m. or finish after 7:30 p.m. Work a permanent night duty, registered card sharer who is actively sharing on a daily basis, a public transport journey that involves one or more changes, including park and ride, and exceeds 1 hour of a commute, parent guardian carrier that uses a private vehicle to transport children or provide caring responsibilities on way to or from a base site and public transport is not available. So income criteria is currently not applied at Belfast or South Eastern. Note that many lower paid workers tend to live closer to their workplace at the minute, and that's coming from our trust staff. So draft permits are currently allocated in needs base, again including shift working, disability, time and distance to travel to workplace. So, Mr. Speaker, my intention is to make that a consistent application across those. In regards to Diane Dodd's query in regards to the Children's Health Coalition, in regards to long-term conditions, I did indicate in the first stage that there were a number of criteria, a number of conditions that did access those. I will ask now that trusts and my officials present engage, even with the member and the Children's Health Coalition, to see what more work we can do to make sure that those eligible parents are getting the full access of that permit system, because I think that's a criteria I want to contain on. Mr. Speaker, at this stage I'll take interventions, I think, initially from the Health.
You had mentioned in relation to the amendment from Colin McGrath that the 12-month date isn't without risk. Can you give some clarity then, given the work that I would expect has been done in the first 2-year period since this legislation was originally passed, and where we are at now? I would like to think that we have a clear understanding of what is involved to ensure that it's implemented. So can you give clarity that you think, I think nothing is without risk. So I think I would prefer to know whether that is a more realistic option in terms of having this implemented, because we could get to another 2 years and then be back and saying we need another 12 months, and that won't be without risk either. So if we could get some clarity around what is involved and how likely that would be successful in getting the full implementation. Thank you.
I thank the Chair for her intervention. Just in regards to the comments she had made, as I said, that 12 months isn't without risk. So from the 2 years of the introduction from the additional bill to now, we face additional risks in regards, or challenges in regards to finances. And I think it comes back to the point that Alan Robinson made in the first contribution, and the Chair has raised as well. If I thought it could be done in less than 2 years, that's what this legislation would say. If it can be brought forward in less than 2 years and delivered, I would seek that officials actually do that. But to be realistic in regards to the delivery of this, plus the commitment that I have given to executive colleagues, the trusts look about how we manage the financial impact in regards to this, rather than seeking additional monies from the Department of Finance. I think the 2 years is realistic, it's deliverable, and to use, I think to use Ms Dodds' comments, it's practical and it's reasonable. So rather than having to come back in a year's time to seek a further extension, I think it makes sense now to embed the 2 years now, and then if that can be shortened, that it can be. So that's why I would actually ask members to oppose Mr McGrath's amendments, and definitely Mr Carroll's amendments in regards to that. I'll give way to.
I thank the Minister for giving away. One of my questions was answered during the debate, but just following on from what the Chair did ask. So in terms of this bill here, the extension, though you can commit today that if it is doable before 2 years, but most likely after one, that you will do it, because I think that's very important in terms of the messaging that it will not absolutely be done until after 2 years, and I think that we should seek that it is done before then. And the other issue was that last week at committee we had the Royal College of Nursing in front of the committee, and they did explicitly state their support for free car parking charges at hospitals as soon as possible, and that there are a large volume of their nurses who do want to seek and use that. And if we're not including income as a criteria, though, how do we actually get around the fact that there may be those who do the shift work that perhaps starts 9 to 6 or 8 to 6 as such and falls outside of that category? That what assistance can we give to them?
And I thank the member, and it does come to that point as well. As I said, when I considered this legislation at the start in regards to the time frame that I was asking for, when I did carefully consider the amendments that were put forward, both by Mr Carroll and Mr McGrath in regards to a change of timeline, I wouldn't be standing here asking for 2 years if I didn't think that was the reasonable and practical ask to actually make sure that we can deliver this without risk, and also bring forward those, if possible, that we can do that. So in regards to the specific criteria, it is about looking about how we support the entirety of our staff base as well, rather than solely focusing in on one profession as well. So the criteria that I listed earlier is what I want to see all trusts working to make sure there's a consistent approach across all our trusts as well. So it is about providing those regular clinics or services, holding a blue light or blue badge through disability, or even cross-site working. We do look again in regards to the shift criteria being before 7:30 a.m. or to finish after 7:30 p.m. I would like, and I think in the initial intention of the bill was to make staff car parking free. We're constrained at this minute in time in regards to maintaining the number of permits we have, but we'll make sure that those are accessible to as many people as is possible. In regards to...
Minister, in light of something he said a few minutes ago, could he be absolutely clear? He's not suggesting to this House, is he, that if the department finds it can do it quicker than the 2 years, it will do it? Because the terms of the bill are quite clear. The bill does not come into effect until May 26, so there's no option, surely, to do it sooner, even if you could.
And I think the point of that very clear, and the astute point that the member does make. I think if we find a point that we can introduce it earlier, there's always a point that this House can change legislation, because we are a legislative assembly after all in regards to that. But that 2 year period, as has been very clear, does, and I think it goes back to Mrs Dodd's point in regards to looking for that multi-year budget that actually allows those decisions to be made by the department as well. The intention is that it's there for 2 years. That's why I set that criteria. If we can do things early, both in regards to the equipment in this place, but also financially, I would hope that whoever is in this place does that as well. So, Mr Speaker, when we move to some of the other comments that were made, I think Mr Carroll asked in regards to, he talked about Tory austerity and asks for the Tory government. I am aware, and I'm sure members in this House are aware, that the First and Deputy First Minister met with the Secretary of State on the 19th of this month, and have now asked for a meeting with the Prime Minister in regards to the challenges that we do face. He again said, and I would point out to him where he says that $6.5 million is not an insignificant, or is not a significant sum when it comes to the Department of Health. I can assure him, when I look at this year's budget in regards to the challenges that we currently have, when I look at what we could be facing next year, $6.5 million is a considerable sum in regards to what we want to do. So in regards to other comments from other members, I think I've answered Mr McGrath, I've answered the chairs. Mrs Dodds asked a very pertinent point at the end, that capital has not been spent on additional car parks. Not that I'm aware of, but I will ask trusts to confirm that, because again the capital budget line of trusts and the Department of Health is pretty tight, and I would be surprised if it has been used to buy land to simply extend the capital of car parks as well. Danny Donnelly's comments in regards to 1 year versus 2 years and the support of the rationale I set out that, and I welcome his support for that point as well. Mr. Speaker, I think I've covered the majority of points that have been.
The fact that most of this conversation is around 2 or 3 issues, all of which would have been known whenever the bill was actually passed. We're hearing a lot about financial implications, and I think that would be a clearer discussion to say that we just don't have the money to do this in the time, and that's what we're looking the extension for. In terms of Encompass was on the table whenever this bill was passed. So therefore, to use it now as the reason for a delay, it seems like it's something that's just being brought up as a way of saying we can't do it because we're too busy doing something else. And in terms of the staffing, has the Minister ever had any indication of how many staff will actually have parking spaces available? Because again, if we go back to Hansard after Hansard after Hansard of the original debate of this bill, it was always the intention from those that were supporting it that it was universal free car parking, and moving now to that not being the case and supporting the fact that there's going to be a criteria is significantly different from what the bill sponsor and others were suggesting at the time.
Member first point. In regards to numbers, as I said earlier when I was talking about the criteria, we've currently 5,032 designated staff permit holder car parking spaces across the Trust, but we do have 11,606 staff who actually have an allocated staff parking permit. So it is about how we migrate those to that consistent approach for the issues of permits, but also make sure that come the 12th of May that those permits are actually free of charge. And the member will also, I'm sure, appreciate in regards to the challenges that Encompass brought. We are still working with very small teams across all our trusts in regards to implementing what will be electronic criteria. He's aware the delay of the introduction of the equipment was due to legal challenge, which was only lifted. So when this bill was originally scheduled and the work was scheduled, it would have been would be the same staff but working in 2 different time periods. So because of the delay during the legal challenge and the installation of the equipment, we're now looking at where the installation of the car parking equipment is now coinciding with the delivery of Encompass, which wasn't the original timeline when the first bill was brought about. The member made a very valid point, Mr. Speaker, in regards to supporting the Long Kesh event in regards to the Long Gallery after that, and I would encourage all members to do that as well, because again it ties into Mr. Robinson's last point in regards to the conversations and meetings with the Infrastructure Minister about how we join up public transport, because I'm sure the member will be aware it is an ask of the Clean Air fraternity and ask that we use public transport as much as possible. And again, there will be, I suppose that's what we've always looked for staff to do, but also come back to, I was going to say Ms Bradshaw's, she's not in the chamber anymore, but how we look at that reconfiguration, but make sure, Speaker, when we're asking actually patients and staff to travel, that we are supporting them, but not just by offering free car parking and free permits, but also that there is a public transport provision there as well. So, Speaker, my primary concern has always been to protect access to hospitals for appropriate users. And I know many colleagues have supported this legislation because of the benefits to our staff, to our patients and to their visitors. So the trusts have been asked to stop charging for all existing staff car parking permits from the 12th of May. They should put in place a fair and consistent award process for the allocation of staff parking permits as soon as possible. Some trusts already operate a criteria-based system for the allocation of their parking permits. Therefore, in the interest of consistency, regional collaboration has been recommended to promote consistency and a timely rollout. So in conclusion, Speaker, I do not support the amendments tabled by Mr McGrath or Mr Carroll, but I can assure members that I and the Department are committed to ensuring the full implementation of the bill's provision once they are passed into law, and I'd ask others to do likewise.
I call Mr Jerry Carroll to wind.
Speaker, I want to go through some of the comments and make some general points at the end. Mr McGrath, referring to his own and my amendments, stated that if they were selected and voted through my amendments, that it could potentially bring some confusion and disarray. I remind him that the Minister said last week that this technology should be in place by September time, and again, to repeat, I want to take him at his word, hence the date in the amendment. And also, I think a general point, Mr. Speaker, I think this place should set out its priorities, its views on things, and departments should take a lead and follow from that. But to take the logic from what the member says, follow the logic. The executive parties are saying he called this an unfair tax, and he's right. But he's criticising the executive parties for extending it for 2 years, but he and his party is happy to extend it for another year. So I think the logic really of his argument doesn't really stand up. The chair of the Health Committee stated that she and her party is committed to the delivery of the bill. She didn't want to give false hope, but will continue to give that false hope by her and her party presumably voting against these amendments and supporting the Minister's bill. And I think generally speaking here, it's a case of free parking for MLAs and ministers, but not for the public. Do as I say, not as I do. Dodds, MLA Dodds, Miss Dodds, stated that that it doesn't reside from the original bill, but in politics you have to be practical and reasonable. And I would argue, generally speaking, Mr. Speaker, it's impractical and unreasonable to vote once again to reintroduce parking charges, and it's unfair to have this regressive tax and penalty on people, which is what it is. I'll give away briefly. Yeah.
You agree with me that actually when we had the original discussions about this bill, never mind delays, there was no mention about a system being put in place for criteria for staff to avail of it, that the whole way through the process we were being led to believe that staff would be able to access free parking. That was the purpose of the bill, but yet now as it's going to be presented and not as part of the bill, it's going to be the introduction that the department will suggest to the trusts will actually see many staff not being able to avail of free car parking. Their hopes have been built up, they've been told that they're going to get money back into their pockets, but the bottom line is now for quite a sizable majority of them, they are not going to get that money back.
For his intervention, and it does, I mean, it was 2 years ago in the Health Committee we discussed this, and it confirms my suspicions that there's an element of the department and maybe some of the Minister's team who want to chip away at this legislation. That was my recollection of the briefings at the time, and this really and his comments sort of confirmed that. So yeah, that's very, very concerning and against the spirit of and the detail of the bill. Moving on, Mr. Speaker. Danny Donnelly, I think a former health worker, if I'm correct, stated, or still currently, said he's disappointed about the delay, but again, him as party and others are disappointed, but they're voting for the delay that they are disappointed about. It doesn't really add up. And a 2 year, at least, there will be at least a 2 year continuation of these charges, and I say at least because who knows what the potentially new health minister will decide. Who knows what state our health service will be in years to come. And he also, Mr. Donnelly, stated about pressures on the department. I would repeat, £400 million on agency staff. Compare that to 6 million, 10 million. It's minuscule. So the money is there. The department, in many ways, is prioritising things in the wrong direction. Alan Robinson talked about the large figure paid by junior doctors, and obviously it'd be remiss of me not to talk about the fact, in terms of the parking, not to talk about the fact of their pay has been reduced, they've been overworked as well. So, yeah, that really adds insult to injury for them. The Minister said that the system will be in place in the coming weeks, including an order on equipment, amongst other things. And the 1st of September, he said there'll be a significant risk if my amendment goes through, the systems may not be in place. I would respectfully say to the Minister, work needs to continue at pace to implement the system, to speed it up. We've had 2 years to get this correct, and I would sincerely ask, leaving the court case, the legal challenges aside, what has been done over those 2 years? Because hospital parking charges, Mr. Speaker, are an unfair tax and revenue raising measure, and we've heard that from members to say it's important revenue raising measure in the context of budgets being squeezed. And here we have the absurdity and unfairness of it all. Huge waiting lists, out of control, the public are told to stomach. Underpaid health and social care workers, And to put the cherry on top, you have to continue to pay to go to work, or if you're unwell, for at least another year, 2 years or longer. And obviously some decisions in a different context, Mr. Speaker, were made quickly during COVID. Not always the right decisions by departments, but decisions were made quickly. But it's beyond belief, Mr. Speaker, beyond belief that it's going to take some 4 years to implement the system that people voted through. I've heard of snail's pace, but this really takes the biscuit. And also, there's been some allusion to a bit of a bogeyman argument about people potentially parking in hospital or health centres if chargers are free. So people just parking for the crack. There's no evidence of this, no data provided. I asked this of the department officials 2 years ago on the Health Committee, and it wasn't provided as well. And it also doesn't recognise that with chargers already in place, people who work in hospitals are parking in areas outside of those hospitals, those healthcare centres. And there's a wider point about investment in public transport being made by some members and the ministers. I would urge them to get on with it at a matter of speed. So I ask the House to support Amendment 1 and 3 in my name. Thank you.
Members should note that as Amendments 1 and 2 are mutually exclusive, amendments tabled at the same place in the bill, and as Amendments 2 and 4 link to each other, if Amendment 1 is made, I will not call Amendments 2 or 4. Amendment proposed to Clause 1, Page 1, Line 6, leave out the 12th of May 2026 and insert the 1st of September 2024. The question is that Amendment 1 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. No. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Sorry. Apologies. I think the noes have it. The noes have it. I now move to Amendment 2. Amendment 2 has already been debated. I call Colin McGrath to move formally to Amendment 2.
So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Amendment proposed to Clause 1, Page 1, Line 6, leave out 2026 and insert 2025. The question is that Amendment 2 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Do you have tellers? The question we put in 3 minutes. Clear the lobbies. Order. Order. Members will resume their seats. Order. The question is that Amendment 2 be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Do we have tellers? Order. Order. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Cara Hunter and Colin McGrath. Tellers for the noes are Mike Nesbitt and Steve Aiken. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Order. Order. Members resume their seats. Clerk, please read the result.
76 members voted, 28 members voted aye, 48 members voted no. The amendment is not made.
The amendment falls. The amendment falls. I will not call Amendment 3 or 4 as they are linked to Amendments 1 and 2, neither of which have been made. The question is that Clause 1 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 2 stand part. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 2. The question is that Clause 2 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that the long title be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. That concludes the consideration stage of the Hospital Parking Charges Bill. The bill stands referred to the Speaker. If members would take their ease while we change the top table for the next item.
Order, order. Please resume your seats. Let's get settled down. Thank you very much indeed. The next item on the order paper is a motion on addiction and drug-related deaths. I will now ask the clerk to read the motion.
That this Assembly notes with concern NISRA's 2024 report on drug-related and drug misuse deaths, which found a significant increase in the number of deaths attributed to drugs and alcohol. Further notes the intrinsic connection between social deprivation, poverty, isolation, mental health and addiction issues. Acknowledges with concerns the NISRA figures which show that drug-related deaths are highest amongst 25 to 34-year-olds, are 5.5 times more likely in areas of highest deprivation, and that opioids are consistently the most common form of drug listed as a cause of deaths, and calls on the Minister of Health, in cooperation with the Executive Ministerial Committee for Public Health, to urgently implement the provisions aimed at harm prevention, harm reduction and tackling addiction within the Substance Use Strategy 2021 to 31, including developing plans for a new residential rehabilitation unit in Belfast.
Can I call on Aaron Flynn to move the motion, please?
Moved.
Okay. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. And as an amendment has been selected and is published on the marshalled list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes will be added to the total time for this debate. Please open the debate on the motion. Thank you.
So first of all, it gives me no joy to bring forward this motion today, as it comes from a place of sadness and tragedy. For the past 3 years, I have been working with bereaved families from across the north and campaigning alongside them in the hope that we can secure additional resources to help people battling with addiction and to help prevent and reduce harm where that's possible. My time spent with these families has honestly brought home the absolute devastation that drugs are causing to families within all of our communities. I doubt that any member within this chamber would struggle to think of a family who they either know personally or who they represent and who they've worked with, who has not been affected or who isn't currently affected by the awful disease that is addiction. A disease that costs our economy £1.5 billion a year. And this figure alone, I think, makes an argument, a powerful argument, for investing now to help people recover when they're battling with addiction. Investing in recovery can and will save people's lives. Again, I have no doubt that we've all heard many really, really sad, heartbreaking stories from families who have tried to get help for their loved ones before it's too late, but they've failed. The families I've been working with over the past number of years have told me that the reason they failed in their absolute desperate attempts to help keep their loved ones alive was due to the lack of treatment options that were available at that time of crisis. Families have exhausted routes via their GP, via emergency departments, via community addiction teams, and they've made multiple attempts to find an appropriate and accessible wraparound residential rehab unit that could have taken their loved one in during that very, very small and precious window of opportunity when they were crying out for the help that they need. And I in no way want to underestimate the excellent work that current services are providing and the brilliant and dedicated staff who are working within addictions, whether that is at community level, whether it's a trust level, whether it's within primary care. But I do think that whenever we look at the deaths, which, as we know, over the past 10 years, they have doubled, that this is, I think, telling us that something somewhere is not working, because too many people are dying, and they're dying through what is an unnecessary death. Addiction is a disease, it's not a choice. It's turned families apart, and we shouldn't be leaving families to deal with the additional burden of not knowing where to turn, not knowing where to send their loved ones when they're battling with this illness. When we talk about harm reduction and harm prevention, I also believe that an overdose prevention facility is needed in Belfast. We know that throughout Europe, overdose prevention facilities have been very successful in managing overdose deaths. Of course, the ideal scenario would be that people weren't injecting drugs, But if they're going to inject, it makes more sense to have them doing it where it is safe, where there are trained staff who can help them, monitor them, and who are able to work with those people. If the worst happens, if they might have an overdose, they can reverse that overdose. Rapid drug testing is another initiative that will also save lives. There's a model, and I know that the Minister is probably aware of this, but there's a model that is available through Queen's University at the minute. And I know budgets are tight and squeezed and whatever, but if there was a possibility to try and get that model funded, even for the first year to get it off the ground, this testing programme can provide a 24-hour turnaround in terms of confirming when dangerous and lethal drugs are in circulation on our streets. And this can allow for an alert system to kick into place, similar to what they have in Dublin and other parts of Britain. The Dublin model is being used elsewhere. If we could introduce that here at some form, at some level, this again is going to save lives. I'm conscious again, and it's in the amendment to the motion, that these issues do require an executive-wide support. And just yesterday, during question time with the Minister for Justice, we heard about the pressure that is within our prison systems. We know that all these people that sadly have fallen through the different gaps within health system, within education, within right across society, sadly then end up in jail with poor mental health and addiction. Within our education system, our schools and our school children are now at huge risk. We've seen it reported in the news recently with these vapes that are mixed with spice that have now made their way into the school community. Parents have been put on alert from the PSNI, who are warning that this is an immediate concern amongst our young people. Every department must make interventions to help with these critical issues. And again, as the motion refers to, again, there's an intrinsic connection between poverty, deprivation, drug and alcohol addiction. And again, that's going to require a strong response from the Communities Department also in terms of anti-poverty interventions. So, you know, I completely understand that this really is cross-departmental and that each department does have a huge responsibility. But just in terms of health, I do sincerely hope that the Minister can respond positively to this motion and to support the calls that are actually coming from the families who are sadly now at the other end of this. Their loved ones have already died. Their lives have already been lost to drugs. And, you know, so my hope is surely that their voices can be heard loud and clear in today's debate. The Jack's Promise campaign group have invited parents, siblings, friends who have lost loved ones up to a candlelit vigil that's taken place over the past couple of years at the steps of Stormont in the mouth of Christmas, to try and just highlight that empty seat that they have around their Christmas table from their loved ones that have died. The People's Kitchen again held a poignant demonstration last summer where they laid out 212 pairs of shoes along the steps of Stormont, marking each life that was lost to an overdose in 2021. And I am really, really pleased again the Minister has agreed to meet with some families just this Thursday, which is a coincidence that we're actually debating this today. But I know that the Minister is going to be meeting and directly engaging with families this week. And I do also want to say that as officials, I know, because I've been in many of the meetings, have intently engaged with some of these bereaved families, which they appreciate, and they also appreciate the direct conversation with yourself on Thursday. But outside of the meetings and the engagement, we do need a firm commitment to try and deal with the rise in drug and alcohol deaths and the resources to assist with that. And I know it's not an easy ask. I want to conclude my remarks by highlighting the calls from mothers from the Belfast area who attended the Stormont Vigil that we held just a few months ago, and who are making direct pleas for a rehabilitation unit in Belfast. Chloe Lennon from West Belfast was 22 when she died from a drugs overdose in November 2022. Her mother, Lorraine, told BBC News her daughter started taking drugs at the age of 13. She suffered trauma, she took cannabis to deal with that, then she started taking pregabalin, cocaine, heroin and strong alcohol. Her mental health went through the roof. She needed help in Belfast, but there wasn't anything when she needed it. And what was just really, really heart-wrenching was 2 weeks after Chloe died, her mother says she received an appointment for help. One did come through saying that then they discharged her because she didn't attend her appointment. She didn't attend the appointment because she was already dead, and that's the words of her mother. It was too late. Again, Lorraine Brennan's son Jack died from a drugs overdose in 2021. She says Jack needed help. He was crying out for help, but there weren't the services available. I begged the mental health team, I think whenever Jack was brought down to A&E, to keep Jack in. He begged to be sectioned, but he was let home. Jack was also from West Belfast. He had been taking prescription drugs at 15. By 21, he was using heroin and suffered with mental health issues alongside his drug use. Lorraine says we as a family want to prevent other families from losing a loved one to addiction and experiencing this painful grief and loss. We want to give our young people more hope and support when they need it. So the Jack's petition was presented to the Assembly in 2021. It now has over 4,000 signatures. Sadly, Jack's experience isn't an isolated one, and it's arguably one of the most common experiences that families are currently facing, not just in Belfast, but probably in every other area across the country. And I want to end my remarks by reading one of Jack's poems. Jack, God love him, wrote this poem just before he went into a rehab over in Liverpool. It's so heartbreaking. It's called The Days of My Life. Surrounded by people, yet all alone, trapped within this darkening zone, a world where chaos and hate overtake any but of happiness that tries to escape. Laughter and positive thoughts never seem to last, because I am haunted by memories of the past. Running the distance with nowhere to go, these are the days of my life, a Broadway show. I scream out for help, yet they never really hear. The demons of death are coming so near. Echoes in my head, tormenting me all day long, breaking the man who was once whole and strong. What does serenity mean anyway? Is it the spring in my step, or the words that I say? Suicide seems the answer. Many times I've tried. Happiness seems to be the tears that I've cried. Unable to distinguish what's real from fiction, hope is an illusion, an optimist's prediction. I wonder what it will take to get me right, a visit from the devil on a lonely night. Angels prepare to battle and take a stand to remind me of their holy land. When I want to give up, they push for me to be strong, and in my head I hear their comforting song. Life is an illusion, a constant mind trick on me. Who knows what my fate will be? Heaven and hell are both fair game. Will I find peace or leave them with shame? Surrounded by people, yet all alone, trapped within this darkening zone. Sorry for going over time there.
Thank you, and thank you for those poignant remarks at the end there. Can I call on Alan Chambers to move the amendment?
Oops.
10 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind. All the speakers will have 5 minutes. Over to you, Alan.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to commend the proposers of today's motion for bringing forward such an important topic for discussion today. Alcohol and drug abuse is an issue that can ruin families and sadly cost lives. And it goes without saying that I'd like to offer my deepest sympathies to all families who have sadly lost loved ones in such difficult circumstances. I cannot start to imagine the helplessness and the grief experienced by families of a close loved one as they watch them succumb to this dreadful illness of uncontrolled addiction. And unfortunately, there is not a town nor village or indeed corner of any of our constituencies that has escaped unscathed by the ravages of drug abuse and addiction. As the motion rightly highlights, drug-related deaths are significantly more common in the areas of highest deprivation, and so that presents an even greater need for us as MLAs and for all ministers and stakeholders to ensure that we collectively are doing all that we can to highlight and tackle the problem. Of course, the dilemma with addiction and drug-related deaths is that the problem can be so large and multifaceted that it requires an all-encompassing response. There is no single reason or automatic change in circumstances that leads to such challenges in one's life. Addiction and drug misuse is a society-wide problem, but there are some contributory factors more common than others. Poverty and deprivation are certainly two, but there are many others such as mental health, family and personal circumstances, as well as even more deep-rooted inequalities such as educational attainment and housing standards. There is, unfortunately, a particularly deep-rooted and interlinking connection between homelessness and drug misuse. But overall, there is no specific causes, and as such, addiction and tragically drug-related deaths can visit any home right across Northern Ireland. I'm quite sure the Preventing Harm, Empowering Recovery substance use strategy will quite regularly be referenced during today's debate, and so it should. It should go without saying that we should all have a very close interest and desire in seeing the strategy implemented. And it is important to note that many of the underlying causes and harms arising from substance use are not something that can be tackled by one minister or just one executive department. Thankfully, I think back to its launch in 2021, and I recall that it had executive-wide support, and it's something that I suspect still retains broad cross-party support to this day. And of course, whilst the substance use strategy is a very important document, it sits alongside other equally important pieces of work, such as the 10-year mental health strategy, as well, Making Life Better, Northern Ireland's overarching framework for public health. Nevertheless, whilst it's all fine and well having well-intended strategies, as the Minister himself has often said, the true value of such documents and plans can only ever be truly realised through delivery and implementation. And in this regard, I am glad that there appears to have been some good progress already underway. Particularly relevant to today's debate is the work underway in relation to substance use services, something which I was pleased to see move to this next step earlier this year, and which I look forward to hearing more about only later in the debate, but in the weeks and months ahead. And this, Mr. Deputy Speaker, brings me to my amendment. For ultimately, whilst I suspect there is likely broad political unanimity on the issue of implementing the various plans relevant to today's debate, we need to realise that if we wish to see the full potential of the improvements and transformations in offer, it will cost money. And this executive must collectively decide whether the strategies that the previous executive signed up to are still a priority and are still to be taken forward and funded as such. And whilst we can certainly never put a price on a life, we also need to remember that sufficient upfront investment in substance use and mental health services can often save much more in the longer term. And so, as executive ministers meet in the coming days and weeks to thrash out the 2024-25 budget, I hope that the very real implications of the future viability of the various hugely important health strategies and plans remain to the fore of their minds. Moving to the other key part of my amendment, I fully agree that it's important that we examine and enhance our existing inpatient treatment services, and I hope that the review currently underway sets a clear and evidence-driven direction of travel towards moving forward. And whilst I largely cannot fault any of the original motion, the line that I had some concern with was the reference to locating a new residential rehabilitation service in Belfast. Whilst I absolutely understand that there have been some particularly compelling calls for such a service in Belfast, there are perhaps equally as persuasive calls for the service to be located somewhere else in Northern Ireland. In particular, I think of the services that have been on offer in the Northland Centre in Londonderry as only one example. But of course, it's essential that the location of any new such service is evidence-led and only decided after full and detailed consideration. And that is why the current Tier 4 review that is currently underway is so important. So whilst my amendment may be removing the call for it to be located in Belfast, that doesn't necessarily that it won't be. It'll be located wherever it has the greatest impact and benefit. As such, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm happy to move today's amendment and again thank the proposers of this important motion. And finally, I end my remarks by again offering my heartfelt sympathy to each and every family that have lost loved ones in such difficult circumstances. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chambers. Can I call on Diane Dodds, please?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And like the previous speaker, I want to start my remarks by offering my sincere condolences to those who have lost loved ones, and indeed to the proposer of the motion for the very beautiful poem, which I think describes the chaos and the difficulties of someone caught in the trap of addiction. I want to start my few remarks by just reflecting on the number of drug deaths in Northern Ireland. And the fact that we've seen such an explosion in those deaths over the last 10, 15 years. We have seen a 98% increase in drug-related deaths from 2012. In 2022, there were 154 drug-related deaths, and that represents a 40% increase from 2014. In 2022, 82.5% of all drug-related deaths had as its underlying cause substances which are controlled under the Misuse of Drugs Act 1971, heroin and morphine being the most prevalent one that is listed. And these are statistics taken from the NISRA report recently released. And in 2022, 2/3 of all those who suffered from drug-related deaths were men. And I think that that is a really sad reflection on society and the increasing use of drugs. But I think it would be remiss of us here today not to say that we all support removing the scourge of drug dealers from our communities. They bring nothing but pain and death. And I think it's incredibly important that we look at that. The proposer of the motion spent her time, and quite rightly, reflecting on some of the stories and the humanity behind the issue of drug misuse and addiction. I want to look at some of the strategies and the wider areas that we as policymakers also need to look at and reflect upon. Mr. Chambers mentioned the Preventing Harm and Empowering Recovery, which was published last month. And in that most recent report, 33 actions, 58%, are currently set as green. So they are progressing as planned, and that is good news in many ways. But 24% are not. They're set as amber, since they require confirmation of additional funding. And one of the issues, and I did attend the meeting before the restoration of devolution on those community groups for whom funding has been cut. And one of the issues that's cited is the fact that community groups that deal with drug addiction and the misuse of drugs have had a lot of their funding cut, and we need to look at trying to restore that. Now, I appreciate, Minister, the difficulties. I understand the difficulties, and that is why I am supporting the amendment in relation to that, because I think it is very, very important. I think we also need to look at how we prevent and tackle and try to get it at source before this becomes a huge problem. And the 2020 report by the Northern Ireland Audit Office showed that the Department of Health spends $900 million each year tackling drug and alcohol misuse. But only a small budget is allocated to combat this issue. $8 million for implementing the drug and alcohol strategy, and $8 million towards statutory addiction services. So I would suggest that if we are to prevent the huge amount of money that the health service spends on this very, very important issue, then we need to try to get into the prevention space much, much more quickly and much more effectively. Yes, of course I will.
Would the member agree that that early intervention piece is key to ensuring that obviously we invest early, and the ultimate, in the long term, we will obviously save money for the health service?
And the member has an extra minute.
Thank you. I absolutely agree that it is totally key and extremely important. I want to speak a little bit in closing about dual diagnosis. It's a term used to describe the concurrence of a mental health problem alongside substance misuse. And this is a very significant issue for the health service. Up to 70% of people in drug services and 86% on alcohol services, these users also experience mental health problems. And it is really important that we actually look and deal with the issue of dual diagnosis. Many of these people are young. Between 64 and 88% of adolescents with substance use disorders have at least one coexisting mental health issue as well. And therefore, we
Could
need...
I ask the member to draw remarks to a close,
Thank you,
please?
Mr. Speaker, and thank you for allowing me to go on. What we need is greater coordination between the services, and I would appeal for the Minister to look at this as well.
Thank you very much indeed. I call on Danny Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak in support of both the motion and the amendment, and I thank colleagues from Sinn Féin and the Ulster Unionists for bringing these important issues to the Assembly today. NISRA's 2024 report on drug-related and drug misuse deaths makes for truly shocking reading. It's extremely concerning that there has been a 98% increase in deaths due to drug-related causes since 2012. It is also very concerning that the majority of these deaths, 55.8%, are individuals aged between 25 and 44. As the motion rightly states, opioids are consistently the most common form of drug listed as a cause of death, and an average of 118 deaths a year between 2020 and 2022. Road deaths, by comparison, average around 54, which obviously is still far too high. Like the proposer, I also attended the vigils just that we've had here at Stormont and spoke to families who have lost a loved one. And it can be easy to get lost in the statistics and debates such as this, but we should never forget that each drug and alcohol-related death is the loss of an individual, a devastating loss to their families, friends and the wider community. We must do everything we can to tackle the harms around substance abuse, and it is important that the Department of Health progresses the implementation of the 57 actions outlined in the substance use strategy. With support, people can turn their lives around. We have seen that again and again. As has been previously noted by members, tackling drug addiction and drug-related deaths is not solely a health issue, and a joined-up collaborative approach is required across the Executive to confront the root causes of drug addiction. Certainly.
And obviously the statistics in the report are shocking, and it's right and proper, as the member was just alluding to, that we need more than the Department for Health taking action. And whilst normally, at least in theory, we have a public health approach to alcohol and drug-related deaths, as a co-member of the gambling-related harm, ABT, would the member agree with me that we also need to tackle seriously addiction related to gambling harm, and that too needs to be included in any public health approach taken forward by the department?
And the member has an extra minute.
Thank you. Yes, absolutely. And as somebody who sits on the APG for reducing the harms of gambling, I have heard horrendous stories about the addictive nature of gambling, and certainly that we do have to address that as a public health issue. The motion notes the intrinsic connection between social deprivation, poverty, isolation, mental health and addiction issues, and there have been many steps that must be taken to confront each of these challenges. The absence of opportunities in many communities remains an issue for many young people, particularly in relation to housing and employment, which exacerbates existing poverty and isolation, while the greater prevalence of mental health problems, as noted by Diane Dodds, in Northern Ireland compared to the rest of the UK, not least because of the legacy of the Troubles, reiterates the importance of the full implementation of the Mental Health Strategy 2021 to 2031. We are happy to support the amendment. It is important that plans for residential rehabilitation service are outlined as soon as possible, especially in what constitutes a regionally strategic location. This does not necessarily have to be located in Belfast, as mentioned, but as being in the capital city where most of these issues are prevalent, a Belfast location may prove to be the most suitable and most beneficial. We await detailed proposals then from the department. Finally, I want to touch on something which was initially absent from the motion but then was mentioned by the proposer, Orlia Flynn, and that is the inclusion of an overdose prevention centre. Overdose prevention centres are safe and hygienic spaces where people are allowed to inject drugs under the supervision of professionally trained staff who can offer safe equipment, drug testing and respond immediately to any overdoses. Overdose is a medical emergency that can be treated, primarily with naloxone. There are over 200 overdose prevention centres across 17 countries worldwide, and peer-reviewed research evidences that overdose prevention centres can prevent thousands of deaths, reduce the spread of disease, improve communities through reducing drug litter, and less visible drug use on our streets. They can also save taxpayers money through reduced emergency service use. The provision of the opioid reversal drug naloxone to users and their families has also been shown to save lives, and that was something I would hope to see progressed also. Overdose prevention centres are prohibited by Section 5 of the Misuse of Drugs Act 1971, but despite this there are plans to open the UK's first sanctioned facility later this year in Scotland, following the experience of an unsanctioned overdose prevention centre in Glasgow 2020 to 2021. The Lord Advocate of Scotland has provided guidance for police, highlighting that it is not in the public interest to prosecute someone using overdose prevention centres. Last year, Belfast City Council voted to support a motion to set up an overdose prevention centre in the city, and I believe the Assembly now should be looking at that. Doing so would complement this motion by providing a tried and proven method of saving lives and preventing drug-related deaths. We also need wider reform of drug policy and legislation, particularly the increasingly outdated Misuse of Drugs Act 1971, but this is a matter for Westminster, given these are primarily reserved matters. But in this Assembly, we must do all we can to reduce harm, to tackle addiction and to prevent drug-related deaths. And the provision of a regional rehabilitation centre and overdose prevention centres would be key steps forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. I call on Mark Durkin.
Mr Deputy Speaker, addiction is a plague within our society. It's the great equaliser. It doesn't discriminate based on age, gender, race or social status. The story of addiction is a human story, one of pain, one of struggle, and one that I'm sure all of us can relate to in some way or other. Sadly, like many here, I see the impact of addiction on an almost daily basis. The bereaved parents whose lives have been shattered, the individuals in the throes of addiction may be placed in emergency housing far from their own family and support network, and young people at rock bottom feeling that they have nowhere else to turn. Certainly.
Would the member agree it's important, thank the member from Way, would the member agree it's important to recognise that drug addiction is a disease and we should all respond to addiction with compassion, concern and empathy? For those battling addiction, it's important that we communicate loudly, you're not alone in the struggle, and that recovery and escape from drug addiction is a challenging journey, but is one that can lead to hope, healing and transformation. There is help and support out there, free from prosecution. Stay strong and know that there is hope for a brighter, healthier future ahead.
And the member has another minute.
I thank the member for his intervention and concur entirely that compassion is key to healing and helping those fighting addiction. Many of us see and feel the impacts of addiction much closer to home, and the escalation both in numbers and severity of illness has been heartbreaking to bear witness to. There, but for the grace of God, go I. At the moment, there are far too many vulnerable people falling through the gaps of addiction support services. We're witnessing a frightening trajectory in terms of the number of drug-related deaths, with 212 people losing their lives within the last year. Behind every statistic, as others have said, is a life cut short, dreams shattered, a family devastated. Each death is a stark reminder of the urgent need for action. It's no coincidence that drug-related deaths have trebled in a decade. It's a direct result of Tory austerity and failed leadership. The failures of government exact the highest cost, the loss of life. Our post-pandemic landscape and the cost of living crisis have rubbed salt into the wounds, mounting pressures on broken lives. And while this motion negates the mention, but other speakers subsequently have, as did the proposer, the co-occurring conditions of addiction and mental health and the need for a dual diagnosis approach. Both conditions remain a harrowing feature in the lives of so many people here. It's a cycle that can prove difficult to escape, especially for those suffering a socio-economic disadvantage. Those brave enough to seek support often find themselves forced and led from pillar to post in efforts to find meaningful and appropriate services and support. From housing to health services, it seems to have become at times a case of past the problem. Failing to see the son, the daughter, the parent, the brother, the sister, struggling to stay afloat in a world that's become so unbearable. And that's not to criticise staff from any of those organisations. They too are working in a challenging environment, unequipped to deal with the complexities and volume of people that are presenting. I'm acutely aware that addiction is a complex issue. There are a range of factors that lead people down this cruel path. But once on it, many individuals are pushed even further to the margins of society by a system stacked against them. The increased risk of homelessness and the situation that I've alluded to earlier around temporary accommodation really needs addressed. At present, very vulnerable people are being placed outside or away from their hometowns, away from family, friends, and even access to GPs. And this marked isolation leaves people at risk of abuse, neglect, and further exploitation by drug dealers, death dealers, who peddle misery with no care of consequences and little fear of punishment. We need tougher sentences for these dealers, and I commend my constituent, Pauline Duddy, who has channelled her own grief at the loss of her lovely daughter, Jasmine, into a courageous campaign for tougher sentencing. Collaborative work involving government departments, the police, the public and local organisations is the only way to achieve tangible results for people suffering. And I want to place on record my gratitude for the invaluable work of organisations across the North, but particularly in my own constituency, including ARC Fitness, Northlands and HURT, who are shining examples of the approach we need to tackle this crisis head on. First and foremost, treating people with compassion. While we welcome plans for a new regionally significant rehabilitation unit, it's imperative that both the Executive and British Government delivers on their commitments to provide adequate addiction funding and facilities for the North West in order to prevent further loss of life and lost lives. More broken promises is the last thing that people need.
Thank you very much indeed. And good luck to Carol McCullion.
Last Cancolia, and I just want to put on record my thanks for swapping our chairing duties so I could speak on this very important issue today. And again to Orlea and Alan for moving the motion and amendment. So a lot of things when we're talking about mental health and we're talking about addiction, the whole issue of dual diagnosis comes up every single time. I, like many others, have worked with health and social care professionals, both in hospital settings within the community, who have said they're frustrated, they want to try and help people. And there's still a lack of understanding about what dual diagnosis is. I think Diane Dawes explained it in terms of someone comes forward for help. They're either under the influence of drugs, alcohol or both. And, you know, trying to help someone in those circumstances needs specialism, it needs proper training. One thing everybody has in abundance is care and compassion. So I think that needs to be put on the record. I think the other aspect that all members who have spoke of have raised the issue of is another issue is that drug dealers are death dealers. And I don't care what organisation they were or are affiliated to, they're armed gangs who peddle misery and kill kids. And that's it, Sinead. That's what they do. And I don't think anyone is under any other illusion in terms of what they are, because that's what they do. I had the privilege of, and have the privilege of working with, I'm sure we all do, a lot of really compassionate people who go above and beyond. For example, they go into Belfast City Centre, you know, this out of sight, out of mind. They go and talk to addicts on the street. They go and try and work with their families. They give them food, they give them clothes, and they also help them with benefits. I actually visited the People's Kitchen just when this place was recently restored, and the families there would have broke your heart. And it's very, very clear. I mean, the NISRA report is very helpful. But for me, as someone living in one of those most deprived constituencies, I could almost, I'm sure we do, put together a list of things that people are going to be impacted by poverty, ill health, poor mental health, poor housing, educational outcomes and the rest. Very resilient people, very proud people. But I have seen the journey that people went on. So unfortunately, like a lot of us, we went to wakes where family members died because they loved a wee drink. Okay? That family members died because they had a wee problem. Now people are saying he or she was an addict. And they're saying that because the rest of the community knows exactly what it means. The other aspect that I've seen, and I would say we all have mentioned this, I have sat looking at really elderly constituents who are paying off debts to drug dealers on behalf of their grandkids. They're going to credit unions, they're going everywhere because they don't want them getting hurt. And see, for me, that's an absolute disgrace because the people who are coming to their doors know their grandparents, knew the grandparents who they're squeezing. They all know each other's families and they really don't care, but we care. And I think that's a clear message that needs to go out today. So, talking to someone who still considers themselves an addict in preparation for today, they explained to me, going to the matter, looking for help, they were seen as a nuisance. Somebody who was really sick was more deserving than them. They took the brave step of going to matter and getting help, and they did eventually get it, but they didn't get it. They got it from other addicts. Went to housing. It was almost like you can't get a house. And when you did get a house or offered temporary accommodation, it was with a prevalence of drug-related problems. They wanted to get clean. They couldn't go. Oh, wait, Shirley.
And would you appreciate that the staff who do work within the housing executive do understand that this is a massive issue, but they're not equipped to deal with this issue. They need assistance from others.
Members right, and that's what I said at the start. All those professionals, be in health, housing, education, community, are really compassionate, but they're not equipped. And I think, the saying that we all live and rely on each other's shadows is really, really evident. But we do need somewhere, we need a place where it actually says, you can come here and we can try and help. And that pathway and references to all those other supports that are there are going to be very clear. I also think the other elephant in the room is we are a post-conflict generation, now into 3 and get into 4 generations. And we need to have a trauma-informed approach to addiction. And because I have seen the grandchildren of people who've been through the conflict and have lost members of their family through conflict, and I can't dismiss the coincidence, because the prevalence of addiction is right through the family. And the bigger the conflict and the bigger the impact, it seems the addiction becomes almost hereditary. I also want to thank all the other groups, all groups. So for us, it's where the need is. So Orlea, as a member of West Belfast, May, as a member of North, are going to argue for Belfast. But we want a needs-based approach to every resource.
Could the member draw remarks to a
Thank
close,
you.
please?
So, thank you for your support and commend the motion with Orlea.
Thank you very much indeed. Members, the Business Committee has arranged to meet at 1 o'clock today. I propose, therefore, by leave of the Assembly, to suspend the sitting until 2 o'clock. The debate will continue after question time, when the next member to be called will be Alan Robinson. The sitting is, by leave, suspended.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly Chamber. Sound.
The sitting is resumed. It is question time to the Minister for Communities, and we will start with listed questions. Question 1 has been withdrawn. I call Mr. Philip Brett.
Number 2.
Minister.
Principal Deputy Speaker, my officials are working closely with the Irish FA to take forward the development of a national training centre. National training centres are common in other jurisdictions, and the Irish FA considers a national training centre to be a crucially important component of its future strategy to develop football locally. It's expected the Department will make a small contribution to the funding for the development of a national training centre from the current sub-regional budget of £36.2 million, with the remainder of the funds provided by the FA. A steering group has been established to assist the Irish FA in the development of a robust business case to help secure a suitable site to locate a national training centre.
Philip Brett.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for his update and his commitment to football. Minister, in so doing, can you also commit to releasing the sub-regional stadium funding, which for far too long has been held to political ransom by previous ministers?
Minister.
Well, Principal Deputy Speaker, the member is absolutely right to highlight the sub-regional stadia fund. We all know how important it is in this House. There have been a lot of questions that have been asked of me on it, and I can inform the member that significant work has been carried out in the last 3 months since I came in to office, and I'm pleased to report that I will soon be in a position to make further announcements on that. Of course, to stay in the good graces of the Speaker, that will be made to this House first, of course. That will impact performance clubs, as well as grassroots football and the National Training Centre. And I'm sure that everyone in this House will also allow me to take this opportunity to congratulate Larne Football Club in getting one step closer in terms of the league, though I am worried that I'm sitting beside and in front of a Linfield fan, so maybe I should leave it there.
Jim Master for supplementary.
Given the Minister's commitment to the Casement Park Euro project, can I ask him, what will be the actual physical legacy for football from the Euros?
Principal Deputy Speaker, the Minister, the member is correct to raise the impact of the legacy of the Euros. As I've said in this House and elsewhere, it's important that a footballing tournament has a footballing legacy, and I intend that the sub-regional stadia programme, as well as other work that I intend to carry out in this area, will mean that we do have a legacy and a much improved footballing legacy right across Northern Ireland.
Thank you, Minister. I call Michelle McElveen. Minister.
Principal Deputy Speaker, I'm aware that there is a significant concern that intimidation points are abused. I can confirm that the Housing Executive undertakes a robust verification process to ensure points are awarded to those who meet the specified criteria. However, I believe change is needed to ensure that victims of trauma or violence, including victims of domestic abuse, are treated more consistently. People who are genuinely victims of violence must receive the priority they deserve, but we must also ensure that the system cannot be abused. As part of the ongoing fundamental review of social housing allocations, I will consider the future options for intimidation points. Independent research on this subject is close to completion. This will inform the options for future provision for the assessment, verification and prioritisation of housing need for victims of violence.
Michelle McElveen for supplementary.
Thank you. The Minister will appreciate that intimidation can cover a lot of scenarios. Take an example, an individual who's intimidated out of his home due to his alleged criminal activity or alleged affiliation to another illegal organisation. And there are instances where those individuals are simply moved down the street to another estate, inevitably bringing difficulties to the residents of the new estate. The Housing Executive and Housing Associations say that their hands are tied. Will the Minister look into how social housing providers can adequately address this issue to support the right of existing tenants to peaceful enjoyment of their properties free from undue interference?
Minister.
Well, the member gives an example that I'm sure will be familiar to many members, and she is correct to highlight the importance of protecting the rights of existing tenants and for peaceful protection of their own property. That is what I intend to do as Minister, and as well as looking at the issue of intimidation points, I also intend to keep under review policies and sanctions that will allow the Housing Executive and housing associations to take action against those who are causing problems in their neighbourhoods.
Call Kelly Armstrong, supplementary.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Can the Minister please provide an update on Proposal 7 in the fundamental review of the allocation system?
Minister.
Principal Deputy Speaker, I am sorry I don't have number 7, not quite sure which one that is, but yes, so that is currently part of the review and one of the recommendations for progress to be made, but I can give her that specific information. I am pleased that the recommendations that were agreed have been moving forward at pace. I understand some have been slower than we would have liked. I intend to move those forward as well as the outstanding ones, to consider those when the report comes through.
Call Daniel McCrossan.
Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Minister, could you provide any detail as to the numbers of people that have abused the intimidation point system over each of the last 3 years?
Minister.
No, I'm unable to provide that because, of course, we don't have concrete evidence of exactly who has or who has not been abusing them. A lot of the information we will have will be on anecdotal evidence, and that's not always possible to verify. However, it is an issue that is raised frequently with me, and I look forward to receiving the report so that I can base my decision on the evidence that's provided.
Ciara Ferguson for supplementary.
Deputy Speaker, I welcome obviously the Minister saying that in relation to better verifying intimidation points, and you're going to see clarity in that. Can it also be broadened to protect those at risk from domestic abuse?
Sir.
This is an issue that has been raised frequently, and I know there's a sense of unfairness that issues such as domestic abuse are not included. Protecting the most vulnerable in our society is central, and some of those who have been subject to domestic abuse obviously fall in to that category. Under the current scheme, those who are subject to intimidation receive 200 points, but someone who leaves their home as a result of domestic abuse can be allocated 70 points for homelessness and up to 40 primary social need points for violence or the threat of violence, a total of 110 points. So there is a system there in place that can be of some assistance if they fall into that category, but work is ongoing on that, and I will be taking that forward.
Call Colin Gildernew.
And could I also apologise for not being in my place yesterday for topical questions? Minister, question number 4, please.
Minister.
My department has a statutory obligation to produce a report on the operation of existing welfare supplementary payment schemes before the 31st of March 2025. It will then be for the Executive to consider next steps in relation to this.
Colin.
Minister, would you agree that it's much more likely to be families with children who receive the benefit cap mitigation payment, and that removing it would push those children further into poverty?
Minister.
Yes, there certainly is evidence in terms of the lack of mitigations in GB compared to what we have in place have had that impact. It's my understanding that the number of families affected are going down. I think that will be a smaller cost to the Executive in future years. But as to all of the mitigations that we have in place, I think it's right and proper that we examine them all, examine their effectiveness, and make sure that the money that we have available to help tackle the issues that the member and others have raised in this chamber, especially during our debates on poverty last week, are addressed.
Sean Mulholland.
Minister, are there any alternative measures being considered to address the needs of those who might be impacted if the benefit cap welfare supplementary payment isn't extended?
Minister.
Member will be aware of the report that I have received, the Independent Advisory Panel report on welfare mitigations. That sets out the issues and potential costs of some of the mitigations that are in place currently, but as well as that also offers additional mitigations that could be put in place. Obviously it's not for me to commit to any of these right now. That will be a decision for the Executive, but as I said to the Chairman of the Committee, it's important that we use the limited resources that we have in the way that helps to target and impact most on those issues such as poverty.
Paul Brown Kingston.
Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers so far. I wish to ask, can the Minister advise how much the current mitigations would cost, and what is the projected costs would be from the additional welfare mitigations highlighted in the report?
Yes, so the current mitigations, not including the implementation and delivery of them, but the funding that is paid out is 24 million in terms of the social sector size criteria, 2 million for the benefit cap, 122,000 for the loss of care payments, 113,000 for the time limiting of employment and support allowance, and 354,000 for disability living allowance to personal independence payment. In terms of the total cost, it'll be difficult for us to estimate the total cost of the potential additional mitigations. Some of those are hard to estimate, but so far, of the ones which we do have figures for, probably in and around £700 million.
Andy Allen.
Mr. Speaker, and the Minister has highlighted the important work of the independent panel, and there are many important mitigations within that report that we would love to be able to fund and take forward, and I appreciate the Minister is not going to commit to those today, but can I ask the Minister for his views on the CARES recognition payment, please?
Minister.
Yeah, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, the member's absolutely correct that this will obviously all be subject to executive agreement and budget being in place. I think that our carers do a fantastic job, and in so many of these areas we have people as carers or people working in the voluntary and community sector that take huge pressure off what would otherwise be placed on government departments, and I think that should be taken into consideration.
Call Connie Egan.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I eagerly await the upcoming Paralympic Games in Paris for the opportunity to watch athletes from Northern Ireland competing on the world stage. Northern Ireland has a number of noteworthy para-athletes, including, for example, Claire Taggart from my own constituency, and James McSorley, both Paralympians who have represented Team GB and NI at recent games.
Connie Egan for supplementary.
Thank you, and thank you, Minister. I agree, we have absolutely fantastic para-athletes here in Northern Ireland. I'll give a shout out to Kelly Gallagher from my own constituency, who was one of the first women in Team GB to win gold in para-alpine games. Can I please ask the Minister what plans you and your department have to ensure that people with disabilities can access sports across Northern Ireland?
Minister.
And Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I should have fully answered the member's question and said that £37,000 has been provided to individual Paralympic athletes through the Athlete Award programme, and £663,502 has come from Sport NI since 2020 to Disability Sport Northern Ireland. The member raises what support we can give for those that are disabled to take part in sport. This is of interest to me. I am pleased that we will be bringing forward a disability strategy soon, which will address the sporting element of this. But overall, I want to see more people take part in sport, especially those who have been underrepresented in the past, such as women and disabled people. And I'm more than happy to meet with those. I think I have an invitation in from those that are interested in this issue as we put together the disability strategy.
Called Cheryl Burnley.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for his positive responses so far. Could he also detail what practical support will also be provided for these athletes?
Yes, Sport NI offers its facilities at the Sports Institute facility in Jordanstown in our constituency, which seeks to support national governing bodies by helping to improve individual athlete sport performance through the provision of its science, medicine and support programmes. This includes performance management, performance skills, performance analysis, performance nutrition, strength and conditioning and sports medicine.
Paula Bradshaw's not in her place. I'm going to move on to Diane Dodds.
Question number 7.
Minister.
The faith-based sector plays an important role in society across Northern Ireland, and the Department works closely with faith-based organisations who are involved in delivering projects and support to communities to help address societal issues including childcare, deprivation, health and wellbeing and access to critical services. In the last 5 years, the Department has provided over £5.6 million in resource and capital funding through various programmes to a range of faith-based organisations for community development and support programmes. The Department has also invested some £375,000 over the last 5 years as part of our infrastructure support to promote the role of faith-based organisations in serving the needs of communities across Northern Ireland.
Diane Dodds for supplementary.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and thanks to the Minister. The Minister is aware, and I know he is aware personally, of the huge role that faith-based organisations play within our community. Too often they have to sort of have their faith as a secondary element in order to ask for grant support either from government or from wider agencies. Will the Minister commit to looking at this element of the support for faith-based organisations and acknowledge the significant community services that they provide?
Minister.
I'm absolutely happy to look at that, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. The member will be aware that many of the services that were originally provided to people right across Northern Ireland in terms of schools and hospitals originally came from a faith-based background. That continues today. We have many churches and faith-based organisations involved in various anti-poverty measures, involved in food banks, in mental health support, and in particular in youth and children's work. And that is particularly significant here in Northern Ireland. We can think of many of the youth organisations. They provide an incredible service, especially to children and young people, and we should look at the ways in which we can ensure their help to deliver some of the support services that they provide.
Call Saoirse Eastwood.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I'd like to ask the Minister, does he have any intentions...
Sorry, Saoirse, it's just your question. Call your question out and then.
Yeah, number 8.
Thank you.
I am committed to ensuring that social housing tenants are not left behind on the pathway to net zero by 2050. My department has developed a housing supply strategy which acknowledges the importance of ensuring we have good quality homes. One of the proposed long-term commitments of the strategy is to ensure there is an emphasis on improving the energy efficiency of homes and ensuring a just transition to decarbonised solutions. My department has also supported the Housing Executive in securing and utilising €22.951 million from the European Regional Development Fund for their energy efficiency and social housing programme, with match funding from the Housing Executive. The programme improved the thermal efficiency of 1,406 non-traditional construction homes within the Housing Executive stock. A further £57.5 million has been made available for the Housing Executive's thermal improvement and low carbon programmes in the financial year 24-25. My officials are also working on developing the NIHE revitalisation programme and a potential future retrofit funding model for registered housing associations. Given this level of investment in social home decarbonisation, alongside the severe financial and budgetary constraints that all departments are currently facing, I have no plans to introduce a separate social housing decarbonisation fund.
Saoirse for a supplementary.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Sorry about that, one of those weeks and it's only Tuesday, but sure. I thank the Minister for his response, and I just wonder, in terms of the implementation of a social housing decarbonisation fund, how would that help to achieve net zero targets?
Well, I think some of the work that I've just outlined will significantly contribute to our net zero targets, because we understand how much residential buildings are contributing to meeting those targets. However, for me, what's even more important is making sure that people have a warm home to live in. And we know the health impacts that can have. We know how it can impact upon young people's educational attainment. So for me, having the most energy efficient homes and warm homes that help protect people and protect their incomes is one of the most important reasons for us to take this on.
Ciara Ferguson.
Speaker, could the Minister outline the most up-to-date projected scale of social housing investment required to address the backlog in maintenance and reflect decarbonisation costs to future-proof our social homes? Thank you.
I don't have the specific figure with me, but in terms of the overall budget required to bring our homes up to standard, including the energy efficiency measures and this schemes that will need to take place to help us reach net zero, we're talking in the billions of pounds.
Sinead McLaughlin for supplementary.
Thank you, Speaker. As you have said, Minister, there are huge health benefits to decarbonisation. Currently, some of our older housing stock is actually contributing to making people sick. We've people coming into our offices with asthma, COPD, and ultimately working it back into the state of their houses. How can you address these health inequalities in the provision of housing that you are overseeing?
Yes, unfortunately, that's not something that's limited to any one area. I think all of us will have had constituents that have come in to us highlighting the issues around some of the housing stock that we have here in Northern Ireland. I think that's why it's essential that we invest more. That may require a change to how the housing executive in particular operates. And that's something that I'm determined to take forward. If we can change that system, we can change how it's funded, we can then improve our social housing stock so that people can live in warmer and healthier homes.
Thank you. So far, it is important, and I welcome the fact that he said about warmer homes. And just following on, I suppose what more can be done to retrofit the existing housing stock with renewable energy solutions, taking into account what the Minister has already said? Thank you.
Yeah, the member's absolutely right to highlight the renewable energy solutions that can be deployed as well in order to make sure that we have more energy efficient homes. If a home has a roof, which all should have, it provides great opportunity for householders to generate some of their own energy as well through the installation of solar panels. And I think that that is something that we should all be looking at and considering, especially right now where the price of solar panels has gone so low. I think that is a way that not only helps us to meet our targets, but importantly allows people to keep more of their money in their pockets.
Call Doug Beattie.
Please. The impact of capacity restrictions on water, sewage infrastructure and residential development is a significant one. It's an issue that I know is highlighted regularly in discussions between my department and stakeholders regarding social housing delivery. In relation to the social housing development programme, in the event of a confirmed and significant reduction in capital budget allocation for Northern Ireland Water over the coming years, the Northern Ireland Housing Executive have been advised it is their understanding that existing housing developments which are under construction should generally still be permitted to connect to the Northern Ireland Water Network at completion stage. From 24-25 programme year onwards, it's my understanding that any reduction in the Northern Ireland Water capital budget will have a knock-on impact on the timetable for planned upgrade works over the coming years. Whilst this will not necessarily preclude new social housing developments from being approved and developed, it will mean that the current position, whereby the majority of new developments require a site-specific Northern Ireland Water engineering solution in order to progress, will continue for a longer period.
Doug Beattie for a supplementary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the Minister for his answer, and in part he answered a bit of it, but I mean there are some already areas which are at capacity, with owners having now to install their own septic tanks for maybe just not shy of £10,000, and this is increasing the cost of social housing. Will the Minister consider a scheme to match funds so we can ensure that social housing continue to be built in areas where we are at capacity?
Well, the process that I had just outlined inevitably will add delays and cost to the planning approvals process for new social housing developments. I'm open to all ideas about how we can progress this, but ultimately we need to deal with this at the root cause, which is making sure we have the necessary wastewater infrastructure in place, and that's where it should be directed in the meantime.
Philip Brett.
Thank you, Madam
Speaker. And given the pressure then on providing new social homes as a result of lack of sewage capacity, does the Minister not agree with me that it's nonsensical to demolish houses in areas of high social housing demand? And I think particularly of my ongoing campaign to save Abbotskull House in North Belfast and Rathcoole, where residents want to remain but the Housing Executive want to put them out of their homes and knock them down. Can the Minister commit to supporting my campaign to keep these families in their homes?
I'm grateful to the member for raising this with me yet again. He has been consistent in his desire to see these homes remain. I think it is important that we look at the cost of the renovations that may need to take place, but we also need to make sure that there are homes there that can be lived in. We also have to take into consideration the views of local residents as well when it comes to these issues, and many want to ensure that they continue to have a supply of housing. My priority is to make sure that we have housing. We'll look at whatever options will help us to achieve that.
Mark Durkin for supplementary.
I've got a free will ask given the capacity issues faced by Northern Ireland Water and the impact that's having on the delivery of housing, particularly social housing, could the Minister outline any collaboration or conversations even he has had with his counterpart, the Minister for Infrastructure, on addressing this issue?
Yes, absolutely. My officials regularly engage with counterparts within other departments, in the Department of Infrastructure in particular. I will be bringing a housing supply strategy to the Executive soon, because I recognise that this is not just an issue for one department to tackle. We will need to have cross-party, cross-departmental working, and I believe that I will be able to get that housing supply strategy to the Executive and get that buy-in so we can address those issues.
Question 10 has been withdrawn. I call Joanne Bunting.
Please.
Minister.
The Housing Executive has a range of powers at its disposal for dealing with antisocial behaviour issues. My department keeps these under review to ensure that they are working effectively. To this end, as part of a joint public consultation with the Department of Justice, my department recently published proposals to amend existing antisocial behaviour legislation, including grounds for possession and injunctions against antisocial behaviour. Officials will review the responses received, and I will consider the recommendations and next steps in due course.
Joanne for supplementary.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I suppose the issue here is that there are tenants who have problems, and there are other tenants who willfully cause mayhem and misery wherever they live and wherever they are moved, because the Housing Executive is obliged to house them. They are persistent offenders, and it seems that the thresholds to deal with them are extremely high. What measures will the Minister take to ensure that whatever is brought forward will have the teeth to deal with these people who actually wreck the reputations of given areas? Thank you.
Minister.
Yeah, I'm grateful to the member for her question and for raising this, because as I said to Michelle McIlveen a few moments ago, this is a real issue, and problem tenants don't just cause problems for themselves or even just their immediate neighbours. Sometimes it can be quite a number throughout the area in which they live. So the first thing we need to do is make sure that the Housing Executive and housing associations are able to use the powers that they currently have, and where changes are needed, we need to make sure that those are put in place. And in addition to this, as part of the review of the housing selection scheme, my department is committed to taking forward legislation that will implement changes to eligibility for social housing and full homelessness duty status where there has been unacceptable behaviour. Such a bill would be subject to the Executive's legislative priorities, and I'd be more than happy to discuss this issue with the member further.
Matthew O'Toole.
Deputy Speaker, Minister, you mentioned the joint review being undertaken between your department and the Justice Department. Are you specifically planning or intending a joint announcement on next steps with the Justice Minister, and when might we expect that?
So the joint consultation was launched in November time. It ran until March, and there was a further extension then granted to the 5th of April. I'm going to be briefed on the responses to the consultation and next steps in due course, and I'm happy to keep the House informed.
Kelly, very quickly.
Minister, thank you very much. Whenever the Housing Executive are able to be provided with data that can help with the removal of problem tenants, the same data is not able to be provided to housing associations. Will the Minister consider reviewing the policy to allow that to happen?
Minister.
I'd be happy to do that.
Okay, that ends the period for listed questions. We'll now move on to 15 minutes for topical questions, and I call Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Minister, at last week's Communities Committee, the committee was told that temporary promotions were only given in exceptional circumstances and would aim to be kept restricted to a year. Why, Minister, has there been promotions of 3,499 up to 1 year, 725 up to 2 years, 201 up to 3 years, 67 up to 4 years, 18 up to 5 years, and 10 temporary promotions lasting over 7 years?
Minister.
Clearly, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, that's not something that we are happy or content with. It is something, work is ongoing. In fact, there has been some movement on that even in recent weeks. This is an issue that I have raised with the Permanent Secretary, as the member will have done last week as well. The level of temporary promotions in DFC, however, is in line with other departments across the Northern Ireland Civil Service. My department operates in line with the temporary promotions policy that sets out how they are to be managed, and the duration of temporary promotion also relates to individuals and not specific posts.
Daniel McCrossan.
For that. I think what the Minister is saying, it's awful, but we're no different than every department, so every department is awful. Minister, this is an unacceptable situation. I'm sure you will agree that the huge number of temporary promotions within your department is a cause of concern for existing staff in terms of available opportunities for them, and isn't best practice when it comes to your department or any other in this executive.
And as I've said, I'm committed to reducing the number and duration of temporary promotion arrangements, and my officials are engaged with NICS HR to progress recruitment competitions that will fill more posts substantively, and to improve and speed up recruitment processes through the NICS People Plan.
David Honeyford.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Minister, your party colleague in Education, Minister Paul Givan, is pressing ahead with a large £400 million capital school project in Oma without a business case and without security of future funding. Yet the tender documents for Casement Park have been ready and have been held by you for almost 2 months. Can you explain what's the delay and what the difference of approach for Casement Park is?
Minister.
Quite simply, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, we are waiting on funding clarity from partners, including the UK Government, and once we receive that clarity, we will consider next steps.
David Honeyford.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. And Minister, given the delivery timeline is extremely tight for Casement Park, I asked you a question about why it's good for one DUP minister, but it's not good for the other. The Education Minister is pressing ahead with a business case and without security of funding. So could the Minister ensure and give us a firm commitment and reassure this House that he will not let the tender process or any further process delay or drag to the point where we miss out on the Euro 2028?
Well, as I've already said to the member, this is dependent upon the funding from the UK Government. My understanding for the Ministerial Education campus is that the Minister went to the Executive and received the funding it needed to begin that project. We are not in the situation where we have the funding clarity that we need.
Declan McAleer.
Minister, you will be aware that, reply to a recent question to myself, you indicate that the regeneration focus of your department is on populations of 5,000 or more. Now, in rural constituencies like my own of West Roma, there's only 2 settlements of more than 5,000 people. Will you consider reviewing this policy?
Minister.
Yeah. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, whilst my department is responsible for urban regeneration, I understand the issues faced by our rural communities. I come from a rural community, I represent a rural community, and my predecessor, Paul Givan, when he was then Communities Minister, indicated he would like to extend the department's scheme to regenerate public spaces to small towns and villages. It was hoped that we would have had a phased approach, beginning with settlements of over 2,500 persons and working closely with local councils and the Department for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. However, this was dependent upon the resources being made available, but no further funds were found to take this forward. Since then, and particularly in response to COVID-19, my department has led on the COVID-19 recovery, revitalisation and small settlements programmes in partnership with DFI and DERA. And the cross-departmental nature of these regeneration activities has been clearly demonstrated, confirming the need for the Executive to take this forward.
Dagon McAleer for supplementary.
I welcome the response to the Minister. And as the Minister, in light of his response, is he satisfied that his department is fulfilling their statutory responsibilities on the Rural Needs Act to pay due regard to the needs of rural areas when developing and implementing policies? Chair Margaret.
Yes, I do believe that we are adhering to our statutory responsibilities under law. However, I do believe that we can always do more than simply just follow the law. We can go up and above what is required. That's why I'm always more than happy to work with my ministerial counterpart in DERA to see what other schemes can be put in place to support regeneration in rural settlements, such as my department's Village Catalyst Grant Scheme, and the Architectural Heritage Fund, and through the Housing Executive.
Nick Matheson.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, can the Minister confirm a time frame for when local government remote meetings regulations will be brought before the Assembly, further to the papers on this issue tabled with the Communities Committee?
Yes, I hope to be in a position to bring those forward in the coming weeks.
Nick Matheson for supplementary.
Thank the Minister for his answer. The Minister's papers tabled with the committee detail that there will be conditions that the member must meet in order to attend a remote meeting of Council. Can the Minister advise what these conditions will be?
So my approach to this has been largely to leave this in the hands of the councils themselves. There will need to be changes that are made to standing orders. I certainly have my own views on how and when a member should be allowed to attend remotely, but ultimately I believe that should be a decision for the councils themselves.
Call Philip Brett.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, Minister, one of the biggest causes of fuel poverty for our constituents is the cost of boiler replacement schemes. Following the closure of the boiler replacement scheme by your department before Christmas, could I have an update please on any plans that you have to bring in a new scheme to support families across Northern Ireland?
Yes, in September 23 the closure of the boiler replacement scheme was announced due to budgetary constraints. In the previous 2 years the scheme had seen a significant decrease in both inquiries and applications received. The decision was made to consolidate and protect the affordable warmth scheme, which was kept open. Now, I understand there are still people who need help to heat their homes, and the affordable warmth scheme is currently open to applications and set to run until March 26. This scheme continues to assist low-income owner-occupiers and households in the private rented sector with an annual household income of less than £23,000. My department is currently in the early stages of developing a new fuel poverty intervention that will replace the current affordable warmth scheme when it ends, and obviously a boiler replacement element could be part of that.
Philip Brett for supplementary.
Minister, and can I welcome your commitment to developing a new policy support on that? But like you, Minister, we were all elected on these benches of helping working families, and one of the main concerns with these schemes is the low threshold income, and meaning that hard-pressed families across North Belfast were not able to avail of this support. Will the Minister look at raising the income threshold to ensure that working families can avail of this scheme?
Principal Deputy Speaker, obviously we are in the early stages of the redevelopment of this scheme, and there were lots of different factors that we will have to consider, the different elements and the issue that he's raised on eligibility. But I absolutely believe with him that some of the most hard-pressed people in our communities are working families, the working poor, those who so often miss out on other benefits that are available, and I believe these are people that need our help and our support, and that will be something that drives the decision making in relation to this, making sure that we can help those that are most hard pressed.
Brian Kingston.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I wish to ask the Minister, as he'll be aware, in Westland Estate in North Belfast, the community has long desired to have a replacement community centre. Can the Minister set out for us what support his department has provided to progress that desire?
Minister.
Yes, the member frequently raises the Westland estate with me. I'll have to come and visit it sometime because I've heard so much about it from the member. I understand that the proposal to build a new community facility serving the Westland estate is being managed by the Executive Office through its Urban Villages programme. My officials have been engaging with community representatives in the area over a sustained period to support and develop community infrastructure in the area through the Westland Community Group, and this is being delivered through the Capacity Support Project.
Brian Kingston for supplementary.
Thank you. Thank the Minister for that reply and for that commitment. And could I ask him just to set out his department's financial support for community development in the Westland area over recent times?
Yes, Principal Deputy Speaker. In November 2023, my department issued a neighbourhood renewal grant funding agreement to provide salary and programme costs to enable Belfast City Council to engage a community development worker to support the group for the period November 23 to March 25. £12,007.09 was awarded for the period from December 23 to March 24. Funding for 24-25 remains to be determined. However, £8,417 has been awarded for the first quarter of the year in line with funding procedures for the neighbourhood renewal funded organisations, while the department's budget allocation is clarified.
Emma Sheeran.
Minister, could I ask you for an update on the sexual orientation strategy, please?
Minister.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, my department has responsibility for a number of the social inclusion strategies. I'm currently considering evidence, advice and briefing on each of those. They're at different stages, but when I have an update I will of course bring that to the House.
I'm Sharon for supplementary.
And thank you, Minister, for that answer. Minister, in the absence of a Bill of Rights for the North, we're obviously at a rights deficit here, and particularly groups like the LGBTQA plus community who suffer that very vividly. I wonder, would you agree with me of the importance of this strategy in the first instance? And secondly, will you commit to liaison with the sector on the specifics of this strategy?
Of course, Principal Deputy Speaker, I'm happy to engage with anyone the member wants to bring to speak to me that will help inform the development of these strategies.
Neil McAllister.
Deputy Speaker, the Minister will be aware that his department granted licence to Milltown Cemetery to do exploratory works regarding the bottom of the cemetery that included the baby graves and unmarked burial plots. Given the information that has come to light, will the Minister use his power to enforce that the Catholic Church through the Trust Diocese will stop any works there until an independent investigation is carried out?
I appreciate the member raising this issue. I believe a licence was issued to NAC last year to archaeologically monitor test trenching at Milltown Cemetery. Trenching took place to the east and north of the existing burial plots. 28 trenches were excavated, with 9 previously unmarked burials located within 3 of the trenches. All burials were distributed and all burials were undisturbed and remain in situ. No burials were disturbed or excavated during the test trenching, and with their locations now known, they will be avoided by modern burials as the cemetery expands into this area. That's the briefing that I have received on that. If the member has further concerns, I'd be happy to discuss those with her.
Neil, for a supplementary.
Well, just to inform the Minister, I have in my possession, as do others, affidavits signed by previous workers at Milltown Cemetery who have stated that they did indeed bury infants in the land that is now being reused for burial plots. So I would urge the Minister to do anything that he has in his power to ensure that those babies that are buried in those unmarked graves can rest in peace.
Minister.
Principal Deputy Speaker, can I say to the member that I understand the importance and the sensitivity of this issue. I recognise that she's raised this, so I will raise this with officials and ensure that her concerns and the concerns, I'm sure, of many others are taken seriously.
David Brooks.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answer so far. Could I ask the Minister what plans the Department has to advance an empty home strategy?
The member will be aware of the previous empty homes strategy that was taken forward by my department, and I think it's fair to say that the success of that was questionable. He'll be aware of the housing supply strategy that I intend to bring to the executive soon, and I believe that empty homes is something that will have to be considered as we consider housing supply all round.
Very quickly, David.
The Minister for his engagement in that, and encourage him to, given the scale of the housing crisis and the issues with new developments and the infrastructure difficulties that have been talked about here today, can I encourage him to engage with all relevant stakeholders, housing associations, etc., to ensure we maximise the potential of those vacant dwellings and bring them back into use?
Yes, I'm absolutely happy to do that. We do have a intense housing need in areas right across Northern Ireland, and it doesn't make sense for homes to be lying empty. Obviously we want people in those homes. There can also often be an antisocial element to that. In fact, I was just out in my own constituency on Saturday speaking to some residents that were concerned about an empty home in their area. So yes, we should explore all options and engage with all relevant partners and departments in order to ensure that empty homes can be lived in.
That's the end of question time. Well done, everyone. Could members just take their ease to do a change at the top table?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please resume your seats. We're now proceeding back to sorry, allow me to find my place. Apologies for that, team. Back to the order paper on the motion for addiction and drug-related deaths. And Alan Robinson, you're up next. Thank you.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, in a similar theme to others, I want to express my sincerest apologies to those who have lost and who are part of these sad and ever-growing stats that we have before us here today. I think the theme of the debate today has been on the right tone, and those that have lost loved ones have been central to it. I absolutely recognise that this is an issue of utmost importance, and one that affects the very fabric of our society. The recent report in January, published by NISRA, cast a light on drug-related deaths and substance misuse. Since 2012, deaths due to drug-related causes have rose by 98%, from 110 to a peak of 218 in 2020 and 213 in 2021. However, there is a marked decrease in the number of drug-related deaths in 2022. The 2022 figure of 154 still represents a 40% increase in the number of drug deaths registered a decade ago, but is a significant decrease from 2021, which I would ask the Minister for his assessment of. Does he believe that some aspect of the substance misuse strategy is working? As those on the front line grapple with this crisis, we must always recognise that this is not merely a statistical blip. Any death is a human tragedy that touches lives, families and entire areas. These are not mere numbers. They represent sons, daughters, friends and neighbours lost prematurely. And the intrinsic connection between social deprivation, poverty, isolation, mental health and addiction cannot be overstated. It is a vicious cycle, one that traps individuals in a web of despair, where substance misuse becomes both a symptom and a cause. The NI Audit Office report detailed how the 20% most deprived areas accounted for 44.5% of drug-related deaths and 44.4% of drug misuse deaths between 2018 and 2022, compared to 7.6% drug-related and 7.2% drug misuse deaths in the 20% least deprived areas over the same period. Belfast had the highest rate of drug deaths in 2022, while Causeway, Coast and Glens, in my own constituency, had the second highest rate. The NISRA data on deprivation shows that addiction thrives where hope is scarce. And as the data is dissected, we find that those aged 25 to 34 bear the brunt of this epidemic. And these are the prime years of life, filled with promise and potential, yet they are cut short by the grip of addiction. And it's a multifaceted problem that cuts across society, and these societal issues will require a number of executive ministers to deal collectively. Therefore, I urge our Minister to keep us focused on this topic. The substance use strategy provides a roadmap, a lifeline for harm prevention, reduction and addiction treatment. The strategy detailed the rapidly changing nature of substance use and recommended a review to be conducted after 5 years to refresh its actions and to give the opportunity for emerging evidence to be taken on board. I trust that life will continue to be breathed into these provisions. The NISRA report also shows that opioids consistently top the list as the cause of these tragic deaths. Indeed, each year over half of drug-related deaths have involved an opioid, in which heroin and morphine are the most frequently mentioned. As for providing residential rehabilitation services in Northern Ireland, I do hope they are provided on an equal access basis. And whilst providing such services will require an ongoing and considerable financial outlay, they would, however, be an investment in our collective well-being. And that is borne out from the NI Audit Office report, which indicated that alcohol misuse alone in the province was 900 million per annum, and when costs of the harms related to other drugs are added, would take this figure to 1.5 billion per annum. In conclusion, beyond the statistics, there are human faces behind the numbers. Our loved ones, our friends, our neighbours, lives lost, families shattered. The Assembly and the Executive has to be shown to be the architect of change in the storm of addiction, and therefore we must turn the tide. My party will be supporting the amendment, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. As Ms McAllister is not in her place, I call Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I just want to thank the proposer of the motion. Very, very important debate today, and I would concur with others that the tone and sentiments would confer with those. So I was just going to talk about a number of issues that I've dealt with in my role as an MLA, just to bring some of the motion to life, and I very much am struck by where the motion talks about the intrinsic connection between social deprivation, poverty, isolation, mental health and drug addictions. On Saturday I was in my constituency and happened upon a very serious argument in the street. There was a young woman in a very distressed state and a very aggravated partner who was shouting out the window at her, and she wanted back in her house. And of course I wasn't going anywhere when I saw this. So it turned out that her partner is a very serious drug addict, and she had found drugs in the house, and she's a young family, and she flushed them down to the toilet, and he thought his measured reaction to that would be to smash the house up. And so she was obviously in a very distressed state. Earlier in the week he had stolen £100-odd, I don't want to give too much details away, £100-odd out of her purse to cover a drug debt, and I would very much concur with what Carol said there. You know, the drug debts are to paramilitaries, or so-called paramilitaries, or to thugs. So there's that added layer of complexity here in Northern Ireland. So he effectively stole money out of the mouths of his babies. He stole money that was meant for top-up cards, for clothes, etc. And the problem with all of this is that I would say that young man, if he was not in an addicted state, he probably would be highly ashamed and highly sorry for what he had got himself into. And when I spoke to this young lady, took her around the corner with a cup of tea, you know, she said his parents are both lifelong abusers of drugs and alcohol, and is it any wonder that he ended up in that state? And again, Carol hit the nail on the head. This young man had presented at the matter many times and the emergency department at the Royal looking for help, and it just wasn't there, and came home. He'd suffered from poor mental health his entire life, so it's just the worst of situations to stumble across, and my office is working with her now, but it's just so sad how it not just affects the individual but everybody around them. And it would then also pick up on the need for the residential rehabilitation unit in Belfast. And again, walking through my constituencies, I don't just do this on purpose, but I saw a really aggravated argument between a young woman who was clearly pregnant with a guy, and I just was not walking away. I'm not a superhero, but I'm just the type of person who just won't walk away from something if I'm just not sure that it's safe. And the next thing, the young woman smacked the guy up the face, so I then spoke up, and he ran off. But it turns out that this woman at 7 months had left the Royal, been in as an inpatient, still had the wristband on her arm, and she came straight from the Royal. Her boyfriend had picked her up, and she went straight down to Botanic Avenue to buy drugs, and the drug dealer had just taken her money and hadn't given her any money. So, you know, the need for a residential rehabilitation unit, like it's plain to see, you know. So from that day on, I very much agree with it. And then I suppose the last story I would recount is when we were doing a walk around the Holy Land. We came round into one of the alleyways, and there was two heroin users. One was injecting the other one's foot with a syringe to get, because obviously all the rest of his veins had collapsed. So, look, you know, just around every corner, especially in inner city communities, you will find the impact from this scourge of drugs and the very, very hopeless people who are addicted to them. And just to go back to that young lady, the 7 months pregnant lady, I always wonder what happened to her. You know, I just always think, you know, what happened to her and what happened to her baby, and did they ever get the support that they needed? You know, just really desperate situation. So, look, and I would thank Orlia for the time she has brought people to the steps of Stormont, and I met with some of the mothers, bereaved parents that you brought up that day, and I think that they were so frustrated that they have walked those steps up to Stormont so many times, begging for help. They have lost loved ones themselves, and they don't want anyone else to go through that. So I think that this is very timely, very much supported, and I look forward to the Minister's response in terms of what concrete action can be taken forward, especially around the residential rehabilitation unit. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. I call on Cara Hunter.
Who are bringing this really important motion forward, and I'd like to thank Orlia for the large number of work that she's done on this, and I know you care really passionately about this issue, so thank you so much for bringing this forward today. I too would just like to echo the sentiment here today with my condolences for families who have lost someone due to drugs or to alcohol, and my constituency colleague Mr Robinson touched on so eloquently around the complexities of the lives that these people live, but also in the Causeway Coast and Glens area we do have a real drug problem, and a lot of people really need to know that the support is out there, and it's so difficult for the family network in their entirety, so that help is out there, and to please seek it. But I welcome this debate today on this pressing issue which has been silently harming our communities, and for years we have seen the undeniable link of drug use, alcoholism, mental health, suicide, and of course in the north, intergenerational trauma. These issues have defined so many of our lives, our families, and even our childhoods. And I have raised at the Education Committee the real need for us as MLAs and those that do sit on the committee to recognise how addiction actually impacts the entire home and the children within it, and the impact that these behaviours can have on children at school and their achievements, as this can often act as an adverse childhood experience. It can really shape their lives later in life and actually push them into having an addiction as well. Behind the stark statistics of addiction and drug deaths lie real humans, real human stories, each one a tragedy, each one of them has a family, and each one is a desperate call for action. Let us start with some really awful statistics. So in 2022, we know there was 154 drug-related deaths. While this marks as a decrease from the previous year, it's so important to recognise that drug-related deaths have been on a steady rise since 2012, with a staggering 98% increase. So we know that over 2/3 of these deaths were classified as drug misuse deaths, affecting predominantly men within that age group of 25 to 44, bearing the brunt of this crisis. So I think there is a real emphasis here, if we're aware that demographic, that age group is struggling so significantly. We need to ensure that we're creating those safe spaces for young men and fellas to open up and to really talk about mental health. And Ms Dodds had touched on dual diagnosis, and I really celebrate the work of the different MLAs, including my colleague Mark Durkin on that APG. I really do believe it's so positive to see the cross-party support for these kinds of initiatives and talking about these societal issues that impact every one of us and our family at some point in our lives. The numbers that I've just mentioned really only scratch the surface. They fail to capture what is a complex web of pain and suffering that lies beneath those who are struggling with addiction. Behind each death lies a story of despair, both often rooted in intergenerational trauma, and many are using opioids, for example, to numb both psychological and physical pain. And for many, drugs and alcohol offer that temporary escape of the cycle of pain, but tragically, this often leads to further anguish, death, and destruction. The link between substance abuse and mental health is irrefutable, and too often, those struggling with trauma and depression turn to drugs and alcohol as a coping mechanism, only to find themselves trapped further in a vicious cycle of addiction. And as the grip of addiction tightens, the risk of suicide sadly looms ever larger. It is a vicious cycle, perpetrated by the legacy also of our troubled history, and I think this is a really important thing to note here, is we're well aware the impact that the Troubles has had on all backgrounds and beliefs across the North, and there's an undeniable link there. People are using alcohol and drugs to cope perhaps what's happened in their lifetime, in their childhood. They have children, they witness alcoholism in the home, and you're seeing parents who are struggling to cope with trauma, and then that passes on through the generations. So I'm delighted we're having this conversation here today. Amidst this darkness, there is hope. We have the power to break this cycle, to offer support and compassion to those in need, and to address the root causes of addiction and mental illness. And that's why we're supporting this motion here today and the amendment. It starts with recognising that substance abuse is not simply a matter of choice, but often a symptom of a deeper societal problem. And just touching on there, the substance use strategy and the harm reduction models must urgently be implemented. And what I have found in my time of being an MLA for 4 years now is that there's a real struggle for people who need access to mental health support. For example, if you do have drink or drugs in your system, you present to A&E and you're looking for help, you're not getting it, you're pushed away, and we need to really look at how we can best support vulnerable people when they're at their lowest. So we will be supporting the motion and the amendment here today. I'd like to thank the Health Minister as well for being here. I know he cares passionately about this issue, and I would just like to echo my thanks to our leader, Colm Eastwood, for working with the British Government on the Northlands Centre, and I hope the Executive can support that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call on Nuala McAllister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I do apologise for not being in my space, but I was speaking to the Minister about my topical just there. Look, I thank Orlia for bringing forward this motion today, and I just want to start really by discussing the poem that was read out by Jack. And I think that the poem is really reflective of his mind and how he was obviously quite an artistic and capable person who had a whole future ahead of him. And I think that's really sad about the fact that society has let Jack and his family, who have been left behind, down. And I think it is incumbent upon all of us, most importantly the Minister, of course, to actually grapple with the issue of addiction in society. But of course it is not just a health approach. It is primarily and first and foremost a health approach, but not just a health approach. And I will speak just for a moment and declare an interest as a political member of the Policing Board, is that when it also comes to drugs and addiction, there is a policing element to it as well. And one instance in particular is the prevalence of the use now of Noxalone in our communities, and the fact that police's first responders do utilise it, and they have spoken at Policing Board at how that has been useful for them in saving lives. But one thing I think the Minister, and I hope that maybe the Minister can provide some feedback on, is about the further rollout of that to other first responders. I think in terms when we are talking about budgets that are very stretched, that we need to ensure that we do have assistance in any way that we can manage. But the other angle of it being a policing response is that people are often punished for having an addiction by the criminal justice system. And that's because they have first and foremost been let down by society and then by the health system. And last October, there was a move from the police, which I spoke up in favour of and supported them, with regards to taking on the public health approach, in which they did actually message the high volume, over 2,000 people who were found, numbers were found on a phone during a drugs raid, about the dangers of using drugs. And I think that was very important, because it shows that there is not just one approach in the criminal justice system, and so there shouldn't be just one approach within the health system either when it comes to tackling drugs. Deputy Speaker, whenever I was Lord Mayor, I took an interest in this issue, because actually as a young person growing up in North Belfast, I did, and members of an extended family did suffer from an alcohol addiction. And I thought rather naively at that time that it was their fault. But I was young, and I think it was important, though, that we do reflect and that your views do change, and it's important that they do. So I took it upon myself to actually become more knowledgeable in this area, and how it actually affects people, and how every single one of these individuals are people. So I went to DePaul, Ireland, Stella Maris, down in the Sailortown area of North Belfast, and I met some amazing people there who suffered very unfortunately with an alcohol addiction. And I spent a lot of time there, because actually it was just so important to have your eyes open to the realities of what life can throw at you. And just what the Speaker from North Belfast, Carol, mentioned was about the trauma that people actually have and face in their life. Whenever I thought about that yesterday, I texted someone who also went with me, only to learn that one of the residents there has died since from a drug overdose, with a needle found in their arm in a room all alone. And I wasn't aware of it at the time, and I think that's really sad. And actually, just on reflection, people only get angry about drug overdoses and deaths when they happen in public. But when they happen in quiet rooms, which they do very often, people don't get angry about it. And that's why we need a whole system approach, not just a health approach, not just a criminal justice approach, a communities approach too, because we also need to tackle poverty. We need to tackle the root causes of addiction and the harm that it can have on families and on the individual, most importantly, and compassion is the way forward. I understand that there's a lot to do with this regard. I understand that budgets are stretched, but actually it costs more to do nothing or very little than it actually does to implement a proper substance abuse strategy and to have that rehabilitation service. We are not concerned as to where it is located, because we don't want a postcode lottery. We want to ensure that everyone in Northern Ireland will have access to it where it's needed, so we will be supporting both the amendment and the motion. But hopefully I can hear some of the responses to some of the points I made from the Minister. But again, I want to thank the member for bringing forward this motion, and from being in the committee with the member, I know she is passionate about it.
Could the member bring her remarks to a close,
please? And we will
please?
also be joining her in campaigning on this issue for the long term. Thank you.
Could I call on Jerry Carroll?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank the member for bringing the motion today. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's clear that the war on drugs has failed. Working class areas are in the grips of a deepening mental health and drug addiction crisis, and those affected deserve our support. And communities devastated by years of austerity and inequality are at the sharp end of these crises, and this is a direct impact of the state, Westminster and Stormont's failure to uplift people out of poverty, to invest in mental health services and addiction support. There obviously are no quick and easy solutions to some of these problems, but I think we need to start with an approach that deals with it as a primarily and mainly a health issue rather than a criminal justice issue. We need to recognise that those using drugs are often self-medicating while forced to cope with the ravages of a broken economic system, and including having trauma themselves.
Therefore, I do welcome the call today, Deputy Speaker, for the provision of properly equipped rehab centre. However, given the agenda of the Executive and talk of budget cuts and budget restraints, I would seriously question if they will provide the necessary funding, and I hope this motion is not just for the optics, because I think that Sinn Féin, the DUP, may want a rehab centre in theory. I would ask if they're prepared to bring it forward and fund it in practice. And similarly, no Executive party will say they want people to suffer from mental ill health but continue to underfund mental health services year on year. And by doing so, this government is condemning more people to addiction and far too many to death. And the number of drug deaths in the north has risen by 40% in 10 years. That has happened on the watch of the ruling parties here. And the need for better services is greater than ever. However, tackling this critical issue will require funding and resources. And I hope I'm wrong, Deputy Speaker, but I'm not confident that this Executive is prepared to provide it in the context of yet another austerity budget. Delivery of these services needs to be more than a hypothetical suggestion or a distant aspiration. And I think it's not mentioned in this motion, and it needs to have this in it, but we need to see a safe injection centre and more needle exchange programmes so we can prevent overdoses, ensure people's safety and ensure needles are disposed of properly. And the law and order approach, Deputy Speaker, does not work and only serves to criminalise those with serious addiction issues and allows paramilitary and criminal gangs to ultimately profit from the trade. And by every metric, the war on drugs has failed. Drug use has remained largely the same, whilst drug deaths have actually increased. And time again we hear of the success of countries like Portugal, who have deployed a health-based model, and yet the state refuses to accept and listen to the evidence. Portugal has the lowest drug deaths in Western Europe, one-tenth the rate of Britain, 1/50th the rate of the US. And from around 2001 to 2018, Portugal's number of heroin addicts dropped from 100,000 to 25,000, a huge reduction of 75%. HIV infections from drug use injection had declined by 90%, incredible numbers. And in Switzerland, which has also taken a more progressive approach, drug deaths have halved since the mid-1990s. And in that same period, the UK's drug deaths have doubled. The health-based model, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is safer, reduces drug use and saves money that would be otherwise pumped into futile policing and justice, which hasn't worked. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Home Office spends an estimated $20 billion per year on war on drugs, whilst the British government spends just £680 million on treatment and prevention. This Executive has £63 million allocated to the PSNI's paramilitary crime task force, whilst continuing to criminalise drug users who need support. It is also unacceptable for this government to actively criminalise addicts while refusing to address the root causes of their problems: poverty, a lack of social housing, stagnant wages, declining services, and so on. So this Executive needs to get real about tackling these issues, and if they commit to opening a rehab centre, I would ask them to commit to funding it. This government, Deputy Speaker, should also recognise the failures of the Misuse of Drug Acts and lives lost due to the war on drugs. It should recognise the need to treat addiction as a health issue and commit to opening overdose prevention centre where people can safely use drugs under medical supervision. And they need to recognise that the austerity agenda, the cuts and the Tory-backed budget they will likely implement in the days and weeks ahead will only fuel poverty and, as a result, addiction in the long run.
Thank you. I now call on the Minister, and the Minister, you have 15 minutes.
And thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak to the motion on the amendment, and I would like to support both because I think the amendment does add and strengthen the motion. It doesn't take away from it in any intent. But I want to address some of the extremely important issues that have been highlighted by members, Mr. Deputy Speaker, but I'd like to begin by offering, like others, my heartfelt sympathy to all the families who have lost those dear to them in similar circumstances, because it has been said around this chamber, too many people across Northern Ireland have suffered that devastating loss of a loved one because of substance use issues. And can I thank members for the tone of today's discussion and the way this issue has been taken forward, because I think it was summed up in two words from Ms Nicolan in regards to her contribution when she said that we're doing this because we care. Mr Deputy Speaker, I believe that's why we as members are in this chamber, why we as parties and individuals are in this chamber. I have, and I think it was the proposer of the motion, Mr Leah Flynn, for bringing it forward, because I have worked with her extensively in regards to this, and I thank her for the acknowledgement that she gave to my officials in regards to the work that has been done on this, because I think through that co-working, that partnership approach that she brings, that our colleagues have brought and that other MLAs have brought, while we try jointly to tackle this very serious issue, I think it's how we best work together in regards to that. And I think not just today's motion, but the previous work that we have done collectively is a prime example of what we can do when we set our minds to it. And in that regard, I think that the member did note that I am meeting families later this week again with her at her invitation, because of how she's respected, I think, in the community that does want to tackle this very serious issue. Mr Deputy Speaker, today's motion asks us to note with concern NISR's report on drug-related deaths and drug misuse deaths. The most recent drug death statistics, which has been quoted, published on the 31st of January 24, are a reminder of the tragic impact that drug-related harm has on individuals, it has on families, and it has on communities across Northern Ireland. And I think it was Mr Robinson actually noticed that the positive reduction in drug-related deaths across Northern Ireland from 213 in 2021 to 153 in 2022. And like him, I do hope this isn't a blip, but a society that is going in the right direction as we use our strategies and we use the resources that we have available to keep the concentration on this. But Mr Deputy Speaker, while many members have referred to the statistics, and again I thank them for the note, because it has been realised in the chamber today that behind every one of these statistics, behind each of these numbers, there's a person, there's a son, there's a daughter, there's a brother, a sister, a father, or a mother. So I think that's why the tone has been particularly welcome today. But what I will say is we can't be complacent, and we must continue to make this an area of priority going forward. And it's important to recognise that trend over the past decade has been upward indeed. So while today's motion focuses on the harms from drug use, it is vital, and again Ms Nicolan raised it, that we also consider the impact of alcohol, because the most recent alcohol-specific death statistics published on the 14th of February show that there were 356 such deaths recorded in 2022. And that's a stark reminder, Mr Deputy Speaker, of the tragic and potentially lethal impact that alcohol can still have. So the harm related to substance use is driven, as has been noted, by a range of multifaceted issues that exist across the whole of our society, and they have been mentioned: poverty and deprivation, homelessness, unemployment, economic development, mental health and trauma, paramilitarism, community relations and justice, educational attainment, inequalities, and the legacy of the past. Because tackling these societal issues requires, as has been mentioned many times, the whole executive actually to operate collectively. The families that I've met will know only too well the pain and the sorrow that actually sits behind each and every death recorded due to substance use, and those complex factors which drive people to substance use. So it's my view that every single one of these deaths is preventable, Mr Deputy Speaker, and we must continue to work to address all these issues. And I believe that the members in tabling this motion ask that we acknowledge that worrying statistic that the 25 to 34-year-old age group had the highest drug-related death rate of any age group in 2022. In addition, the figures confirm once again that drug-related and drug misuse deaths continue to be higher in areas of those highest deprivations. And rightfully, today's motion also notes that intrinsic connection, as I've said, between social deprivation, poverty, isolation, mental health and addiction issues. As we're all aware, these are not issues that health and social care can solve on our own. So to be truly effective, our response must therefore be a collective one. And I'll continue to work with colleagues in this House, in the committee, and across all areas, and especially my ministerial colleagues and other departments, to address these challenging societal issues. So for example, Mr Deputy Speaker, my department works closely with colleagues in the Department of Communities to look at the needs of those who are suffering homelessness. That includes work through the Complex Lives Initiative in Belfast, which again takes that interagency multidisciplinary approach to those most vulnerable and actually wraps support around them to meet their basic needs. We also work closely with the Department of Justice on enforcement, on community safety and on healthcare needs of those in the justice system. And again, rightly, the motion tabled today also calls on me as Minister of Health to implement the provisions aimed at harm prevention, at harm reduction, and actually tackling addiction within our substance use strategy. As members will be aware, I also launched our 10-year substance use strategy, Preventing Harm, Empowering Recovery. Launched that in September 21 with the full support of the Executive. And the alcohol and drug-related statistics that we have touched on already demonstrate why we need actually to continue to focus and drill down on the full implementation of that strategy. Because it's that strategy that sets out the values and the priorities which actually underpins all of our efforts in this area. That includes establishing targeting groups where the need is greatest and where it's most necessary that the strategy is effective. Because there are three main priorities groups described in that strategy, which are believed actually to be most at risk of harm: those who are homeless, those who inject drugs, and those who are in contact with the justice system. It's that strategy that also recognises the risks that face our young people today and sets out what we need to do more in that space. Our strategy aims to directly reduce the harm for these groups through that focus, as has been said, on prevention and on harm reduction support measures for people in those groups who use alcohol and other drugs. But in recognising that, and in recognising that as a growing issue, work is underway to develop what should be a new holistic strategic plan for the delivery of substance use services. That will seek to improve the availability, accessibility and the quality of treatment and support provided right across Northern Ireland. And that strategic commissioning plan was consulted on earlier this year following a co-production process that involved over 100 individuals and organisations. It's that strategic plan which is being currently updated and finalised following that consultation that will be published in the near future. And then it will become the new roadmap, a new roadmap for effective services, not just for my department, but for any organisation looking to address substance use related issues. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, a plan on its own won't solve all our issues. I will, yeah.
Would the Minister agree with me rather that part of the holistic approach that he outlined would be the challenge the Misuse of Drugs Act, which is, as he stated to me, a reserved matter, but helps to criminalise addicts? You can't treat and support somebody in a healthcare way if they're criminalised. So would he agree that part of the approach would be to challenge the Misuse of Drugs Act as well?
And I do, and I think it goes back to that point that the member and other members have raised, how we look at this. Mr Speaker, the abuse of drugs and the substance use strategy that sits in my department sits rightly, I believe, within health. Addiction is a health issue. It's not a justice issue. We should not be punishing those people who cannot step out of that addiction and that cycle that continues, that keeps them where they are. So there is a health response, there's a public response, and there's a holistic approach across this assembly too. The member did mention, and it was in regards to the Misuse of Drugs Act 1971. Mr Deputy Speaker, we talk about overdose prevention centres and the opportunity for one in Northern Ireland. As the member has acknowledged, that's still UK-wide legislation, so it's not within my remit to be able to set one up here in Northern Ireland. But we do continue to monitor the evidence of the effectiveness of two different interventions, such that will actually be forthcoming both in the pilot overdose prevention facilities in Glasgow and also in Dublin. And we will give due consideration to new interventions as appropriate within the wider legislative framework. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, that's not something that I am actually opposed to.
I just wanted to ask further on from the previous member's intervention is, whilst I recognise and respect that it is outside your remit in terms of amending the bill or the Act of Westminster, In terms of the gathering of evidence, though, is there any work that your department can actually do in conjunction or alongside the PSNI, for example, as to the effects of such drugs that perhaps do take that kind of negative approach where it's like they're using a sledgehammer to crack a nut when it does come to using the criminal justice system rather than the health approach?
And I think the member raises an issue that her party leaders, Minister of Justice and I, that's something they're actually very close on in regards to how we want to work together in that, and I look forward to continuing that work on how we make sure that substance abuse addiction is not a criminal activity. It's something that we should be addressing as a health issue as well, but we do have to look towards how we approach it actually as an executive as well. She did raise in her comments in regards to naloxone. I can confirm to the member just in regards to the wider expansion of that. I've actually been in contact and correspondence with Andrea Lebson as the Undersecretary of State for Public Health, actually just earlier today in regards to that, because she is also looking at legislation in Westminster about how we actually develop that and bring it forward as well. So it's something that I'll continue to work with her in regards to that. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, when I go back in regards to the substance use strategy, when it was actually published, it was estimated at that point that its implementation would require an additional 6.2 million recurrent funding. So in what undoubtedly will be an extremely challenging budget environment, I'm pleased to be able to confirm that I've to date managed to assign an extra £750,000 recurrently towards that strategy's implementation. And also something that I'm conscious of time, Deputy Speaker, so just in regards to other positives, in regards to dual diagnosis services, which have been mentioned by a number of members, and members will be aware when it comes to dual diagnosis, it's mentioned both in our mental health strategy but also in our substance use strategy, because we as a department, when we were co-producing, co-designing those two strategies, recognised that it sat among or across both. So in regards to the issue of dual diagnosis or co-occurring mental health and addiction problems, again, it's a key priority within both those strategies. Therefore, it's critical that we reinforce the linkages between the two strategies, early intervention and an action plan, and the development of the Regional Mental Health Crisis Service, and also the development of the Regional Mental Health Service. Again, Deputy Speaker, recurrent funding has been provided to appoint a co-occurring mental health and substance use project manager who will be based within SPPG, and that recruitment for that post is currently underway, and that should ensure improved pathways with more timely access to the treatment and support that a person with a co-occurring mental health and addiction problems, actually to enable them to maximise their recovery. Mr Deputy Speaker, the problem is significant, but ongoing work and recurrent additional investment will address some of the core issues within the system, such as ensuring that there are clear pathways, better support for dual diagnosis when an individual experiences current mental health issues, and a greater consistency in our inpatient treatment services. These services range, as we have spoke, from Tier 1, i.e. the provision of information and education, to Tier 4 inpatient treatment services. So while we seek to improve the accessibility and the quality of services we provide, there are already vital life-saving services in place. And if you think you may have an issue with substance use, or you know someone who needs help, you should come forward and seek help and support. In respect of services, the motion today specifically references rehabilitation, an issue that has often been raised with me. That's why one of the key early actions we've undertaken under the strategy is that independent review of inpatient Tier 4 detoxification and residential rehabilitation services across Northern Ireland. That work was commissioned in 2023, and a report has now been submitted for consideration. And following the Tier 4 review, that will provide an overview of current service provision and will help set the future direction for inpatient treatment services, both statutory services and services.
Could the Minister draw his remarks to a close, please?
Across Northern Ireland. Mr Deputy Speaker, I've tried to keep my comments today succinct and to the point. It would be impossible to cover today all of the complexities of this concerning issue, but I would encourage members to support both the motion and the amendment as brought.
Thank you. And I call on Tom Elliott to wind on the amendment. Tom, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and I thank firstly the member and the members for bringing forward the motion. It's very much appreciated and something that's extremely relevant in today's society. I, like others, obviously sympathise deeply with those who have been impacted. But I do want to say, I don't think you can realise the impact until you're probably in that situation yourself. And that's the individuals who are obviously finding it difficult to cope with either drugs or alcohol, or indeed any other addiction. But also their families, because they're going through a journey as well. It's a journey whenever they hear of their loved one being addicted to drugs or alcohol. There is then the further journey, maybe, and we've heard it today a couple of times, about maybe taking money off their family members. Maybe then their senior grandparents having to go to pay the drugs dealers off. And I think then, indeed, whenever someone passes away due to the addiction, that is a huge, difficult journey for that family. And I think you can only, some of us are MLAs and we hear it from our constituents, but until you're in that situation of the family position, I don't think you can fully comprehend it at all. I was interested in a couple of members' particular comments, and the first was Karen Coolin, who, if I quote her correctly, said, "Drug dealers are death dealers." And other people mentioned that we have to deal with the dealers as well, because we can deal with the addictions, but until we get the dealers taken out of society as well, that is a very important issue. The second issue, and I think you understand what she was trying to say, and that's Ms McAllister, who did say that the only people that get angry or annoyed when they see people who have abused drugs or addiction are in the public, when they see it in public. And I know exactly what she means, but I do think there is a huge issue of those family members and friends who witness it behind the scenes as well, because they're going through huge trauma, sometimes that they can't talk about or disclose to the rest of their family or their friends or colleagues, and that is a massive stress on those people as well. And I think those people need support and help as well. In relation to the motion itself, fully support those issues, and we've heard from the Minister who widely supports that. Our amendment was clearly just to say, well, we're not saying Belfast isn't the proper place for a rehabilitation unit, but there may be other locations. And I've heard a couple of people, including Mr Durkin, talk about Northlands in Londonderry as well. Very important centre in the northwest, but it's a regional centre. It provides huge support and help for the wider community. So I think what we're just saying is, don't write off those other areas as well, and maybe we'll have a couple of regional centres, because that's maybe what is required. And I do know that in respect of being at a cross-departmental problem, you only have to look at the resources that's tied up in justice, in education, in health, to realise that it is clearly a cross-departmental situation. I had the privilege of being in an emergency department for some hours quite recently, Mr Deputy Speaker, and the Minister of Health kindly got me special treatment. He made me stay there for probably in the region of 24 to 30 hours. Sure. So I did witness a lot of comings and goings, including people coming in that had clearly difficulties with addiction. And most of them were accompanied by police officers, usually at least 2 or 3. And probably in a 20-hour period when I was in that ED department, there were at least 4 different individuals accompanied by 4 different groups of police officers at that time. So I thought the amount of resources that's been tied up in that by the security services and then by the health sector was enormous. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, I think this has been a good debate and positive in the sense that we all want to do something, and I do listen to Mr Carroll as well with his concerns that maybe nothing will happen, but there is certainly a willingness there, and I would support that, and therefore I commend the motion and the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Elliott. And I call on Liz Kimmins to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion. And Liz, you have 10 minutes.
And I thank my colleague Orlea Flynn for bringing this really important motion. And as others have said, I know just how committed Orlia has been, the support that she provided for families throughout her time in her role has just been steadfast, and I think that was reflected in her remarks. And I thank the Minister for his remarks. I think it's very uplifting to hear that we are all on the same page and we know that what we all want to do, which I wouldn't have expected otherwise, but we understand the financial picture, we understand that things are challenging. However, that doesn't mean that we do nothing. And I think it's important to note that this isn't just about money. It's about looking at what we can do with what we have, and there are definitely things that can be done, which I will get into later in my remarks. I mean, as others have said here, there are very few families, very few of us in this chamber who haven't been touched by the devastation that addiction causes, whether it is drugs, alcohol, or, as my colleague Philip McGuigan had mentioned, gambling, and it devastates families. There's no doubt about that. But it can be a very, very lonely place for anyone that is affected, not least for the individual, but for those around them who are trying to do their best to support them, while also dealing with what is undoubtedly stigma and shame that is linked to that. So it's a very difficult situation for anybody to be who wants to do the best for their loved one, but is also very conscious of what others, how others view their family, how others view that person, and the connotations around that. And more often than not, they're left with no place to go. And that's not to take away from some of the really good work that is happening out there. We know that work is happening. I mean, in my own constituency, we have Cúnmara, and I cannot speak highly enough of the Cúnmara facility and the work that happens there. But I know that they're inundated, and I know that they are well over capacity often, as are many of the existing services that we have in place, and they need support, and they need us to deliver on that support. I mean, everyone out here, everyone today has outlined some very personal and harrowing stories that they know from their constituents, from their families, from their friends, from their neighbours. And just yesterday I attended an excellent conference that was hosted by the School of Nursing and Midwifery in partnership with the Patient Care Education Partnership in Queen's. And that was looking at showcasing the real impact of proper partnership working, be that in education and training as we train our future nurses, midwives and health professionals, and in service delivery. And one of the most powerful contributions at that conference yesterday came from a lady who described her experience of having a loved one with an addiction. But it isn't about her addiction. That young girl who her issue started when she was around 15 had mental health problems that manifested into an addiction, which I have no doubt every example we have given here today in this chamber is how it started, whether it's based on an abuse or trauma. Generally, it comes from mental health, and that is where the problem lies, because when they go for help and they have an addiction, that support is not available, and that's something that we hear. And she gave a very personal account of her experience that when her youngest sister, who is sadly now deceased, who died when she was 28, for 13 years fought to get help. And when she was at crisis, when she tried to take her own life, those who should have been there to step in and provide that support, because it was a mental health issue, on a technicality, walked away. And sadly, we're talking about this in the past tense now, because that young girl never got the support that she really needed. And that's a story that's far too common, and we've all heard that today. There's that constant ping pong between services, whether it's mental health, addiction, and indeed the judicial service. And to give you an example of that, I want to speak about a family in my own constituency, a family very close to me, who had a son who had everything. He had a family, he had a good job, he had a beautiful children, he had everything going for him, but his mental health deteriorated, and sadly he turned to drink and eventually drugs to try and cope with that, because he hadn't got the support that he needed at that time. And he lost everything. He lost his family, he lost his home, he lost his job, and at that stage he was in probably the worst place he could have been. And his family came to me for help because they didn't know what to do. He was a grown man, an adult, and it was a very difficult situation. And he then got engaged with the judicial system because of the impacts of everything that was going on in his life. And the really shocking thing for me in that case was that his family actually felt relief when he was taken into custody. Like, I don't know how anybody can look at that as a solution, but for them that was when they knew he was safe. They knew he wasn't taking drugs or he wasn't taking drinks, he wasn't going to come to harm, and he would go in and out over a short period of time for maybe 2 weeks or 6 weeks or whatever it was, and then he was just put out again, and then we were back into that cycle. And sadly, another case where he then passed away due to his own health. He wasn't looking after himself, and the trauma and the long-term impact on his whole family circle has been immense. And we tried and tried and tried, but that joint-up approach just simply isn't there. And that is where we need to focus on in the interim, because we understand a lot of this takes money, but we need people working together here and to stop hiding behind red tape, because that's where we're at. Because if somebody tells me that they are depressed so they drink, that's different to them being depressed because they drink. And then that's when people's services, then they don't get involved, which I think is we need to start applying some logic to that, and how we deal with these things, because how many more people have to die before we actually start to realise that the system is kicking them out, and it's just too difficult to access. I mean, as we've all said, and I'm not going to point out anybody in particular, because everyone has said addiction is not a choice, it's an illness, and we have to treat it like that. We have to treat it like we are going into hospital for a broken leg or pneumonia or one of these things that require immediate treatment. But we also need to listen to those who have been through the system, who have been through this experience, and take on board where they were failed and what we need to do to change that. Cara Hunter had mentioned that we're in a post-conflict society. Absolutely, we probably have a higher prevalence of drug and alcohol issues and mental health issues for that reason, which has led to social deprivation as one of the key drivers to people having these issues. So we can't ignore that, and that is why we have to take a whole system approach. But that is going to require proper early intervention, proper investment to do so. So we have to be looking holistically at all of these things. And I think the idea of that dual diagnosis approach is key to all of this. So it is really positive that for once we all are in agreement on this very important issue, but I hope, as others have said, and the member for West Belfast pointed out, that things have got worse and about money and all of these things, and we want to do all of these things. We absolutely do. But the reality is we're completely underfunded, so I look forward to the member making the representation that we're making to the British Government to get the money that we need, because it is failing our people, absolutely failing our people. So we will be supporting both the motion and the amendment, and I hope that we can start to move forward on these things in the time ahead, because we cannot allow more people to die in the meantime. So, Gara Margaret.
Thank you very much indeed. And may I commend all the members for a thoughtful and respectful debate that we've had today. So therefore, members, the question is that the amendment standing in the name of Alan Chambers and Tom Elliott be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? Therefore, the amendment is made. Therefore, the question is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Thank you. Please take your ease.
The next item on the order paper is a motion on increasing the number of foster carers. Stephanie, will you please read the motion?
That this Assembly commends the vital contribution of foster carers throughout Northern Ireland, believes that the provision of a safe, loving and nurturing home can transform the lives of children and young people in care, helping them to reach their full potential. is deeply alarmed that whilst the number of children and young people in care in Northern Ireland is at its highest level since 1995, there are fewer people willing to foster. Expresses regret at the finding of a poll commissioned by Barnardo's Northern Ireland, indicating that just 2% of respondents in Northern Ireland would consider fostering a child in the next 5 years. Stresses the need to address the many misconceptions about fostering, reiterates the fact that fostering can be a hugely beneficial experience for the entire family, including birth children. Stresses the importance of providing greater financial support for kinship foster carers in order to cover the costs of caring for children and young people, and calls on the Minister of Health to launch a new, ambitious and fully resourced recruitment programme.
Thank you, Stephanie. I call down Dawes to move the motion.
I move the motion.
Thank you, Diane. So the Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour and 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind, and all other speakers will have 5 minutes. Please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I want to start this debate by offering thanks to those who give so tirelessly of their time, their care and their love to so many of the most vulnerable children within our society. I think all of us in this chamber will have the privilege of knowing the effort, the care, the love that we put into looking after our own children, in my case, my grandchildren, our nieces and our nephews. Foster parents give that love and support to children in often traumatic and difficult circumstances where those children may have been removed from their own home, either because they are at risk of harm or through simple, difficult family circumstances. It is an incredible service given by ordinary families in some very extraordinary circumstances. And their duty of care is an immense service to children and young people here in Northern Ireland. At the outset also I want to recognise and give my thanks to Kathleen Toner from the Fostering Network NI. Her knowledge, her advice, her professionalism is much appreciated, and I look forward to working with her in the future. I also look forward to Foster Care Fortnight in May, in which they will both celebrate and try to recruit the number of foster carers in Northern Ireland, and we wish them well with this endeavour. In my own constituency advice centre, and I'm sure that many others have experienced this, I have recently supported families and foster carers who are providing a loving home for children who were removed suddenly from their own environment, threatened with a placement in a residential home, in a trust unit far away from their own environment. Thankfully, we got it resolved with foster carers in the locality so that they could continue with their own social circle and their own school. So, Minister, some people have asked me why did I choose to bring forward the issue of foster carers and the issue of children in looked after children. And I acknowledge that there are huge issues within the health remit, and your department has many, many challenges. Many of them will require executive agreement. Many of them will require huge amounts of money. But I think there are also other issues within your department that you can deal with on a much, much quicker basis. And in the context of a healthcare budget of over $7 billion every year, setting to rights the issues around fostering and looked after children should be a relatively simple and smaller issue for your department to deal with. So I don't want this to be just another nice debate in this Assembly today. And we've had lots of those since the restoration of devolution. I really want this debate to be a call to action, a call to support some of the most vulnerable and traumatised children in Northern Ireland. It's a call to support foster parents who are giving their time and their guidance to these children. It is a motion with actions that I intend to monitor closely and look at the implementation of those actions from your department. And I think that this is, and some of the actions that I'm going to outline are eminently achievable. They're not hugely costly, but they would make a substantial difference to those people who foster and to those children who are looked after. So, foster carers currently care for about 83% of children within the care system. In March 2023, 3,154 children in Northern Ireland were being looked after by a total of 2,562 trust foster carers and 265 who are independent providers. They are looked after children who cannot live with their families for a multitude of reasons. And removing a child from a family must always be in the best interests of that child, but it is often difficult and very traumatic. It is estimated that we need a further 261 foster carers to meet the growing need, because we have more children who are now looked after than we have ever had before. So retaining foster carers is a huge challenge. And let me put that in context for colleagues today. During 2022-23, 419 foster carers who had been recruited by the trusts ceased to be foster carers. So you can see the magnitude of the problem that is being faced by both foster carers, by the trusts, and most importantly, by those looked after children. The number of children in care increased by 5% in the last year and by over 35% in the last decade. That is an incredible number of children that we now have looked after in Northern Ireland. In the UK as a whole, every 20 minutes a child comes into care. And some of those children who come into care will experience multiple moves which will impact on their attachment and development. And here in Northern Ireland, some of those children who come into care will live far from their families, far from their social network, far from their school and the environment that they know. And they will either have to change school or be bused or transported to the school on long journeys every day. The families I were involved with were going to face a 30-mile journey every day just to get to school, 60-mile round trip. Northern Ireland has higher rates of referral of children in need and children with child protection plans than other parts of the United Kingdom, with an over-reliance on kinship care, which doesn't suit every child because of difficulties within the family situation. But kinship placements have increased from 25% to 45% since 2010. So, Minister, what are we going to do about a situation that I think is in danger of running out of control for the most vulnerable children in our society? And our first thing that we must do is value the foster carers who give of their time. Foster carers in other parts of the United Kingdom were advised of the annual uplift to their foster allowances for this financial year, but Northern Ireland foster carers have been left in the dark.
Would the member give way?
I will, of course.
Thank you. Would the member agree with me that the current system where fees are decided, particularly in the case of complex foster payments, currently needs urgently reviewed? Fees have not been increased for some families for over 4 years in some of the most complex cases, leaving foster carers feeling forgotten in the system without support.
The member makes a really important point about children with special needs. And in general, I've looked at the table of allowances for foster carers, and in Northern Ireland we are lower than other parts of the United Kingdom and significantly lower than the Republic of Ireland. And foster carers who take on the added responsibility of children with special needs need to understand how they're going to be supported, both financially and with advice, and that is hugely important. And Minister, I think on top of this, we need to look at foster carers who are fee paid to take in young children, and the transparency around the award of that particular amount of money. And thank you for your question. I know that you have been contacted by constituents in advance of this motion. So we need, Minister, today to hear from you what you're doing about the allowances for foster carers in Northern Ireland, and to make sure that those allowances are increased in line at least with the rest of the United Kingdom. I understand that there has been proposals around a foster care recruitment and retention strategy, and greater development on foster carers and the skills that they have. This also would benefit the system. But most importantly, foster carers want to feel valued. They want to feel part of an overall care team. They need to be involved in meetings and decisions about the children that they live with and are working with daily. And I would like you to consider how that whole team of foster carers, children, social workers, etc., work together in the benefit of those children. Thank you. I will give way, or I will step down. Can I just say also that we also importantly need a register of foster carers?
Thank you, and I call Danny Baker.
Foster carers play a hugely important role in the lives of children and young people across the north. Children and young people of all ages and backgrounds may need foster care at some point if they can't stay with their birth family. For some, foster care will be a short-term solution, but for others, it could last several years. Having to leave the family home for whatever reason is a traumatic experience, and some children and young people may have to also experience abuse or neglect. Foster carers can fundamentally change children and young people's lives for the better by providing them with a safe space and consistent care, helping them to develop their social and emotional needs. Supporting children and young people in building or rebuilding their self-esteem, resilience and social skills, as well as recovering from traumatic early experiences, is a key pillar in their development. Importantly, by giving children and young people a safe space to live, foster carers are helping to address wider social problems such as homelessness, poverty, drug and alcohol abuse. Foster carers are also vital to supporting children and young people's unique educational requirements. There is a significant attainment gap between children in care and children not in care. A substantially higher proportion of children in care have special educational needs. Giving children and young people a regular routine and specific support can close this gap and help set them up for future success. The number of children and young people in care in the north is at its highest level since 1995, and referrals are on the rise. However, a growing shortage of foster carers is leaving them without safe, stable and loving support. There is also an increase in the number of children who have been moved multiple times within the care system due to the lack of available foster carers. It is a vicious circle. With fewer carers available, children and young people are more likely to experience multiple moves, which can cause long-lasting trauma and prevent them from having a safe and stable home. All of this is taking place against the backdrop of an increase in children and young people with additional learning needs and some with physical disabilities, meaning that their care needs a lot more and complex. Mindful of the fantastic work they do, it is essential that foster carers have access to support and guidance, resources and training and financial support. As Tory cuts continually let our children and young people down, our foster carers are on the front line providing support, education and a safe and happy home. So today, let's commit to ensuring our foster carers are valued and supported. Let's commit to working across party lines to deliver real change for our children and young people.
Thank you, Danny. I call Nuala McAllister.
Principal Deputy Speaker. And I too would like to thank the member for bringing forward this motion for debate. It is an issue that I do take a special interest in, not just with foster carers, but children who are under the care of the state, and children who very unfortunately have been removed from the care of their parents. Foster carers and children's social services as a whole really does need reformed, and I would very much welcome the review by Professor Ray Jones, and we are hearing from him at committee very soon, and I do look forward to the Minister's to hearing the Minister's position with regards to all of the recommendations within the review. The number of children and young people in care is increasing, as many people have said, with 1,082 children in Belfast currently in the care system. And this is acutely felt in North Belfast in the Waterworks ward, an area in my own constituency where 1 in 20 children are currently in the care system. So for every classroom in some of the most deprived wards in the North Belfast area, there's more than one child in care. That's a shocking figure, and I can attest to the truth of that with my siblings. I have 4 siblings who are teachers, and the stories that they tell me of the number of children in care would just break your heart. But actually the resilience of those kids as well is extremely important. And before I actually speak more about this debate, I do want to pay tribute to all of the children and the staff who work with FOIPIC and Include Youth. Just a number of weeks ago at committee, we did have the Department of Health officials and SPPG down to hear about the future of children's social services, and a number of those young people were in attendance. I had the opportunity to speak to them outside the committee room, and they were absolutely fantastic. And what was clear to them was, in those young people who are from care experienced backgrounds, a loving and stable foster care system is so important, not just them whenever they are under the care of the state, but actually as they grow into adulthood too. And I think that is very significant. But I will be perfectly honest, Minister, when I heard, through the Speaker, whenever I heard from the department and the officials that I wasn't at all happy with the responses that were given. Instead of hearing about children being first and foremost, we heard about more work streams, reviews into a review that is actually taking place. So I want to echo today what I said in committee, is that there is a review that has already taken place into children's social services. Implement it. Implement it as far as you can, as soon as possible, but in the long term it needs to be implemented in whole. I did take some time to speak to people who have gone through the process to become a foster carer, and these are some things that they have noted. They said that it's too bureaucratic, it's too process driven, and it ultimately leads to foster carers deciding against pursuing this. And when we are facing a serious shortage of foster carers, we need to make it easier for people to enter the system. I, of course, recognise that there are issues around safeguarding and child safety, which must be paramount to the process, but we must ensure that we work hand in hand with foster carers who have been driven away and listen to the reasons why. I have also listened to foster carers who have said that a significant barrier, as has been spoken about by the proposer, is finances. And in one case, these individuals had considered fully the potential of becoming foster carers. They had inquired within the trust, they completed applications, mandatory training, and were more convinced that this was the right option for them. And then they were informed of the allowance, which was only available for the task of $7,500 a year to cover expenses and caring responsibilities. And through the Chair, the Minister will be aware that young people who are in care and are under the school age can't simply be left with a childminder or in a daycare provider, because there are additional rules that are placed, rightly so, upon foster carers. So ultimately, someone needs to be at home with those very young people who are within the care system. But how can they do that? How can they actually do that on £7,500 a year? We must be clear, it's not about money. And it is not about money. It formed no part of the decision to come forward to become a foster carer, but it was the sole reason why in the end they were unable to do so. So I think the Minister really needs to ensure that there's something done about that in the long term, because the reality is that foster caring is vital, and without that stable family-based care options, children in Northern Ireland are placed in residential care.
Members, time's up.
But thank you to the proposer for giving putting the motion out today. Thank you.
Thank you, Nuala. And I call Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and I very much welcome the chance to speak on the topic of foster carers today. Foster carers are an incredibly important cohort of incredibly selfless and generous people in our society. Locally, foster carers provide truly invaluable support to so many children and young people right across Northern Ireland. And most importantly, they provide these young people with a stable and loving home in times of need. There is also no such thing as a typical foster carer. They can be young or old, they can be raising a family of their own at the same time, or their children may have already flown the nest, or indeed, increasingly, they may not have had any children at all. Whatever the circumstances, for so long as a child is placed with them, they immediately become part of that family. And some carers offer short-term single placements, perhaps in times of crisis, or to provide some relief for other carers, whilst others effectively full-time foster carers with multiple young people with perhaps various levels of need. Overall, however, regardless of who or how many they care for, fostering offers our carers an incredible opportunity to make a lasting impact on so many of our young people. The love, support and stability foster carers can provide to just one child has the power to transform many lives for the better, and so I would commend each and every one of them. Of course, it's not just rewarding for the young people, but over the years I've spoken with many foster carers where their own delight and happiness with what they do is evident to see. I know my party colleague Robbie Butler has been very open and spoken of his joy, as well as that of his wife, that fostering children over the past 18 years have brought them, and that joy will be replicated in many homes right across Northern Ireland. However, we also need to be honest and realise that fostering isn't always easy. Whilst it can be highly rewarding, it can also be highly challenging. It is also a significant commitment for any person or couple to undertake. And that is why, as an Assembly and an Executive, it's imperative that we do all that we can to support them. The issue of foster care allowances have rightly been raised today. It's deeply regrettable that there isn't an equal level of support right across the UK. Foster carers matter as much in Northern Ireland as they do in Wales, just as much as in England and as they do in Scotland. I know foster carers locally very much welcomed the direct support that the Minister was able to provide whenever he was last in post. However, they, like so many other people, have subsequently suffered as a result of the political and budgetary uncertainty over the last 2 years. Indeed, last year, as the cost of living crisis gripped so many homes and so many families, it was disappointing that only a limited increase in the foster care allowance was able to be provided. I appreciate that the Department of Health's hands were tied, especially in the context of such a dire budgetary position, but ultimately, we as MLAs need to see such outcomes as a direct consequence of the failure of politics in this place. As I mentioned in the debate earlier today on addiction and drugs misuse, ministers will be coming together shortly to try to agree broad budget allocations for the rest of this year. And if we as parties want to see important investments made, such as an overdue uplift in foster allowances, then it is important that the Department of Health be awarded the finances necessary to deliver that. Nevertheless, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, whatever the outcome of the upcoming budgetary discussions, it's essential that foster carers receive support wherever and however they require. For without them, there would be many thousands of young people, both now and in the future, much poorer off without them. In the meantime, I would fully encourage anyone considering putting their name forward for fostering to come forward and speak to any of the trusts or other bodies who stand ready to support them in whatever way they can. Thank you, Madam Deputy Principal Speaker.
Thank you, Alan. And I call Colin McGrath.
Much, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to participate in this debate and to support this motion as it is presented. We know that there are many reasons why children may be taken into foster care, and that most children come into care as a result of some form of neglect. They could have experienced a family breakdown, including domestic violence. They may have been a victim of physical or sexual abuse, and in some exceptional cases because of the death of a parent. But every child is unique. Every child is an individual, and every child has an inalienable and fundamental set of rights. Those children who do enter care will have experienced much in their life, often their young lives, and may have experienced deep-seated trauma or may have complex needs, and the history of this place is often adding to much of that complexity. Children may have a disability which requires a particular level of care. Children who are asylum seekers may need a foster family, and some foster parents may even host a mother and the child. Therefore, the foster care that is afforded to these children is often bespoke, and the families that provide that care do so because they have a particular gift or vocation to foster for another. While children may only be in that family's care for a set period of time, long or short, in that time those families provide an essential level of care and compassion for that child. It is nothing short of remarkable, and I do pay tribute, as has been mentioned before, to our colleague Robbie Butler from Lagan Valley, who has spoken so passionately about his own experiences in fostering. The most important thing that we can do is to ensure that we have a structure in place where the right family is matched with the right child. If we are in a position where we have fewer people willing to foster, then that is something that hopefully the Minister will be able to address. And I would ask maybe to see if we could get an update on what work is being done to address that gap. Towards the end of the last mandate, the Minister allocated an additional £1 million to those who foster, and it would be welcome to hear maybe if such funding could be replicated in the year that is coming in. And I appreciate that there was 2 years that this place was not sitting. Work went to complete the work of the independent review of children's social care services by Professor Ray Jones. This review is now complete and has the 53 recommendations. And while I agree the specific text of today's motion, I think it's also a timely reminder for the Executive to consider the outcomes of Professor Jones' report, and I would ask if the Minister, if consideration is currently being given to how the outcomes of that report will be implemented. These are all questions which I look forward to hearing and getting an update from the Minister on, but as mentioned previously, the SDLP is happy to support today's motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. I call Linda Dillon.
And Corlia, and I want to thank the proposers of this motion for bringing the motion to the House today. As has already been said, in the North this time we have over 3,800 children in care, and just over 3,000 of them are with foster families. And at this point I want to, like others, acknowledge the value of those foster families and what they give to those children and young people and what they give to us as a society. Because if they weren't there, what would happen to those children? Where would they be? What harm would they come to? What harm would they potentially cause because of what they're going through? So they give value to every single one of us, and I want to acknowledge that here today. And very often it's not just the difference that they make to the life of the young person who comes to stay with them, but actually to the lives of that entire family, because young people end up in foster care for a myriad of different reasons. Sometimes it's because of illness and temporary challenges within a family, and very often those foster carers will be that vital cog that actually allows that family to remain together. Whenever all is said and done, the child is able to go back home. But also, we know that children end up in foster care because they've experienced domestic violence, they've witnessed drug and alcohol misuse, and others have been abused and neglected. For many, but certainly not all children and young people, fostering is often the first positive experience of family life. And it is an experience where they do hopefully get the love and stability they need for whatever period of time it is required. And Ray Jones' report, which has already been alluded to by a number of previous speakers, into children's services has highlighted the rise in numbers of children and young people going into care at a time when we are seeing real challenges with supporting more families to become foster carers. And as the motion points out, and as has been related to us by many of our own constituents, we need to see proper financial support for foster and for kinship carers. As we are well aware, given the current cost of living crisis, families who would like to be foster families are concerned about being able to adequately provide for those children and young people in their care. Foster care families, as I have said, have given a stable and safe home at a time, at some of the most difficult times in those children's lives. And I know from speaking to those who have been foster carers for many years that what drives them, that is what drives them. But they will also say that their own family benefits very often from the experience of those children and young people being in their homes. And when I was younger, a child, many, many years ago, I had a close family member who were foster carers, and I used to stay with them for the entire summer through absolute choice. So that goes to show how good they were, and they really were. And it was very easy to become very attached to those children and young people who came to stay there, and we did. And that was because we genuinely loved them. We cared about them. We wanted to make sure that they had a good outcome in their life. And sometimes it was hard to see them going back. Sometimes it was a great outcome. They were going back to their families. It was after maybe a short illness, or maybe sometimes in very, very large families where a mother just couldn't cope for the younger children. So those were really good outcomes, but sometimes you were worried about what they were going back to. And you wondered for many years, were they okay? Hopefully they did get the support and did end up in good positions, but we know that there is a lot of overlap, and I think that when we talk about money and about strategies, we need to think about this. There is a lot of overlap with our motion earlier today and this motion, because children end up in foster care because of alcohol and drug abuse. Children who go through the care system end up abusing alcohol and drugs. So we need to really look at how we do the holistic approach. And I think that is something that we need to be focused on going forward, that money can be focused on the wrong things. We need to look at how we look after children from the very point they are born, because that is how we will, to put it bluntly, save money, but also save lives and make lives better. So I think that's where our focus needs to be. So we certainly need to see a properly resourced recruitment programme, but in addition to this, we need to see much more support for families. We need to see more social workers, and we know, and the Minister will be well aware of this, that some of our social work teams are running at 50% capacity. How can they possibly be expected to properly support families, to properly support children into the right care setting? So we need to see more early interventions for families and more of the step up, step down supports, so that we're actually preventing children from getting into care in the first place, and foster families play a very important role in that too.
Thank you. Linda, I call Alan Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I want to begin, like others, in commending the vital contribution of foster care throughout Northern Ireland, past and present. These unsung heroes have played a key role in shaping the lives of our most vulnerable children and young people. Their dedication, their compassion and unwavering commitment create safe havens to young people who face adversity, loss and uncertainty. In the embrace of a loving foster home, children find solace, they find stability, and they find a chance to reach their full potential, and a place where futures can be rewritten. Yet, as we debate this today, the number of children and young people in care has reached its highest level since 1995, with only 2% in a Bernardo's poll in Northern Ireland indicating that they would consider fostering a child in the next 5 years. The fostering network tell us that the province is short of approximately 300 foster carers, meaning the stability that I had referred to in the first paragraph will be lost for some of those children as a result of being moved around the system. So why are we short of foster carers? Is there a lack of aggression in the recruitment processes? Is it because of a lack of strategic planning? Is it because of the cost of living crisis where families are struggling and to care for their own? Is it the case here in Northern Ireland because the weekly fostering allowances in the province have not kept up with inflation, or with the Republic of Ireland, or with mainland UK? In the Irish Republic, in November 2024, the foster care allowance for children under 12 would increase to €400 per week, and the foster care allowance for children aged 12 and over will increase to €425 per week. Foster care allowances here were sitting 16% below the GB average, with the gap set to widen even further. Effectively, the real-world costs are being transferred to those families who foster. But merely pinning the blame upon money would be doing foster carers a disservice. And indeed, there are similar problems with the numbers of foster carers stepping forward in England. Foster carers have pointed to poor communication between trust staff and social work teams, leaving them feeling undervalued. That will require a cultural change within the health system, and rather than being seen as service users by trust, They want to be treated as key partners. Those considering being foster carers would be more willing if they knew they were regarded as an integral part of the care plan for those in their care, but also in the children's social services workforce. Receiving the right support that is easily accessible is also key to transforming people's attitudes to taking on the foster care role, one that provides opportunities for development and specialist training. I would be keen for the Minister today to detail to the House what feedback is collated from those who leave fostering, to uncover the reasons behind their decision to exit or deregister. That information would be useful in dictating current and future policies and could help to drive recruitment campaigns, including attracting different demographics such as single people. Yes, happy to do so.
I wonder if the member would also be would also agree that it's important that the department actually also listens to the voice of the young people who are care experienced and their feedback in what like positive benefits stable foster carers have had on their lives, because actually that could speak louder than anything else in terms of attracting more foster carers.
Absolutely.
Members, an extra minute.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm more than happy to include that. That information will be useful in dictating current and future policies and could help to drive recruitment campaigns, including attracting different demographics such as single people, those who don't own their own home, and those with a disability. So in conclusion, Minister, I would ask, what is your vision and what action plan to recruit, retain and reward carers before the crisis in foster care deepens any further? Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Alan, and I call Danny Donnelly.
Mr. Speaker, many of the points I was going to make have already been made by previous speakers here. So, again, I welcome the opportunity to speak in this important motion, and I thank the DUP members for bringing it here today. This motion gives us the opportunity to acknowledge and commend the essential contribution of foster carers. The benefits of foster care are clear, providing children with a secure, stable and supportive environment. Foster family can provide a child with a very different and more stable life than they may have had otherwise. As the motion says, a safe, loving and nurturing home can transform the lives of children and young people, helping them to reach their full potential, and foster carers can provide exactly that. And it is disappointing that fewer people are willing to foster, has been noted many times. A significant challenge are the bureaucratic obstacles and barriers facing some willing foster carers. Some have been outlined in the review of Children's Social Care Services report headed by Professor Ray Jones. A concern is that children can be moved several times, often without short notice, either between different foster carers or between foster care and residential care. Another issue raised in the Ray Jones review relates to the significant variation between our health trusts in respect to staffing structures and numbers. While there are some advantages for foster care services in Northern Ireland compared to the rest of the UK, for example, the comparative absence of intrusion by private commercial companies, which we have seen in England, which can drain funding away from public services, there are also disadvantages. One of these disadvantages is that Northern Ireland is too small for 5 separate public sector foster care agencies and 4 independent sector agencies. As the report states, it would be more consistent, equitable, efficient and economic to have one foster care and adoption service for all of Northern Ireland. Avoiding unnecessary competition would provide a more effective service. We also need to move away from foster care being viewed as a volunteer-based service to a more modern and skills-based service that places children and foster carers at the centre of decision-making. This was suggested over a decade ago in the RQIA review of statutory fostering services published in 2013. As mentioned by the proposer, pay remains another issue and mentioned by many people here today. But obviously it's not the key driver as to why people decide to foster children. In addition to the variation on accessing free payments in Northern Ireland, on average the percentage of paid foster carers in Northern Ireland is significantly lower than the rest of the UK. While residential care may be the best solution for some children, it is important that these children who need care, nurture and stability in a family environment have that option. There are of course other barriers which must be addressed to make the process of becoming foster care easier. The major workforce issues involving social workers, the bureaucratic nature of the administrative setup in Northern Ireland and the inability to work across trusts, many of these issues raised by the Ray Jones review. However, financial support, again referred to as a significant issue. I absolutely support the motion's call for a new and ambitious and fully resourced recruitment programme, but this must be combined with action to address the issues that have been raised. Once the barriers are lowered and those providing foster care can finally feel recognised and empowered as an invaluable part of the workforce, I am confident that willingness to foster will no longer be an issue as it is now. These are just a few of the issues that the Department needs to consider in the new recruitment programme. I support the calls on the Minister in his motion to launch such a programme and encourage him to adopt an ambitious approach that fully acknowledges the vital contribution of foster carers across Northern Ireland, with necessary resources and pay required to carry out this important role. Thank you.
Thank you, Danny. And I call Tom Elliott.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, for calling me in this. And just as the debate went on, there was a few points I wanted to make, and they were probably too long for an intervention. But I want to put a slightly different perspective on this, and I want to pay tribute to all those foster carers as well. And I do declare an interest as being a former registered foster carer, but who went down the route of adoption then. And I do want to make clear the difficulties that the social workers are in, as the foster carers are. They find themselves both in hugely difficult positions, and that's why I believe there is such a difficulty recruiting foster carers as there is recruiting social workers for this role. And one of the reasons I'm looking at it from a slightly different perspective, and that is the management and control that both foster carers and social workers have on young people, particularly in that slightly advanced age, maybe of between 12 and 16. Where if you want that young person to, or they're recommended to go on some type of course or training, they can absolutely refuse. And there is no right for a social worker, for a foster carer, or even a parent to insist that they do that, even if that's in their own benefit, even if that's for the benefit of that young person. And I believe, and I've talked to foster carers on a regular basis, and that's the difficulty that some of them find themselves in. It's actually the laws that we have here. And I think there needs to be a review of that. And apologies for looking at this from a slightly different perspective. But I do believe there needs to be a review there, because sometimes when you want to help those young people, you can't actually help them because they're taking a different viewpoint because of the rights of that young person. And I feel we need to have a broader review than just looking at we need to pay more to foster carers, because the vast majority of foster carers are not in it for the money. They're in it to make a difference to those young people. So I'm actually asking the Minister if there would be a broader review around that. Even when there's a care order placed on a young person, even the courts don't have the right to insist that that young person can go sometimes for help whenever they need it. And I'm telling you this, Principal Deputy Speaker, from experience. And it leaves those people, those foster carers, as it does the social workers, in an extremely difficult position. So I'm suggesting that there needs to be a much more broader review than just around money and finances, because these people want to do good for those young people and put them in the right direction. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Tom. I wish now to call the Minister for Health, Mr. Robin Swan. And Robin, you have 15 minutes to respond.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I do welcome the opportunity to speak in this debate today and put on record again my deep appreciation for fosters, carers and caring for our children and young people. Principal Deputy Speaker, I was pleased to be able to translate my respect and appreciation for foster carers into that practical support previously when I was in this role during the pandemic. Because at the outset of the pandemic, our trust provided a £100 one-off payment to foster parents to enable them to purchase materials to help keep children occupied whilst at home. And in addition, I made almost £1.4 million available to uplift fostering allowances in 2021, and in March 2022 I made that additional payment that was referenced earlier, of funding of almost £1 million available to help sustain foster placements during what was a very challenging time for families. Also, Principal Deputy Speaker, foster parents in Northern Ireland at that point were included in Group 2 of the COVID vaccination programme, actually alongside frontline health and social care workers. We here in Northern Ireland were the only region of the UK to take that step. But we spoke about it not just being about the money, it was about value, I think Ms Dodd said in moving the motion. So I do recognise that these were short-term measures and there's a real need to develop a sustainable recruitment and retention plan for foster parents that will encourage new carers to come forward and actually support our existing foster parents to continue in the vital role that they perform. But I want to take a moment to set out the context in which foster parents are caring for children, because as has been referenced, the number of looked after children is actually higher today than it has ever been, with almost 4,000 children in care. Over 80% of those in care are looked after in a foster care placement. Our Life Deserves strategy for our looked after children recognises that we are fortunate in Northern Ireland that so many of our children in care are able to live with foster carers in a stable home environment. But it also recognises the challenges facing foster carers, and it's clear about the actual need to support them. That strategy identifies the need for an effective recruitment plan and those improved support for foster carers. So, in line with commitments in that strategy, a regional approach to the recruitment of foster carers actually has been in place since 2020. So, with the launch of HSCNI Adoption and Fostering Service, it's that service that recruits, trains and supports foster carers and takes an always recruiting approach to keep fostering in the public arena. The passage of the Adoptions and Children Act, actually in April 22, was another important step in bringing forward what was legislation actually to strengthen the arrangements for assessing and approving foster carers. And I expect to be able to bring forward those new fostering agencies, those regulations, before the summer. At March 23, there were 3,140 children in foster care, 83% of all children in care. And in addition, 315 young care leavers were living with their former foster carers as part of Going the Extra Mile scheme. That GEM scheme, Principal Deputy Speaker, will be placed on a statutory basis under the Adoption and Children's Act. Importantly, the balance of children placed in kinship care and non-kinship care has shifted dramatically in recent years. In March 2019, 52% of all children in foster care were living with non-kin foster parents, and 48% were living with kinship carers. However, since March 2020, that has changed, and we have a greater proportion of children in foster care who have been placed with family members or friends. And at March 23, 55% of children in foster care were actually living in kinship care, with 45% in non-kin foster carers. That shift is also evident in the number of foster parents available to care for children. Principal Deputy Speaker, at this point, I want to acknowledge that contribution made to the lives of children and young people by kinship carers. Grandparents, brothers, sisters, aunts and uncles who step up to care for children who no longer can live with their parents, often at great sacrifice to themselves and their plans for the future. They act out of love, they act out of care, and they act out of compassion. The total number of foster carers has increased by just 9% in the last 5 years, and that's compared to a corresponding increase in the number of children in care of 16% over the same period. The number of kinship carers over the same 5-year period from March 19 to March 23 increased by 22%. However, the number of non-kinship carers fell by 6%. Principal Deputy Speaker, that's significant. It's significant because those living with close family members or friends that they know and trust for the benefits of those children. But it's also important to acknowledge that kinship carers themselves may require additional support to help them care for the child or children that they're looking after. So I want to be clear that foster carers are provided with support. Social workers across our trust work tirelessly to build supportive relationships with foster carers and to help them through every step of the fostering journey. Foster carers in Northern Ireland can benefit from a range of supports, and that includes training and development opportunity, financial allowances, dedicated support groups and bespoke resources and services. But it is clear, and that's why I thank members for bringing this motion, it's clear that we need to do more. In the year to March 23, the Regional Adoption and Foster Care Service received 573 inquiries about fostering. Excluding those who came forward in response to a targeted young refugee appeal, that represented a 54% reduction in inquiries from the previous year. So I agree with members that action is needed now to turn that around. The current level of foster care allowances are a concern. It's a matter of regret that it's only possible to increase foster care allowances by 3% last year. And that was because of the absence of a confirmed budget for 24-25. It's also unfortunately not possible for me to take a firm commitment today on the level of increase for this year. However, I have asked my officials to develop early proposals for my consideration and ensure that any uplift in allowances is communicated and paid to foster carers as quickly as possible. But I must stress that through the uplift in foster care allowances will have resource implications and in contexts of severe budgetary faced by my department. But I will carefully consider any proposals to increase foster allowances. But I also want to review how we use all the funding currently available to us in the most effective way, in addition to payment of allowances, because we also pay fees. The totality of that investment is actually more than £60 million annually, and I have asked again for an examination of how that funding is actually used to determine whether we're using it effectively as possible and whether there is scope actually to do something differently. As has been said by many contributors today, financial support is important, but I also want to see more practical and emotional support provided to foster carers. One of the areas where foster carers have told us they need more support is actually during investigations. And a review of that process for handling complaints and allegations against foster carers is currently underway. And that's to ensure that complaints and those who are the subject of a complaint are treated fairly and are clear about the process and the support that they can expect to receive while concerns are being investigated. And I expect a new policy to be operational later this year. Foster parents are in the unique position of caring for a child 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And I want to see the knowledge of foster parents better reflected in the planning for those in their care. A review of current planning and looked after child review arrangements has commenced and is in the early stages alongside children and young people. Foster carers will have a key role in forming that review, importantly in future decision-making processes. And at this point, I'll pick up on what Mr. Elliott said in regards to his contribution and ensure that those comments and reflections are included in that piece of work as well. Because in the longer term, the continued rollout of the Northern Ireland Framework for integrated therapeutic care will actually expand into foster care settings. That framework recognises the valuable contribution of everyone in a child's caregiving network. That includes foster carers and the importance of supporting them so that they in turn can help children. Principal Deputy Speaker, I'm also bringing forward new regulations to update the legislative framework for fostering and to bring fostering agencies within the scope of registration with the RQIA. Those regulations aim to improve the assessment and approval process for foster parents and will actually place new duties on trusts and adoption agencies in respect of the information, the training and support that they provide to foster carers. So that's intended that the regulations will be complemented by new standards, again developed in partnership with foster parents and those they care for. So in time, our new special guardianship orders will also be introduced. These SGOs will enable greater preeminence for some foster children, enabling them to leave care with continued support and assistance provided to both the child and their guardian. All of this is taking place in the context of much wider reforms of children's social care services, following the publication of the independent review led by Professor Ray Jones, which I commissioned. Professor Jones highlighted the challenges in foster care. However, he also considered the high proportion of children placed in kinship care and as a particular strength. The review recommended that previous reviews of foster care policies and services should be updated and acted upon now and not allowed to drift. As I've already said, I expect to bring forward new fostering regulations by the summer, and work is underway to develop those accompanying standards. I also recommended that the experience and expertise of foster carers should be harnessed through, for example, the region-wide introduction of the Mockingbird model, a model to enhance the support and status of foster carers. Professor Ray Jones was clear that foster carers should be recognised and positioned as valued members of the children's social care team. That recommendation was accepted from the outset and has been identified as one of the guiding principles, actually to inform the implementation of the reviews, other recommendations and the associated reform programme. That reform programme has been in place since April 23 and has a work stream dedicated to improving the recruitment and retention of foster carers. So in recognition of their vital role in our children's social care system, that work stream has already carried out much of the necessary exploratory work to inform those new approaches to recruiting and retaining foster carers. But I'm clear that it is now time for us to take those specific actions which will help to stabilise, to support and to expand foster care services. Those actions must include improving our capacity to engage with potential foster carers, learning from successful recruitment and retention measures in other areas, improving the process to assess and approve new foster carers. However, I need to acknowledge the very high vacancy rates in children's social care services. That includes fostering teams, which are actually impacting on teams' ability to engage with and support potential foster carers and progress new applications. So actions are being taken to address those recruitment and retention difficulties, but there's more work to do. Well, yeah.
I just want to might clarify on what actions and if they include the number of training places for social workers, because whilst I welcome a lot of what has been said, I think the specifics would go a long way in like saying to the workforce that more help is coming.
No, and the member does make a valid point in regards to those training places. It's a submission that I was engaged with officials on yesterday in regards to what budget will be assigned to that. As the member well knows, I currently don't have a budget, so I'm working on a flat-line budget in regards to the training places that I can currently commission. I haven't received firm recommendations from my officials, but social work and social workers are high in regards to where I do see a recognised need because of issues that have been raised today, and it's something that I would like to look favourably on. The member did raise an issue that I want to get back on in regards to the specific number of children in care in her area. Just to assure her that we are working with the Belfast Trust, actually to better understand the reasons why children are being taken into care by considering what available data and actually comparing practice across the Trust, particularly in North Belfast, because the pattern is not uniform actually across the entire Trust. So we need to understand why that is the case and see what can be done to address that. So in responding to the consultation on children's services review, people were clear about the need for improved support for foster carers and the need for meaningful engagement with them. So I expect to receive detailed advice on the next steps to implement Professor Jones' recommendations in the coming weeks, and I will have the voices of foster carers and the children in my mind as I consider this advice and make decisions about the way forward.
Thank you. Minister, I call Deborah Erskine to wind on the motion. Deborah, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I want to thank my colleagues for bringing forward this motion this afternoon, because it is a very important motion, as we've heard in this chamber today. The value that foster carers have in society cannot be underestimated. And I remember whenever I came to this assembly, the Health Committee looked at the Adoption and Children's Bill, which was a huge piece of legislation. And I have to say, as a member of the Health Committee at that time, and I know I'm looking across the chamber at other members that were there during that time, we had informal meetings with foster carers and with young people as well. And I have to say that those Zoom calls at that time with those people were some of the most enriching meetings that I had in my time on the Health Committee, because what they really showed in those Zoom calls was the love and the care and the attention that they give to young people in our community. And if nothing comes out of this chamber today, I think the value that we should place on people who provide that within communities is certainly to be recognised. In terms of we've pointed to in the course of this debate in terms of there is inconsistencies in relation to the social care systems and processes across different trusts, leading to inequality in provision, and we must ensure that there is no postcode lottery. One way in terms of providing support, I know Linda Dillon there mentioned this towards the end of her contribution, was about the Step Up, Step Down initiative, and that's been trialled in South Eastern Trust, and that could be expanded province-wide, as I understand is being introduced in Wales. And that foster care role in terms of the Step Up, Step Down provides intensive work alongside birth families to build up skills, capacity and networks, and highly trained and experienced family support. Foster care can step up if a family needs additional support, and then step down when things improve again, which might be a help and give that holistic help to families. I just want to briefly try and touch on some of the points that members had raised in the chamber today, and in terms of my colleague Mrs Dodds, she rightly from the outset pointed out about the care and the love and attention that foster carers give to young people who are in the most difficult circumstances, who are vulnerable. And she also pointed out about Foster Care Week happening in May, which I hope members will all try to promote in this chamber, as well as we need to encourage people within our constituency to take up that very important role of foster care. And indeed, Mrs Dodds outrightly said about this should be a call to action today. This should be about implementation, and members have rightly said, I think it was Mrs McAllister said about we've had review it time and time again. It's time for implementation. I think people are tired of hearing about reviews and one thing and another. They just want help, they want support within the community. So we have the documents there, let's implement them. And I'm sure the Minister will know that there's bound to be modelling in relation to this. I know we're working through the budgets at this moment in time, but there's bound to be modelling in relation to social workers and the need that is out there. And I thank the member, Mr Elliott, my constituency colleague, for pointing out about social workers, because one thing that came out of those Zoom calls that we had was the fact that social workers come and go quite a bit, and it means that in terms of that stability for even foster carers, that also has an impact upon their ability to be able to support the children that's in their care as well. And they feel like sometimes they have to start way back at the start again whenever a new social worker comes into place, and that was a huge frustration that came out in some of those conversations. Mr Becker, he pointed out about closing the gap and ensuring that each child reaches their full potential, and that's exactly what we want to ensure that we can do for the many children that need foster care. And Mr Chambers pointed out, of course, the lasting impact that foster carers can have, and in his contribution he noted about the lack of government. But this issue has been on the cards for quite some time, and as the motion states, the number of children and young people in care in Northern Ireland is now at its highest level since 1995. It was an issue in 1995 as it is today, and there are fewer people willing to foster. So again, we need to deal with this. We need to implement the things that are there and the strategies that are in place. And I remind Mr Chambers as well The Department of Health has a budget of over £7 billion. So, you know, we need to be able to invest in this area appropriately and properly. And again, that's what other members have pointed to in this chamber. Again, Mr McGrath, who would have been on those meetings as well alongside me, said that foster care is a vocation, and we need to ensure that we have the right children placed with the right family. And pointed to, obviously, the work and the implementation of Professor Ray Jones' report. Alan Robinson, my colleague, highlighted that 2% of respondents to Bernardo's said that they would consider fostering a child. And he questioned very validly the points around why this might be. And then again, Mr Donnelly, he pointed out the differences in social care and indeed across the UK and indeed in terms of Northern Ireland, and that more value needs to be placed on foster care. So I think the very clear, message from this chamber today is about the value in terms of our foster carers, but also the need to implement and have that in place to provide more for people on the ground to ensure that we enrich the lives of children and young people. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. So the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, just take your ease a couple of minutes.
Members, order members. Item 7 on the order paper, the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn, and in conjunction with the Business Committee, the Speaker has given leave to Saoirse Eastwood to raise the matter of the Maze Long Kesh Redevelopment and Investment. I call Saoirse Eastwood, who is up to 15 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd also like to declare an interest at the start of this debate, given that I was a former councillor in Lisburn Castlereagh Council area. I really welcome the opportunity to have this debate today. I want the debate to be solution-focused and forward-looking. However, we need to acknowledge where we are and how we have got here with the Maze Long Kesh site. To me, the Maze Long Kesh site perfectly encapsulates a level of political failure, something full of such promise, yet stalled and stalling. This is a site of huge economic and social value, not just to Lagan Valley, but indeed right across Northern Ireland. It sits on the Belfast to Dublin corridor, one of only, I think actually one, European transport corridor on the whole of the island, a close distance to major airports and ports. The Maze Long Kesh Corporation noted that it has the potential to deliver around 800 million of investment and up to 14,000 jobs. And yet, ministers refuse time and time again to be decisive and to choose a positive way forward. Ahead of this debate today, I was looking at previous plans for the site. Of course, we know about the potential for a multi-sport stadium that could have seen us hosting multiple international events, but the previous master plan also had provision for housing, leisure facilities, innovation zones, parks and community areas. So while the headlines always talk about the lost opportunity with the sports stadium, I talk about the loss for our constituents in Lagan Valley of all the things that could have been, that could have made our area so much better: housing, jobs and green space. This is also deeply personal to me, as I grew up just a short distance from the Maze Long Kesh site, and I know what it could be for the people of the area and beyond. And indeed, we know that there is absolutely brilliant work being done with the Ulster Aviation Society, the Air Ambulance Northern Ireland, and now housing the Balmoral Show. But we are where we are, and where we are today with Maze Long Kesh is nothing short of a scandal. The Maze Long Kesh Development Corporation became operational in 2012. They had a remit to secure the regeneration of Maze Long Kesh through the following means: bringing land and buildings into effective use, encouraging public and private investment and the development of industry and commerce, creating an attractive environment and ensuring that social, recreational, cultural and community facilities are available. However, the current position, due to no ministerial agreement on a way forward, is that the corporation is constrained in what it can do. In an answer to my written question, the First Minister and Deputy First Minister said, "The Development Corporation is currently charged with maintaining and managing the site, carrying out essential health and safety works and supporting the existing tenants, so they have effectively been reduced to caretakers. And yet we have appointed a new board and a chairman at significant expense. We need to do much better." In their annual report of 2022-23, the MLK Corporation noted the potential to create 6 hubs on the site, including for health and life science, agri-foods and community living, health and well-being. Indeed, I'm sure Invest NI and Enterprise NI would be willing to lend their expertise as well in bringing this site to life. There is also the talk of Northern Ireland becoming a green investment zone, and I would welcome that and argue that this site could play a major role in that. And so there actually is a clear vision. There are ideas, but what is missing is political leadership to help bring this forward. I am really looking forward to the response today from the First Minister and Deputy First Minister to this debate. But what I really don't want to hear is the obvious. Indeed, I've looked back over the years of written questions and answers about plans for the site, and the response from the First Minister and Deputy First Minister is always roughly the same. We recognise the great value and potential in the site and look forward to working to its regeneration. I truly hope that there is more to say today in this debate, because everyone knows the value and the potential of the site already. That isn't what we are missing right now. The people of Lagan Valley, and indeed right across Northern Ireland, deserve better than drift year after year. What I want to hear today is clear ambition and detail, because I have that ambition for us all. I want plans, I want timelines, I want our First and Deputy First Minister to deliver on the potential of the site, so that we can actually start to realise its full potential and move forward to a better future that we all deserve. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
And thank you. Before we proceed, can I notify members that members for the Lagan Valley constituency will have 6 minutes to speak, all other members will have 4 minutes. And I call Emma Little-Pengelly.
Thank you. It's great to have the opportunity to stand and to speak on this important issue for Lagan Valley.
To clarify, I'm speaking from the backbench, not a ministerial capacity as Deputy First Minister. The response will be from the First Minister officially. But I did want to contribute to this debate because of the importance, in particular, to Lagan Valley, but in my view, actually to the importance of Northern Ireland, because I do think this is a site of regional importance, not just Lagan Valley importance. But I also speak as somebody who is in another role, in a capacity, and in a position to hopefully seek to move this project forward. I have worked very closely with the site even long before I came into the Lagan Valley constituency, and I worked with colleagues around, and some still around this assembly, for many, many years. And I can honestly say I think I've spent many hundreds of hours of my life working on the Maze Long Kesh proposals. And of course it is a source of deep frustration that the overall site has not been developed, and there are a number of reasons for that. I think sometimes it is incredibly simple to put this down to a political disagreement, but the reality is that politics and decisions in terms of a site like this is not about what we do to people, what politics decides and imposes through leadership or whatever that may be. The development of this site had to happen with those who were involved in, who had a link to, who had the understandable issues and concerns and genuine fears and apprehensions about some aspects of this site. Because there are historical aspects of this site which touch on all of that. And I see my Assembly colleague from Strangford is here, and he, of course, was actively involved as well with many of the organisations at the time of the initial proposals. Some of those proposals were very ambitious, and we worked very hard on those proposals. Yes, this site cannot just be a driver for Lagan Valley, but an economic driver for Northern Ireland. There is space on the site, on that key geographical location, that Belfast to Dublin corridor, with those links in terms of airports and ports. The site is ideal in terms of economic hub, particularly in some of those new areas that we talk about all of the time: reg tech, clean tech, green tech, in AI, in terms of pharma, in terms of so much potential that we can have here. But it also must be a site for the community, and I'm glad that I've been working with many within the community, including local sports organisations, about the potential of using the community and sports dedicated aspects of this site moving forward. But the reality is that we also need to listen to those that did have concerns about the initial proposals. The prison site is an example of the challenging and difficult legacy issues that we often have to deal with here in Northern Ireland. The original proposal, as it was, of course we went out and we spoke to people, we listened to groups, we listened to those that would be most impacted from that. And we understood, like, the reality is we had to listen to the concerns, the genuine concerns and issues of victims and survivors, of the prison officers who worked on that site, the prison officers who were injured, some of whom we listened to the families of those killed on that site and in around the prison, and of course those who were connected to the prison who perhaps served time in that prison. There's a lot of history with that site, and that will require moving forward with consensus. It will require moving forward with sensitivity, and of course we need to move forward with that consensus, with people with us, because the most important thing for us to do in politics is not to step forward and do something that is going to create further division, hurt and harm. And it is the reality that the previous proposals couldn't go ahead, not because of a lack of political agreement at that time, but because there was not a consensus with those key stakeholders, those that were most invested in that site in terms of the way forward. But that does not mean that we shouldn't take on the challenge of trying to navigate and find our way through that. Any way forward with this must be done with victims at the heart of it. It must be done in a way which is entirely sensitive to the needs of victims, to the history and to the heritage and to the legacy of this place as well. And that, of course, is absolutely my pledge today. But of course, there have been huge success stories on this site, and I want to make some reference to those. The Balmoral show attracting 1 million visitors a year, huge success. Many of the buildings there, the progress that it has made, really something that has become a source of celebration, I know, for all of Northern Ireland, but particularly proud to have that right in the heart of Lagan Valley as well. It attracts visitors from right across Northern Ireland. I always encourage city folks and town folks to get there and come and see some of the wonderful agriculture and rural aspects on display. And that's been really, really positive, and we look forward to working very closely with the RUAS moving forward. I also want to make reference to the fantastic Ulster Aviation Society. And if anybody listening to this, if you haven't been down to see the hangars and the incredible things that they have down there, please do get down to see it. European Heritage Day, 3,000 visitors attending. So some really good examples, but the challenge for us is to move forward positively, ensure that we maximise it, but to do so working with people, not imposing something on people. Thank you.
Thank you. I call David Honeyford.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Long Kesh, has been said, and I've said it before as well, it's literally the symbolic microcosm of Northern Ireland. It's all the potential, it's the resource, it's the location, it's the opportunity, and it lies underutilised and in the most dormant. The Long Kesh symbolises our past, but it also symbolises Northern Ireland of today and the potential for the future. It's the example of where our ambition for growth unfortunately meets the divisive nature of Northern Ireland politics, where we won't make a decision. Unrealised potential, and everybody misses out and everybody loses. But I remain really hopeful that the potential can finally actually be realised and be seen, and the community around can play a part in that. And I do also feel really hopeful that this region can also be confident and have a prosperous future to live. If this Assembly is to fully function and deliver for everyone here in the North, then the Assembly and the First and Deputy First Ministers must start to make decisions, hard decisions, long-term investments that future generations will feel the benefits of. Making the decisions that is a vital component to grow our economy, to give our local companies and the platform to thrive, to attract inward investment. And if our economy grows, it gives us the advantage of raising the living standards of every one of our constituents. It's been said by my colleague Saoirse Eastwood beside me that there are opportunities at Long Kesh for developing for new green business technology zone, for green energy, for agri-food, linking with our colleges, growing our entrepreneurial base and intellectual property that's owned and lives here, generating wealth locally. Our design manufacturing industry for greater foreign direct investment, creating jobs, apprenticeships, opportunities. The Long Kesh site, as has been said, is located on the island, centrally located on the M1 economic corridor, and the new Knockmore Link Road will provide easy access, linking the potential of the central industrial hub of the Belfast-Dublin economic corridor to the site. There are opportunities to provide land for leisure facilities, for sports pitches, for the community that are in huge demand in the area. But much like Northern Ireland, the Long Kesh site was once associated with conflict and hasn't seen its full potential. There has been substantial tourism investment into Hillsborough, and the investment into Hillsborough Village by Lisburn Castlereagh City Council, and they'll be absolutely commended for the work they have done there, and it's been funded as part of the city deal. And that city deal is to market and create a tourism opportunity, an offering for the stunning Georgian Hillsborough Village with its bars, its restaurants, its cafes, its boutique shop and hotels. Alongside the royal residence in Hillsborough Castle and its gardens, and then across the road we have the Dark Walk and the fort to the neighbouring Forest Park. And given the MLK site is practically next door, it also hosts the Ulster Aviation Society, has been mentioned, and the Neocon Exhibition Centre. But importantly, it still contains one of the remaining H blocks. And so finally building a peace and reconciliation centre that could massively enhance and add to the offering and bring our community together, that helps deal with our past, that helps deal with our history, and physically demonstrates the progress that we have made as a society as we move towards peace and where others can learn from us. It would be one of the biggest development opportunities anywhere in Northern Ireland. That's what Peter Robinson said about that site in 2012. The economic driver for tourism for the wider area, approximately 70% of tourists enter this island in the south. And we've got to attract that north. And this, developing this site, it would market and help us market that and benefit everybody. This is the future we could have. This is the future ahead of us, but we need political leadership to bring and to deliver results that bring the community along. And if we choose to walk into it, we need those decisions. We don't need nice words. We've had a peace process for the entire adult lifetime of practically everybody under the age of almost 50. And while it's important to continue the work towards a truly peaceful society, it's got to be, and this has got to be the time when we finally start to look forwards, where we finally start to look for and build prosperity for the wider region in the north. The development of the MLK site is currently subject to ministerial agreement on that way forward. Decisions finally need to be made, setting political baggage and aspirations to the side and actually making decisions that move this forward. But I do look forward and hope that decisions coming forward will come and can provide the opportunities that this generation and the next generation deserve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I call Paul Given.
Deputy Speaker, and I'm here on the back benches, which are much more comfortable than the front benches, I have to say. Oh, Mr. Nesbitt's keen to get to the front bench. It's more comfortable here, Mike, trust me. But the challenge is always better on the front benches. Can I thank Source Eastwood for bringing forward the adjournment debate. Tricky for Emma and I to do that in our ministerial capacity, so this at least gives us a chance to speak as MLAs for Lagan Valley, so thank you for that. It's an opportune time to talk about the maze or Long Kesh, and I'm comfortable with either, and I'll outline why in due course. But it is important that we seek to unlock the potential that we have here in the Lagan Valley constituency. Colleagues have touched upon the strategic importance of the location, 350 acres, sitting beside the Blairus site, which is 400 acres. And if you look at that in that totality, in terms of the amount of ground that could be unlocked as a part of the opportunity, this would have huge economic benefits, not just to Lisburn, but to Northern Ireland. Its accessibility, east-west and north-south, is critically important. You know, within 30 minutes of the maze site, 60% of our population can get to it. Within 1 hour, 80% of our population can get to the maze site. So it's accessible to so many people that we need to find ways to create opportunities for it. Long before it was known as the HMP maze, locals regarded it and called it the Long Kesh. We have the Kesh Road that sits right beside this site. It was the home and a base for the Royal Air Force. It was known as RAF Long Kesh. Now, I appreciate that in more recent times it's been associated with when prisoners were there, but actually that history of Long Kesh and the Royal Air Force existed and predated long before it became an issue for prisoners in terms of referring it to Long Kesh. And interestingly, a number of important visitors came to the RAF Long Kesh. President Eisenhower visited the site, Winston Churchill during the Second World War, and indeed the late Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II took her first flight and landed in RAF Long Kesh. So there's great history to Long Kesh and the Royal Air Force on this particular site, and I think that's important. I will, yes.
I thank the member for giving way, and it would be remiss of me not to mention this, seeing as we're going through the roll of honour. My granddad Tom also served at RAF Maze Long Kesh, or Long Kesh as it was then, was 23MU, and then they moved to Aldergrove. So, you know, this did used to have a lineage and a heritage of local industry, commerce, whatever you want to call it, engineering. And yeah, I just thought it would be remiss if I didn't mention my wee granddad Tom, because obviously, you know, that was a huge thing for so many people back then who served their time. So thank the member for giving way on that.
Members, an extra minute.
Thank you. And that neatly takes me to my own family, personal connections to the site, and that's its association with the prison and HMP, the Maze. My father served in the Maze within Loyalist and Republican wings as a prison officer, served for 36 years. We lived that life, which was very much different to prisoners, but as a son of a prison officer, I remember going with mum and picking dad up as he walked through the steel gate and the door opened. I remember distinctly the smell of tobacco on his uniform. Dad never smoked, but that was something that I recall as a child, because obviously the environment that he was in. I also remember him coming home with snooker balls that had been thrown at him. I know from growing up, he had his own personal protection weapon that he kept very close to him, checked under the vehicle. We had bulletproof windows installed in the house because his name was on a list that the Provisional IRA had. He was subject to a letter bomb that arrived within weeks of him starting in the Maze. He got a parcel bomb delivered to the house, letting him know by the prisoners, we know where you live. So as the son of a prison officer, I know the story associated with the impact that it had. My uncle served in the Maze. The IRA put 13 bullets in his car as he drove up the motorway. He was a principal officer in the IRA wing when they broke out. They wore his uniform. He was hooded and stripped. So I come to this from a perspective of knowing what it was like to be part of that family and the trauma that prison officers went through, the pain that they endured. I also know that my dad worked with prisoners who now, as a counsellor in Lisburn, he works with at a community level, who were loyalist prisoners, and I see firsthand the contribution that they make to my community, which is improving the community. And so it's important that we look forward to the future as well as remembering what was an awful period of our time in the past. And so we need to find a way to navigate that space, and I think that we can, and we should be able to try and do that. And you do have the Balmoral show, the Ulster Aviation Society, that I remember being in Langford, and they needed to be relocated. Edwin Poots was a member of the Maze panel at the time and was able to get them into the aircraft hangars to secure its future. And obviously then you have the retained buildings. We just need to navigate that space sensibly, and we need to make sure that we can unlock the potential of the Maze site, because there is huge potential in order for it to become something of significance, not just within the Lagan Valley constituency, but indeed for Northern Ireland. And I think that will be something that we need to see progress being made in the weeks, months and years ahead. And I hope, with the executive having been restored, that we can do that in a sensible manner that unlocks the potential at the Maze Long Kesh. Thank you.
And thank you. I call Padraig Delargy.
Good morning, last Cancolia, and thank Mr. Given for his comments, because they lead me neatly into my comments. So I think we've talked about economic drivers, we've talked about the potential of this site, and I think what is imperative here is that we look at bringing trade, we look at bringing skills, jobs to this area, and unlocking the economic potential. And that is the key word in all of this, is potential. It's about opportunity, and it's around positivity and what can be done with this site. As has been mentioned by all members, I think, so far, this is about Lagan Valley, it's about Lisburn, but also it's about this entire region, and it's about the entire east coast of Ireland as well. So we've had two projects within my own constituency, which have been unlocked and which are continuing to be unlocked. Those are both at the Ebrington site and at the Fort George site as well. And the Ebrington site has unlocked huge potential in terms of foreign direct investment, in terms of supporting local businesses, and in terms of being an economic driver for the Northwest. It's transformed and expanded our city centre, and it acts as a key point in our city for culture, for arts, and for innovation. Fort George site is at a slightly different phase. It's probably more in its infancy, and it has the potential to unlock another key site within our city as well, for business and for trade. And one of the things which we've touched on today has largely been around the economy, but also around health at that site, because each of us and all of us in our own constituencies recognise the health access which all our constituents are facing at the minute, access issues with that. So it has the potential to unlock that. So I think in this conversation it's imperative that we look on the round at the economic side of things, but also the potential to unlock and to challenge the other issues which our constituents are facing. So my speech will be very short. I want to reaffirm Sinn Féin's commitment to the development of the Long Kesh site, and to commit to developing and unlocking the economic potential of this site and of other sites across the north.
Thank you. I now call Mike Nesbitt.
Thank you very much. I think I've said before that I feel the feel of this mandate is different. The mood's better, the positivity is higher, the determination is greater. So I don't want to be critical, but we have to be honest, I think, and say over the years our record on developing major infrastructure projects is not the best. Desert Crete was supposed to be a world-class facility for all our blue lights responders. Didn't happen. York Street interchange could still be years away. And we have, of course, May's Long Kesh. And it's nearly 20 years since the cross-party group published the master plan. It was May 2006. And what did they say? We should have a multi-sports stadium. Didn't happen. And we're living with a legacy because we've only built or redeveloped 2 of the 3 stadia. And as an aside, but I think an important one, if the 2 we'd developed had been Casement and Windsor, or Casement and Ravenhill, what would the rugby union fraternity be saying about not having their development? What would the association football people be saying if it was Windsor Park, which was the odd one out of those 3? So we need to think about the consequences of not doing what we say we're going to do. And of course, the master plan included an international centre for conflict transformation. And the Strategic Investment Board were tasked with consulting on that proposal, the Peace Building and Conflict Resolution Centre, as it was called. I was one of the 4 victims commissioners at the time. We didn't have a view on whether we were supporting it or not, but I did attend what I think was the first meeting the SIB held in the Community Relations Council. And the poor official tried to focus people, and they were all representatives of victims' groups, tried to focus them on 3 questions. Number 1, should we have a centre? If so, number 2, what should be in it? And thirdly, where should it be? And everybody went straight to question 3. And everybody who represented a sort of nationalist Republican viewpoint said it has to be at the Maze. It's the only site we can have. And everybody on the unionist loyalist side said, oh no, anywhere but the Maze. And it convinced me that it was the most toxic choice of a piece of land in Northern Ireland that we could possibly have come across. So if that's still the blockage, I want to propose something that I have proposed before. Let's have a peace building and conflict resolution centre, but not at the Maze Long Kesh. Let's retake the Crumlin Road Courthouse. Now, First Minister, Deputy First Minister were there last week with Joe Kennedy looking at the fantastic work on the other side of the road. The tunnel is still there, could be reopened. That courthouse could be the Conflict Resolution Centre in North Belfast, which saw more murders per square mile than any other part of this country, and where levels of deprivation and dereliction today are very high, as members like Mr Kingston quite rightly remind us. And in terms of the prison and the remaining, the hospital wing and the rest, can we be imaginative? Think of the Constitutional Courthouse in Johannesburg. It was built on the site of an old prison, and part of the construction involved taking bricks from the awaiting trial wing of the former prison and putting them into a gable wall of this new Constitutional Court. So maybe we could be imaginative about how we link things together. And if we did do that, what a great home, permanent home, for Colin Davidson's Silent Witness collection as a start of peace building and reconciliation.
Thank you. Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Speaker. We talk a lot about the difficulties of reaching political agreement in this place, about how years of stop-start government and political dysfunction have frustrated the progress of a whole range of issues. But I don't think there's any better example than May's Long Kesh site. It is the perfect metaphor of the inability of this place, and in particular the two biggest parties, it has to be said, working together, forming consensus and reaching agreement. Members of this House will be familiar with my advocacy for the North West and the urgent need to address how starved our city has been of jobs and investment. But as economy spokesperson for the SDLP, I'm really willing to talk about our huge opportunities for investment in Northern Ireland on that eastern economic corridor, and that is exactly what the May's Long Kesh site represents. And as Minister Given said, you know, north-south and east-west opportunities. Sitting on that Belfast-Dublin economic corridor, this site is very well placed to attract investment and drive economic development, particularly given its proximity to its nearest neighbour and the access of that dual opportunity as well. And that's the reason why people are so frustrated about the lack of progress in the May's Long Kesh site, because the potential is clear for everyone to see. I have personally visited that site and witnessed the 347 acres of opportunity that exists. I have visited the Ulster Aviation Society, and I have visited the H Block, and I've been fascinated, to be honest with you, with both. It's an area 4 times the size of Canary Wharf and twice the size of the Titanic corridor. Logistically, it's a prime site, and everyone knows that it's a huge asset. I understand that it presents many complex challenges. Telling the story of our history is never easy. The redevelopment of the whole site may involve some hard decisions, but we are politicians. That is literally our job. The Executive Office can't keep batting this ball away because it's too hard. The May's Long Kesh is situated in the Deputy First Minister's constituency and the Education Minister's constituency. Surely both ministers should show leadership and move this project forward. We can find a way to tell our stories with respect and with dignity. And in the meantime, we should get on with the development of the rest of the site and not allow the complex issue of legacy of the prison to hold us back any longer. What is currently taking place in the absence of that political leadership and direction is that the taxpayer is being asked to fork out an enormous amount of money with little or no return. They have chosen to throw more and more public money at the management of the site with little show for it, and they state that it is deteriorating before their very eyes. In the last 3 years, the May's Long Kesh Development Corporation has received funding from the TEO worth up to a tune of £4.8 million. In that time, the corporation has spent around £350,000 on maintenance. The appointments to that board are some of the 360 public appointments that had been made here without oversight of a public appointments commissioner, including 6 appointments made in November to that board. Appointments who, based on previous experience, could be paid tens of thousands of pounds of taxpayers' money. So since 2013, the May's Long Kesh has remained frozen from political stalemate, and this huge piece of infrastructure has been stuck in limbo. But the taxpayer hasn't been stuck in limbo. The taxpayer is keeping forking out the money to maintain that site. This must change finally, and change soon. Thank you.
Thanks to the member and all members who have contributed. That concludes the list of those who had indicated a wish to speak. I now call on the First Minister to respond.
Thank you, Concordia. Last Concordia. Can I thank the member firstly just for raising the debate and for all the very passionate contributions to what is, I think, the common ground that we all share, which is this is an opportunity that we must now grasp with both hands. And you know, different members, particularly those that represent the constituency, have talked about your own connection, your own family connection, your own experience, your own lived experience, and those things are all important. But equally, everybody has recognised This is much wider than the Lisburn constituency or Lagan Valley constituency. It's much wider in terms of being a site that has got enormous economic, historic also, and reconciliation opportunity. And I think these are the things that we have to look to in terms of the common ground. And I think that, to pick up on a phrase that was used, it is time to change the record. I agree. It's time to change the record. It's time to do this. It's time to actually make it happen. And it's time to make this site an enormous catalyst for investment and all that we can achieve. So let's make that our common ground and something to build on from today's debate. Everybody has referenced the amazing strategic potential that it offers, referred to the fact that 347 acres of a site, twice the size of the Titanic Quarter, around 1 million people living all within 30 minutes of the site. Again, that speaks to the potential and the opportunity that we have. And then also members have referred to the fact that it's such its location lends itself to the fact that it's so strategic in terms of a key transport corridor, access to our airports or ports. It gives the whole site a really unparalleled competitive advantage. So the catalyst that it can be for development and bringing jobs, investment, the positive impact that it can bring to local communities has to be maximised, and we're determined to make sure that that happens. I think that, and again, many members have reflected on the fact that there has been, a lot of development on the site, obviously much more to come, but things like the Balmoral Show, which is going to open again on the 15th of May, again, what that brings to the site, hugely popular event. Thousands of people come from all over, not even those from an agriculture and farming background, as someone said. It's actually quite wider than that, and actually it's a fantastic day out for people. But that in itself, even that event, that one event, showcases all that's good about our agri-food industry, all that's good in terms of high quality food and drink offering that we have here. The Ulster Aviation Society, one of the top rated attractions that we have, the number of visitors that's now attracting, and there's been some progress made there as well in terms of the public access to the collection, to the hangars. That all has been a good development. The air ambulance operating from the site, again, such a vital emergency service, and a service that we're all very proud of. And I think that, again, it's just boils down to the location of the site, the size of the site, and the full regeneration of the site that will be the catalyst for attracting and investing those jobs, and or attract investment and creating jobs. And that can be to the benefit of everybody in this society, everybody that we collectively serve, and that's what I want us to work on. I would assure the member that raised the debate just that work is undertaken by the new board, and they're actively looking at what now and how the site might be developed in the future. So obviously plans evolve over time, and particularly given the passage of time. And I look forward to the fact that in due course they're going to provide us, myself and Emma, the Deputy First Minister, with these plans and what they see going forward, and they're going to provide us with advice and with options as to how we will proceed. And as part of that process, the board's also going to consider the infrastructure that's needed to support those future development plans, because obviously there are a lot of issues here that we'll have to deal with, not least the connection to the primary road network, the transport infrastructure. There's, I suppose, a prime example of the things that we have to invest in. And also, as owners of the site, the Development Corporation have a duty to maintain the listed and retained buildings, which include the former prison complex and the World War II hangars. And a programme of maintenance is continually in place in terms of regular condition surveys and expert advice. So I would just say that, the work that's been done is very welcome work, but the potential is where we all should be focused in moving forward. I know that, as I said, the Deputy First Minister and myself, we're going to meet with the board in the very near future to take stock of that current position, to hear their thoughts on their development for the roadmap for the site itself, and that will then inform how we proceed. So what's our next step? What's the next thing we reach to? What are we going to do to tap into the potential? Because the scale of the investment that's needed in the site is quite a large investment, but the options for how that will be funded based on the plans that are put on the table will be and will inform the conversation for moving forward. So I would just leave with this thought that we have such a great opportunity for this site. We're determined to take that opportunity for this site. We're determined to maximise the opportunity for the benefit of all. That's our collective objective, and we look forward to working with all the members who are interested in it, but also with the Corporation Board itself, to make sure that we make this all come about and make this happen. Thank you.
Thank the First Minister for that response. Members, the Assembly is adjourned.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. Assembly Chamber. Sound. Assembly Chamber. Sound. Assembly Chamber. Sound. Assembly Chamber. Sound.